Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if neglected Naruto has sealed legacy? Part 5. Hope you love previous parts. Check out full playlist. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 28 Undisputed. Yesterday at the hospital, 3 hours after the Hyuga meeting, it was late into the evening hours and all visitors and guests were being asked to leave and return to their homes. Meanwhile, in the intensive care unit, Niji was in one of the recovery rooms, sitting up on his recovery bed after the doctors who catered to the Hyuga clan operated on his body. The operation took several hours considering the external and internal damages and injuries Hinata inflicted on the once proclaimed Hyuga prodigy. Though many of Niji's injuries were healed, he still had bandages around his head, body and arms, and his paralysis now was from his waist down to his feet. From what the doctors explained, it would last for 3 weeks, and by then Niji would be able to walk freely again. But until then, he would be confined to a wheelchair. As silence engulfed the room, Niji thought back to everything that happened with regards to his match with Hinata. For the life of him, Niji couldn't make sense out of how the events that occurred in his match took place. He replayed the events a number of times, trying to understand Hinata's sudden change and seemingly bizarre upgrade in prowess to the point that she completely outmatched him, the Hyuga prodigy. I don't understand it. It's not adding up. Hinata-sama has always been the most disgraceful failure, but her skills and caliber in our clan's Juken was even more advanced than my own, Niji contemplated. Every match she had with Hanabi-sama always ended with Hanabi-sama as the victor. Hinata-sama never showed signs of improvements until her last match with Hanabi-sama. But even that wouldn't have been close to enough to challenge my own skills and abilities. After my father died protecting the main house, my hate for Hinata-sama and the rest of the main house became my driving force to push me to practice and train, oftentimes to exhaustion. Despite the fact that I was born into the cadet branch house, I was always praised by my clansmen for my keen knowledge and expertise in the Juken arts. I was always looked at and praised as a genius, a prodigy of my clan. My talent with my Byakugan was never questioned. With it, I was able to see and decipher hidden secrets, and truths others didn't have the capacity to see and unlock. Back then at the Ninja Academy, I was respected by my instructors and peers for always coming out on top and besting my sparring partners in all of my matches. My intelligence and skills I developed and honed during my time at the academy got me to graduate as my class Rookie of the Year, as my class strongest genin. After being placed in my own genin team with Tenten and Lee, I continued to develop and strengthen my skills, mind and body, looking for ways to further tap into the Juken's fullest potentials. I sought to become only the best with no regard to my family or teammates. While this was so, Hinata-sama, the clan heiress, was looked upon as the clan's worst and greatest disgrace, and rumors was heard about her possibly being replaced with Hanabi-sama as clan heiress. While I disapproved of Hanabi-sama's attraction and romantic interest in Naruto, I still had to respect her developing prowess and ability to grasp her prized Juken arts, which I thought was more advanced than Hinata-sama's. I always thought I knew everything there was to know about Hinata-sama and her lack in truly coming to understand the Juken arts and the full potential of the Byakugan. She would always cower before others and lose easily in any fight because of her shy and gentle nature, lacking any form of confidence, and repeatedly running away crying because of her failures. I always believed that fate handed her down that permanent future and life regardless of her efforts to defy what was decided for her. I thought that I was always right, that my Byakugan saw the truth. I believed this so much so that when we were paired to challenge each other in the preliminaries, I was certain that I would prove to Hinata-sama and everyone there that she was a weak, unchangeable failure, and that she always would be. But that didn't happen, and in one swift motion, she struck and humiliated me before my sensei and peers and the Hokage, totally catching me off guard. After I acknowledged what happened, I felt such a rage that I wanted nothing more than to see Hinata-sama dead at my feet, and with every fiber in my being I sought to make that happen. But instead, Hinata-sama beat me to a bloody pulp and left me helpless and paralyzed on the arena floor at her feet. And to add insult to injury, 3 times during our match she showed me mercy and requested that I forfeit. She completely destroyed not only what I once believed I knew about her, but also the idea that I was the clan's genius and prodigy, when in truth, she was the hidden genius and prodigy all along. Even now, I find it hard to believe and accept how, despite all of my best efforts to reach my peak, Hinata-sama easily beat me, while holding back against me, and not once was I able to land a single blow on her. It was like our roles were entirely reversed. The shame I feel even now is too much to bear. Niji then thought about Naruto and the amount of time Hinata spent with him over the years. As he did, Niji started thinking about all the reports he heard about Naruto's recent exploits and his sudden unexplainable abilities and caliber that would have taken years for any ninja to develop. Hinata-sama imitated and copied Naruto in every way and completely deceived the Byakugan with her illusion and pretense in being a failure and disgrace. And I was too blind to see through her masterfully played deception, and she used my pride and belief in fate as instruments against me to throw my perception and judgment off, and I allowed it to happen. He then thought about Hinata's outburst against the clan elders and the main house members who badmouthed Naruto. He noticed the strength and resolve in her tone and mannerism, but he refused to acknowledge it. But then Niji thought about all those times Hinata spent with Naruto despite what everyone in the entire village were saying about both Naruto and her for being so close and attached to him. Hinata demonstrated tremendous courage and strength to openly defy not only her clansmen who spoke badly and looked down on both her and Naruto, but also the majority of the villagers who hated Naruto. Hinata-sama said that she learned a great deal from Naruto. Then that would also mean that Naruto himself was training her in secret over the years under all of our noses. But if they were always this strong, why did they hide it? Why would Hinata-sama willfully choose to be scorned with disdain by our clan? How were they able to defy their fate and change their futures from the failures they were meant to be? Niji then thought back to his last conversation with Hinata. This can't be, Niji said with denial. Fate had this fight decided. It had your future as an unchanging failure decided. We're responsible for our own futures and the decisions we make in life. Nizan, Hinata said, it's time you start understanding that and start taking charge of your own future and free yourself of the hold the idea of fate has on you. As Niji thought about this, the door to his recovery room opened, revealing Hiashi stepping into the room. Niji's gaze turned away as his uncle closed the door behind him and approached Niji's bed. Why are you here? Niji asked with a neutral tone. I received Sandaime-sama's detailed explanation about your thorough defeat to my eldest daughter and the condition she placed you in. Even now it's hard to believe despite seeing the proof in front of me, Hiashi commented. Niji remained silent, presently having nothing to say. I'm sure that while you were here, you've been doing a great deal of thinking while trying to make sense out of what happened today during your match with Hinata, Hiashi said. I have, Niji admitted, though I managed to put the pieces together. You can't believe how Hinata managed to defy what you thought was fate and invalidate everything you once believed about both her and yourself, Hiashi correctly deduced. Niji looked at him briefly and then turned away. Hiashi calmly continued, be honest with yourself, Niji. It was your own actions and unjustifiable hate for my eldest daughter that led you to where you are now. Though my daughter effectively deceived all of us through her pretense and hid her true skills from us, your contempt and disrespect for her was no pretense. And I'm also aware that she did try to make peace with you several times, though you rejected it with disdain, while belittling her with everything opportunity you had. Tell me, Niji, was it truly fate that led to where you are now? No, Niji admitted to Hayashi's logic, and I couldn't draw any other conclusion about Hinata-sama's sudden rise in power, speed and strength except Naruto's influence and private training. And that, Niji, is the truth, and Hinata herself admitted that to me and everyone today. It still disturbs everyone in our clan how Naruto has so much insight about our famed Juken. I'm amazed at how he's effectively using this to teach and train both of my daughters. What makes you suspect that Hanabi-sama is being secretly trained by Naruto also? Niji inquired. Call it father's intuition, considering how loyal and strongly attached both of my daughters are to Naruto. And after listening to what Hinata explained to me and the rest of the clan, and your defeat to her, and the condition she put you in, I wouldn't put it past Hanabi to want that kind of training from Naruto, especially after learning how the clan's proclaimed prodigy was completely humbled. As Hyuga, we have spent many years following many of the traditions our clan's ancestors had put in place. However, my daughters chose out of their own free will to follow a new and different path rather than allowing traditions and the idea of fate to dictate their every actions, Hiashi stated with the same calm demeanor, and the same was true of your father. At hear this, Niji turned to Hiashi with a sharp glare, though it did nothing to affect Hiashi. What are you talking about? My father died protecting the main house, Niji retorted. There's more to what happened on that occasion than you know. I waited until the right time to tell you, because if I had told you then you wouldn't have believed me one bit. And I found your defeat to my eldest daughter to be the perfect occasion to explain what really happened before your father's death, Hiashi replied before he took out the scroll that Hizashi left for Niji to read with his own eyes. Niji took and opened the scroll and began looking into it, and found his father's authentic handwriting in the scroll. Before Niji began reading deeper into the scroll, Hiashi explained, as you're aware of, after killing the Kumo ambassador for attempting to kidnap Hinata, Kumo demanded that my body be handed over to them as retribution. I was willing to die believing that my death would prevent Konoha from entering into another war with Kumo, though it was clear that Kumo was really after the Byakugan. However, Hizashi volunteered to die in my place, and allow his body to be sent instead with the caged bird seal sealing off his bloodline limit permanently. I for my part was absolutely opposed to the idea of my younger twin brother taking my place and leaving you alone. But before I could argue further and prevent my brother from carrying out what he intended to do, Hizashi swiftly disabled and immobilized me with a single blow. While I was immobilized, Hizashi told me that he wasn't sacrificing himself to serve the main house, but because he and I were brothers and that he wanted to choose for himself for the first time what he wanted to do with his life in order to protect his brother, niece, and son. He said that choosing how he wanted to die and disobeying the customs of the main house was his way of going against the idea of fate and making a decision about his own destiny altogether. I decided not to tell you that your father volunteered to die in my place until I felt that you would be mentally ready to accept the truth over the belief that the main house was responsible for Hizashi's untimely demise. That moment came after you lost to Hinata earlier today in the preliminaries. Niji, after listening to Hiashi's words, looked and read into the scroll his father left behind for him. In his final words, Hizashi explained that his choosing his own destiny and how he would die was his first act of freedom he had, and that he felt liberated to use his own free in that manner to protect his brother and family. Reading further into the scroll, Niji read Hizashi's encouraging words to not allow the blind misconceived idea of fate to govern and ruin his life, and that he should decide for himself what kind of destiny he would have regardless of being a Hyuga born into the cadet branch house. After reading the scroll, Niji turned to Hiashi. The clan leader said, "I hope you now have a clearer and better understanding of the truth concerning what happened to your father, and what he wanted for you. I wanted to tell you this not as the Hyuga clan leader, but as your uncle and your father's brother. I wanted to tell you my brother's final words." Niji then saw Hiashi get on his hands and knees before he bowed his head towards the floor. Hiashi then said, "That's the whole truth." Niji was completely shocked by Hayashi's humble gesture, especially after reading his father's scroll and hearing the truth behind what really happened on the occasion his father died. The young Hyuga closed his eyes, absorbing everything that was revealed to him as he allowed a few tears to run down his face. It was at that moment when Niji completely rejected his belief in fate and decided to do what he could to fix his past mistakes and make amends and peace between himself and Hinata. Hiashi stood back up and faced Niji again. "I'll take leave now and retire for the evening as I must prepare for a most important clan affair tomorrow," Hiashi said before making his way to the door. "May I ask what this affair is?" Niji inquired. Stopping at the door just before opening it, Hiashi answered with his back facing Niji, "Tomorrow, I'm to challenge Hinata in a one-on-one match. The entirely clan with the exception of you will be present. I intend to battle my daughter as my equal." "Hiashi-sama, my father was the only person who was equal and on par with you," Niji replied. Hiashi then said, "I'm aware of that. Since my eldest daughter completely surpassed you, the proclaimed Hyuga genius and prodigy, I want to see for myself her potential, as the clan heiress, to surpass both me and your father." With that said, Hiashi opened the door and exited the room, leaving Niji with his thoughts. As Niji sat there, he allowed what Hiashi just told his to sink into his mind. Strangely enough, Niji found himself wishing Hinata the best of luck and wishing he could be there to see his cousin's match with her father. Present time at the Hyuga courtyard. Everyone from the Hyuga clan, both main house and cadet branch house, were present around the arena floor as Hiashi and Hinata rushed to meet each other as they commenced their match. Hinata's indigo hair was flowed with the wind as she ran toward her father. Father and daughter clashed fists, and streams of blue chakra swirled around them as they punched and blocked with resounding bangs. The onlookers watched in shock and wonderment as the duo's fists sped up into blurs and chakra flashes. The clan elders and members of main house were stupefied and speechless at Hinata's performance. "It's amazing," Ko said in amazement. "She's on par with Hiashi-sama's Jukin if not more. I can't believe this is actually Nasen I'm seeing in action against father." Hanabi marveled with admiration. "Hinata may have improved tremendously, but Hiashi hasn't began going all out yet," one of the elder Hyuga observed. "From the look of things, I say he's trying to gauge her. A wise strategy, though Hinata doesn't have the same amount of experience and prowess as her father," another Hyuga elder stated. Even though what the two Hyuga were saying was true, the fact of the matter was that Hiashi actually was having a hard time hitting his daughter because her speed and evasion skills had improved greatly. Soon though he saw an opening as he blocked a strong punch from Hinata and her balance tilted slightly to her right. His two fingers a blur, he shot forward to strike at her tenketsu points on her arm. Time seemingly slowed for Hinata as she saw Hayashi's fingers aimed precisely towards the chakra points on her arm. Dropping down into a crouch, she swept her leg at her father's feet, hoping to trip him. Hiashi, however, jumped backwards, and as Hinata jumped upright, he thrust his palm forward towards her midsection. Hinata narrowly evaded the attack as she swiftly sidestepped away from it to the left. "I have to be careful against father. If I miscalculate his moves and speed, I'm done for," Hinata contemplated. She saw Hiashi racing forward with his right fist drawn back, and in her Byakugan vision she saw his fist glowing blue with chakra. Hakusho 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hiashi yelled out as he thrust his fist forward. Seeing the danger, Hinata retaliated. Hakusho. The two colossal air shells collided with a great impact. The explosion from the two identical opposing attacks forced the two Hyuga backwards as dust swirled into a huge cloud around the arena area. The Hyuga audience watched intently, trying to peer through the cloud of dust. When did Nei-san that jutsu? Father never taught it to either me or Nei-san. Hanabi asked aloud to no one in particular, as she eagerly watched the match. Hiashi, along with the other clan members, was just as surprised to see Hinata execute that same attack with the same amount of strength. Nevertheless, Hiashi wasn't deterred and readied himself again before looking for a chance to ambush his eldest daughter despite the dust cloud they were in. Hinata shaded her eyes as she tried to see through the dust that obscured her Byakugan. As sight was being granted back to Hinata, she saw Hiashi running through the dust cloud with a glowing palm. He spun around her in a blur and aimed to strike her back hard. She blocked the attack right before his left palm went under his right arm and struck her in the gut, knocking her off her balance briefly as she was pushed backwards. Hiashi took the opportunity to follow up by trying to shut off her chakra points again. But Hinata dropped and rolled away before performing a forwards kick into the air and standing herself back on her feet in front of a small rock. Before she was able to doing anything further, Hiashi was suddenly upon before he struck a number of vital chakra points on her body. Hinata was unable to hold back her cries of pain as her body vibrated with the force of Hayashi's attack. After receiving the final blow, Hinata fell over with a hollow thud and burst into a cloud of smoke. What? A shocked Hiashi exclaimed as he and everyone tried to make sense out of what just happened. But before anyone could decipher what took place, the small rock in front of Hayashi's feet suddenly burst into a small smoke cloud, and without warning, Hinata, who was crouching on the floor, leaped into the air and thrust her clenched right fist upward and collided it hard directly into her father's jaw in one swift Juken-enhanced uppercut. Everyone's mouths dropped as eyes widened as they watched Hiashi soar backwards off his feet as a small splash of blood came forth out of his mouth. Before he was allowed to hit the ground, Hinata rushed in and followed up by striking several chakra points around his body. She then jumped and brought both of her legs together to her breasts, and with strong amount strength she shot both of her legs forward and delivered a chakra-enhanced kick into his chest cavity, thus adding to his injuries as he was thrown backwards with some distance through the air again. Hinata flipped backwards on her hands to catch herself from the kick she made and landed gracefully on her feet as her father hit the arena floor and rolled and skidded on his back twice before coming to a harsh landing on his injured chest. He was left in a daze and in much pain as Hinata stood on her feet in her standard Juken ready-to-fight pose, refusing to let her guard down against her father. Both main house and cadet branch house were utterly baffled and speechless by how Hinata effectively struck and knocked down her father and drew first blood out of him. Nei-san, that was amazing. You lured father into an ambush with henge and one Kagebunshin. Hanabi praised excitedly and a bit loudly, having never seen their father taken down in any fight before until now. Though the match was far from over, the event that transpired was still astonishing. Kagebunshin? When did Hinata learn that B-class Kenjutsu? A young male main house Hyuga asked. How else? From Naruto, no doubt. He must have helped her strengthen and increase her chakra reserves in order to execute that jutsu, Ko explained. I'm taking it that while in the dust cloud with our vision obscured, she made a Kaigebunshin as a substitute for herself before she hinged herself into that small rock on the floor Hayashi-sama stood in front of. But that's not the traditional way we fight, one Hyuga elder said. Then perhaps it's time we learn to adapt and change from deeply entrenched traditions, Hanabi replied. Because as we all saw just a moment ago, Nei-san effectively knocked down father because Naruto-kun taught her to adapt and create new methods and styles to infuse and apply into our Juken arts. She was able to hide from father's Byakugan during their match as she led him into an ambush. Now who among us can say that? There was no refuting Hanabi's words as her observation was precise and accurate. A moment later, Hiashi started pulling himself together and gradually stood back up as he shook off the dizziness from his head. He took in deep gasps of breaths while trying to ease the pain he was still feeling from Hinata's attack and the result of some of his chakra points being shut off. He soon stood back up to face Hinata as blood was seen coming out of both ends of his mouth with his breath stabilizing again. It's been a long time since I've seen my own blood and felt any physical pain while being hurt this bad, Hiashi stated. I have to congratulate you for accomplishing such a feat. You fully intended to fight me as your equal and I no way took that as an empty threat, Hinata stated. And I won't let the fact that I managed to hurt you go to my head, father. Such modesty, Hiashi remarked. I will admit that I'm surprised at how you managed to hide from me in spite of the fact that I was using my Byakugan. It is true that the Byakugan possesses a near 360-degree sight range, however there is a blind spot to the Byakugan, which I utilized to catch you off guard, Hinata explained with the guard still up. How very clever, very few from your age group in our clan have ever figured that out and located it, Hiashi admitted and praised before becoming serious again. Regardless, I won't go down so easily this time. Hiashi got ready to fight again. Without wasting another second, he ran over to her, and Hinata for her part did likewise to meet up with her father. Again they engaged in heated combat and blurring motion. In spite of this, everyone could see how fast Hinata's palms and legs were. They could feel the shocks of chakra as Hinata's strong hands collided with her father's. Even her footwork that made her look like she was dancing around the arena floor was precise and efficient with no mistakes. This Hyuga Hinata displayed no hesitancy of any sort. Soon though, Hinata backed away a reasonable distance from her father. Hiashi took the opportunity to gather his remaining strength and chakra to ready himself for whatever his elder daughter was going to throw at him. But what he and everyone saw next was unexpected. Positioning her arms in a right angle position, Hinata channeled chakra into her fists, and moments later, 2 large blue shrouds of chakra in the form of lion heads appeared and shimmered around her fists. The audible roaring of her chakra gave the impression that the lion heads themselves were roaring like lions. Hiashi and everyone there were shocked to see this original new form of Juken. What form of Juken is that? Hiashi inquired. Juho Sashuken. Hinata said with a determined expression, a new Juken I created. Everyone was now whispering and talking amongst each other about what they just saw and heard. Hanabi was completely speechless as she just looked at Hinata with awe. Juho Sashuken? This must be what Sandaime-sama was talking about yesterday when he briefed me about Niji's defeat and the new Juken that Hinata created and used against Niji. Hiashi thought carefully before he asked calmly with a tone and look of interest. When did you invent that new Juken? Only recently, Hinata said with a confident grin and then declared, now get ready. Hinata charged at him with a loud battle cry, Haya. Hinata rushed forward and fired an eye-blurring barrage of punches at Hiashi. The clan leader ducked and circled, guiding Hinata's arms away, knowing better than to try to block the chakra lion heads. He's too fast, he's keeping up with me. Hinata thought, I have to speed up. Magnificent. Hiashi thought proudly despite his serious outer expression. When I said I would challenge Hinata as my equal, part of my reasons for doing so was to intimidate her while testing the strength of her resolve to meet my challenge. I never thought she'd actually have the capacity to push me this hard. I only wish she never hid this from me. Hanabi and several others held their breaths in wonder as Hinata's fists became nothing but blue ribbons of chakra. Hinata-sama. What amazing progress you have made in taijutsu and in Juken. You're certainly not the timid little girl you used to be anymore. Ko thought proudly. He and the others stared into Hinata's fierce expression. Hiashi, after a couple of minutes, eventually found an opening and capitalized on it. Hack Kusho 8 trigrams vacuum palm, Hiashi called out as he precisely pinpointed Hinata's vital points with his Byakugan and released a high-speed palm thrust. A vacuum shell compressed using the Juken was formed to attack Hinata's vitals, which would blow her off her feet with tremendous force. Hinata saw the danger at almost the last second and hurriedly brought her left fist, enshrouded with her lion head chakra, forward to counter her father's attack. The collision resulted in another explosion, causing both Hiashi and Hinata to be thrown far apart from each other through the air by the force of the ruptured attacks. Both father and daughter balanced and skidded off the ground before coming to a hard landing. Hinata though coughed up some blood from her mouth since she took a harder hit from the explosion. She lied there on her back seemingly unconscious as her Juho Sashuken dispelled from around her fists. Her Byakugan also deactivated. Hiashi soon pulled himself together and summoned enough strength to stand back up again. He panted as his Byakugan deactivated from tiredness and slowly walked forward cautiously as he approached Hinata's inert form. The elder Hyuga, acting as referee, also stepped forward to see if the match was over and stared down at Hinata for a brief moment. Hanabi stared intently at her sister. Come on, Nei-san. You can't let it end like this. I declare this match won by the elder. Stopped his declaration as he suddenly saw Hinata slowly getting back up and pulling herself off the ground. I think I understand how Nizan felt after I cratered his body into the floor yesterday during our preliminary match, Hinata thought while getting back up. It was clear that she was really injured, but her eyes were hardened and furious. I'm not done yet, father, Hinata gasped out. She stood upright despite the pain and added, I won't lose that easily. Nor will I give up that easily. That's my Nindo. Hinata grinned crookedly at her father with a drip of blood running from both ends of her mouth. She felt a sharp pain from her left shoulder briefly, but she focused her body and will to bear with it. A moment later, she channeled chakra into her right arm and formed another lion head around it. Hinata decided to reserve her chakra for her Juho Sashiken into one arm since the chakra coils in her left arm took a major hit from the last attack she countered, though the injury was only temporary. Hiashi, seeing that the match wasn't over, reactivated his Byakugan with Hinata doing the same thing. He charged forward at Hinata and once more they engaged in a fierce Juken duel. The duo wove across the cracked arena floor with streams of chakra flowing from their pounding hands in their deadly taijutsu death dance. The speed and fluidity they were moving at were as two A-class jounin. Hanabi held her breath as the rest of the onlookers leaned forward to watch the clan leader, and Eris battled it out for supremacy. The ferociousness of the battle was most unreal for all of the Hyuga there, but none more so than for the main house. Hinata added her legs and feet into their Juken bout as she threw swing and axe kicks, and knee attacks at her father, a couple of which landed blows on him, and her chakra-enshrouded right fist managed to hit Hiashi a couple of times, thus hurting him harder than her left fist. Hiashi's years of experience in combat and war gave him an edge and advantage as several strikes made it to Hinata's body, adding further to her injuries. Still, Hinata wasn't discouraged as she pressed on. Just as Hinata jumped away to rethink her strategy, Kaiten! Hiashi yelled before spinning at an astounding speed with a dome of chakra forming and enlarging. Hinata was struck hard from the spinning attack of chakra, launching her further from her father and onto the ground with a thud. The Hyuga heiress shook the dizziness out of her system as she stood back up to see her father assume a stance that she had seen countless times. "You are now in my field of divination," Hiashi declared with a hardened tone. Hinata's hands moved in poetic motion in front of her with her Juho Sashiken still in effect. Hak Rokujian show 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hiashi yelled out as he spun on a glowing green yin-yang with Hinata at the edge. His fingers became deadly streaks as he rushed and aimed to strike many chakra points on her body. Meanwhile, Hinata was repeating her poetic hand pattern over and over and over again until her hands started picking up speed in near blur vision. Shugo Hak Rokujian show protection of trigrams 64 palms. Hinata countered with a glowing green yin-yang of her own underneath her with her hands moving at incredible speed while blocking each of Hiashi's strikes. Hanabi and everyone else around the arena looked on with widened eyes as they watched history in the making, a new groundbreaking jutsu that could protect a target from the Hyuga's most devastating attack. The entire clan watched in awe as Hinata blocked and countered every last one of Hiashi's deadly attacks' accurate timing and speed. As soon as the attack and the defense against the attack was done, both father and daughter jumped away from each other. Hiashi was left speechless at the event that just took place. "I didn't expect this level of caliber from Hinata at all despite my declaration to challenge her as my equal," Hiashi thought. "When did she have time to study and create such moves and Juken styles to counter against those of my own and the clan?" Hiashi was so deep into his thoughts that unwittingly left an opening in his guard, and by the time realized this as he was about to rectify his mistake, Hinata went and capitalized on it as she appeared behind him and rammed her left palm into his exposed area on his back. The attack sent Hiashi off his feet, causing him to slide on his chest. Hinata then leaped high into the air and concentrated additional chakra into her right fist, increasing the amount of strength in her Juho Sashiken. Aiming her right fist directly at her father, she thrust herself down into his direction. Hiashi turned in time to see the danger and quickly rolled out of the way just before Hinata's seemingly roaring lion head attack plunged into the ground and cratered it with tremendous force as it created a large and wide spiderweb-shaped crater that blew dust and debris into the air with a shock wave blasted through the ground. The blast force harshly pushed Hiashi further away from Hinata as he felt the brute shock wave from the impact. Hanabi and others paled with a look of fear at Hinata's strength. Though she wasn't Tsunade, but what happened gave them a reminder of that legendary slug princess. "To think that I foolishly used to believe that I was superior to Nei-san, and she allowed me to believe that. I'm more than certain that our father would have died if he took a direct hit from that attack. I'd better be careful in how I spar with Nei-san from now on. Had she been fighting like this in the past, I would have been killed," Hanabi thought with a measure of fear as she watched her older sister pull her fist out from the ground it was literally buried in. Her Juho Sashiken had dispelled after the impact. Hinata then turned to her father and charged at him. Hiashi flipped back up and rushed at her. She threw a swing kick with her left leg at him, but he caught it. She then jumped and swung her right leg at his head, but Hiashi dodged it and lifted Hinata off her standing foot and swung her around a couple of times and then tossed her from him. But Hinata managed to catch herself by landing on her hands and flipping backwards once as she stabilized herself. She barely had time to block a direct chakra-enhanced Juken punch from her father, which knocked her off her balance as Hiashi brought and swung his left leg at her, sending her away from him and down to the floor. Hurrying over to her, he raised his right leg up high and brought it down hard on her. But Hinata burst into a cloud of smoke from under his feet. "A Kagabunshin," Hiashi said in surprise, But when did she? Hiashi didn't have to finish his question as Hinata suddenly appeared in front of him and delivered a juken palm strike to his midsection with her right hand. Hiashi staggered back a bit as he held where he was struck, with his mind racing through possible ideas on how to take down his daughter. Truth be told, Hiashi expected a good fight, but this was proving to be more than he counted on, and he admitted to himself that he underestimated Hinata. What kind of training did Naruto put my daughter through to get her to advance and become this strong and fast? Hiashi thought with amazement as he looked at Hinata, who stood her grounds confidently. I'd been trying for years to get Hinata to become the strong and firm heiress I always envisioned her to be, but I always thought that her gentle nature and kind spirit which she inherited from her mother was her greatest weakness. Hiashi thought back to all the times he had spent training Hinata when she was a young child. He thought back to her faulty how stances were, how she was inefficient in her timing and lacked proper coordination. He recalled the amount of times he harshly reprimanded her for her failures in learning and performing their family juken arts, and how Hanabi was even more adept in it than she, Hinata, was. He remembered how the clan elders looked at Hinata with scorn and derision because Niji was considered a genius and clan prodigy, while she was considered a dishonorable and utter failure that should be replaced as heiress with Hanabi. He recalled all those times Hinata would run off in tears from listening to his and everyone's brutal and callous words about her. And all this was before she became friends with Naruto, the ninja who completely changed his daughter and succeeded in molding Hinata into the juken fighter standing before him. Hinata wasn't a bad student. I was a bad teacher, Hiashi thought with a measure of shame. Meanwhile, an elderly female Hyuga from the main house contemplated. In the past, Hinata was a useless, cowering heiress whom we used to believe had no potential to be a clan leader. We even believed that Hanabi would be Hinata's replacement in time. It's hard to believe that Hinata hid these talents from all of us this entire time. What's even more shocking is that Uzumaki Naruto is the one responsible for Hinata's outstanding improvements and accomplishments. I don't know how he did it, or how he knows what he knows about our juken style in order to properly train Hinata, but I must praise the Uzumaki for succeeding where her father and the rest of us have failed in molding Hinata into the strong heiress we envisioned. Many other main house members and some cadet branch house members were sharing similar thoughts about Hinata. They all recalled how she used to be and how she was once treated by them with little regard, but they also recalled how part of the reason for that was because Hinata herself deceived them into believing that she was still that same sluggish and timid heiress who was unable to learn and master their prized juken arts. The main house felt that it was shameful that Niji was a prodigy of their arts whereas their heiress proved to be an incapable failure. How far from the truth they were, and Hinata's brutal bout with her father was testifying to this. Soon though, Hinata noticed an opening in Hiashi's guard, and without warning she charged in and struck hard with her palm, striking chakra at the chakra point she saw. Hiashi winced and shifted slightly, bringing his palm forward to guide Hinata's palm off course, his fingers ready to dive into a pressure point to shut off her chakra points. Sensing the danger, Hinata quickly adjusted to the situation. Kaiten! Hinata cried out as she began to spin at blurring speed, creating a large spinning dome of chakra that formed around her. Hiashi, being too close to Hinata, was struck dead on by the attack with tremendous force, sending him flying back off his feet far from Hinata. Being too close to Hinata's attack led to 3 of his ribs being badly bruised and fractured, with his right arm taking a brunt end of the attack, leading it being knocked out. That was before he plunged into the arena floor, forming a crater of his own from the impact, which added more injuries to his body. Hinata soon stopped spinning to see that was damage done, as her attack not only formed a large circular crater around her, but her father took the brunt end of her attack. By this, the entire arena floor, which was a considerable size, was reduced to a demolished, war-torn landscape. Kaiten! Hanabi asked in surprise, when did Nei-san learn and master that? This whole time we consider Niji as a genius and the clan prodigy. But even he wouldn't have been able to battle and topple Hiashi-sama this hard, a female cadet branch member thought in disbelief. There was an eerie silence as Hinata stood and held herself while trying to bear the soreness and piercing pain her body was experiencing as fatigue was starting to take effect. She carefully approached her father's body but stood from safe distance, seeing as the referee approached Hiashi. The referee started to count down at Hiashi, but by the time he got to 9, Hiashi stirred and opened his eyes again. He sat up and gradually stood back up with the use of his left arm, seeing that his right arm was out of commission. The pain he was dealing with his fractured ribs and arm was an experience Hiashi hadn't felt in a very long time, though he never had a fractured arm or fractured ribs before. It shocked everyone there to see the condition Hiashi was put by Hinata, the once considered dishonorable clan failure and disgrace. Before a word could be said, Hiashi moved at a speed Hinata failed to catch. He reappeared in front at her, and with his only functioning left hand he thrust it into her right shoulder, effectively dislocating it. Hinata screamed from the sudden attack as she staggered back several steps. She grabbed her limp arm as she collapsed to her right knee shakily. Despite this, she looked back at her father defiantly, but before she could stand back up and continue fighting, another sharp pain stabbed her through her wounded arm. The referee started the countdown as Hinata struggled against the pain. I was careless and let my guard down. What on earth did father do to me when he dislocated my right shoulder? This pain is unbearable. Hinata thought as she carefully considered what transpired. She then realized that in the last blow her father delivered against her, he struck and knocked out a both vital chakra point and pressure point in her shoulder. She focused chakra to rest of her body and found that a sizable amount of it was depleted during her match. No point in enduring more damages than I already did, Hinata considered as her eyes turned to the side where a large pond was. I could resort to water manipulation and take father out with it, but without the use of my right arm, it would be harder to pull off with only one usable hand. I think it would be in my best interest to save my water elemental Juken as a future trump card, seeing that no one but Naruto-kun is aware of it. While holding her limp arm, she relented and stayed her ground quietly as she deactivated her Byakugan. By that time, the countdown finished. This match is over. I declare Hyuga Hiashi the winner of this match, the elder referee decreed, though the referee was forced to wonder if Hiashi's victory was an absolute fluke considering how hard Hinata was battling him. Oddly enough, Hinata expected to hear jeering comments and remarks of disappointments about her defeat from members of the main house. But what happened next was something Hinata wasn't prepared for. Hanabi started clapping and cheering for her older sister. This example was soon followed by the rest of the members of both houses as they all stood up and applauded Hinata loudly for her tremendously improved performance, strengths, and resilience. Despite Hiashi's victory, which came at a steep personal cost to his well-being, the audience praised and cheered for Hinata. The sight Hinata was seeing was almost unreal, but it was actually happening. It was something she always dreamed of and wanted for a long number of years: acceptance and approval from her family and clan. So many emotions was racing through the heiress, from disbelief to shock, joy, excitement, and exhilaration. She almost forgot about the pain in her shoulder. There. See, cheering for me. Everyone is actually praising and cheering for me. Hinata stuttered to herself happily as she wasn't able to hold back the joyful tears that were now pouring down her face. For Hinata, their applause and approval of her was her victory. What a formidable fighter our heiress has become, one of the elders acknowledged. I see now why Niji lost so badly against Hinata. Even her father was forced to become much more serious than usual. She hid this amazing talent and strength from us so well it's still hard to believe, though I saw it with my own eyes, a young main house woman commented. I didn't think she would last this long against her father, and hurt him this bad, one awestruck main house male member said as he and many others applauded Hinata. Hinata-sama indeed came a long way from how she used to be, complimented, but I never imagined that her improvements came this far. Had that been me fighting her, I'd have surely lost. Hanabi hurried over to Hinata and aided her up her feet. The younger sibling was careful not to agitate Hinata's wounded right arm or her other injuries. Hinata looked into Hanabi's silver eyes that were warm and approving. You were incredible, Nae-san. Hanabi praised. I see you weren't joking when you said you lived through Naruto-kun's training. I'm amazed I managed to live through this also, Hinata remarked before wincing from the pain her body was going through. Hiashi, while holding onto his fractured ribs, went over to his two daughters. Standing directly in front of Hinata, Hiashi said, Hinata, despite me being the winner of our match, I believe that you're the true victor in all this. Hinata was about to say something, but Hiashi raised his left hand, keeping Hinata from speaking. Hinata kept silent as Hiashi continued. So many from our clan deemed you as be a hopeless failure and useless heiress. And shamefully as your father I did for a time as well. But through your association and training under Uzumaki Naruto, not only did you prove me and everyone wrong about you, but you've improved enough to hurt and push me this hard. You will, if you already haven't, surpass me and all other past Hyuga members before you as you have surpassed Niji. You're a true genius and prodigy. I've also realized something in the times I have watched you grow. Your kindness and gentleness, which you inherited from your mother, is your strength as a ninja, not your weakness. Your kindness and gentleness allows you to realize when it's time to stop, to understand the hearts of your comrades, family, and those closest to you. It's part of your ninja way and who you are. I see that now. So don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. For the first time, Hiashi gave Hinata one of his rarest smiles, a smile Hinata thought she would never see. I'm proud of you, Hyuga Hinata, my daughter. Well done, Hiashi praised. Thank you, father. But someday, I'll challenge you to a rematch, Hinata replied with a smile of her own. I look forward to that day, Hiashi said before turning to Hanabi. I expect nothing less out of you, Hanabi. In the future, I will want to see what fruits your secret training with Naruto will produce. Hanabi and Hinata gasped in shock after hearing what their father stated. Before they could question him on how he knew that, it's best we head to the hospital for some healing and medical treatment right now. Evidently Niji will be having some company today, Hiashi said as he turned to start on his way to the other Hyuga members there. I never knew father had a sense of humor, Hanabi remarked. Neither did I. Let's enjoy it while it lasts, Hinata suggested before they followed behind their father. While doing so, Hinata looked to her right and saw Naruto from a distance, hiding among the trees and plants. It was clear to Hinata that Naruto was watching her match the whole time. Naruto nodded and smiled at her before he burst into a cloud of smoke. As always, Naruto-kun was with me and watching over me, Hinata thought happily. It was Naruto-kun. He was here this whole time, Hanabi said lowly only for Hinata to hear. Yes, he was, Hinata agreed. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto took a moment to absorb and interpret everything his spy clone eyewitnessed and sent back to him just now. After a couple of minutes, Naruto opened his eyes again and grinned to himself. Looks like everything went well for Hinata-chan, though she held back, Naruto commented to himself. But now that I have a better assessment of how far my past training have brought her, I can better plan my new training for her. That's nice and all, Naruto-kun, but what about me? Karen snorted with her arms crossed over her breasts. It's always Hinata-chan this, Hinata-chan that, or something about Hanabi-chan. Karen's tone then turned to a pleading tone. But what about me? What about my needs? When will I get some of your personal time and attention to satisfy my own needs? Karen, knock it off. Anoka sighed in annoyance while trying to deal with her fellow female Uzumaki, who to her dismay was just as big, if not an even bigger pervert than Naruto. Naruto snickered audibly at their antics, and the way all three of them interacted. Being with his brethren Uzumaki made Naruto very happy, and after a harsh and burdensome experience he and Karen went through during the first parts of the Chunin exams and the preliminaries and everything that happened afterwards, from his meeting Jiraiya for the first time to his argument with Hiruzen, Kakashi and Jiraiya at the Hokage Tower, Naruto wanted nothing more than to be with his two favorite Uzumaki girls for what he considered a family outing while they got to know each other. Don't worry. Everything will be taken care of in good time, and I'll worry about Hinata-chan's preparation for the Chunin finals later. Right now, there's something I've been meaning to investigate, and I want you both with me as I strongly feel you three should be a part of this. What are we looking for exactly, Naruto-kun? Karen asked in her more calm and collected tone as they resumed their trek through the woods and up the hills. Last night, after my unpleasant chat with Jiraiya and Jizan, I recalled seeing a particular picture in our Uzumaki photo album. I want us to locate the lost and forgotten relics of our ancestors before I have to return to meet with Jiraiya later today to give him my reply about accepting whatever new training he's offering to me, Naruto explained. So you actually forgave that old bum? Karen asked with a measure of surprise. I haven't exactly forgiven him, but I'm not consumed by my anger against him anymore. Besides, I'm not going to pass up what Jiraiya is offering me if it means advancing myself from where I stand in my current abilities. But for now, I'll put that concern aside for something of more importance, Naruto replied. The three continued their journey through the eastern outskirts of Konoha. After another hour and a half of walking, Naruto suddenly experienced a most familiar sensation through his being, except it wasn't towards a particular person. Karen and Anoka saw the anxious expression on Naruto's face. It's here. I can feel it. It's here, it's so close, Naruto said with a look of excitement in his expression. Before Karen could ask Naruto what he was talking about, he grabbed both Karen and Anoka by the hand, and just as before, the sensations and phenomenon he was experiencing was shared and interchanged between the three of them. Anoka and Karen gasped upon understanding what it was Naruto was experiencing within his being as they felt their hearts racing. Not giving them time to fully soak in what he shared with them, Naruto ran through the woods with them pulling along at a surprisingly fast speed. Naruto-kun, I'm just as excited as you, but you're running too fast. Karen whined. You're an Uzumaki. This should be nothing for you. Naruto teased with a large smile pasted on his face. And as soon as he said that, they came to a stop as they arrived at their intended destination. Anoka released Naruto's hand and took out her scroll that had the Uzumaki photo album sealed inside of it. After releasing the book, she turned to the exact page that had the picture of how what they were looking at originally looked like when it was in its prime and glory. We found it, Anoka said happily through shed tears, a piece of our lost inheritance. We really found it. Regardless of its horrid condition, this landmark is sacred grounds and memories of our fallen brethren and ancestors, Karen stated with a few shred tears of her own which she wiped away. Sacred to us indeed, Naruto agreed. Standing before the three Uzumaki was the ancient remnant of what remained of the once sacred temple that now lied in ruins. Though the entrance portal was blocked with debris, what stood above the blocked entrance was still visible and quite noticeable. It was a large spiral engraved into a blank circular stone. To anyone else in Konoha, that rundown decayed building was of no use, but to Naruto, Anoka and Karen, it had so much more meaning. It was the lost Uzumaki masked temple. Earlier that day, Sasuke was knocked hard to the ground again. He struggled to get to his feet. He was dirty, beaten up, bleeding from the lip and bruised all over. Is this it, Sasuke? Is this all you have? Kakashi asked without even sounding or looking tired. Sasuke was on his hands and knees, sucking in air. He looked at Kakashi and growled. Even with his Sharingan, Sasuke couldn't read or predict the Jounin's movements, or keep up with his speed. He charged again and threw a punch-kick combination. Kakashi easily defended against it and slammed Sasuke down to the ground. You can't hold your grounds against me that easily even with your awakened Sharingan, and yet you expect to match and topple a self-trained elite Jounin-level genin with your Sharingan in a month, Kakashi stated humorlessly. You witnessed how Naruto fights more than once, and you saw what he's capable of with and without weapons or sight. This is but a demonstration of what will happen to you during the Chunin finals. Sasuke, while lying on the ground on his chest, looked up and snarled at Kakashi's irrefutable logic and truth. But Kakashi's words just now implied Sasuke's defeat was certain. He knew that it was a huge and rather unrealistic feat trying to rival Naruto within a month's time. Regardless, he told himself that he would find a way to bring Naruto down several notches and prove to Hinata who was stronger and fitted to be her right-hand man. But then Sasuke recalled Kakashi's threat to suspend him if he tried to approach Hinata in that manner again, and his suspension at this point would automatically disqualify him from the Chunin finals. I will get stronger. One way or another, Kakashi, Sasuke declared as he struggled to stand back up. I'm not an Uzumaki. I'm a proud uchiha. And I won't allow that shameless Uzumaki to overshadow me. I will find a way to topple him. Standing back up, Sasuke got ready to fight again, despite his injuries and the pain he was in. That's enough, Sasuke, Kakashi said with his arms crossed over his chest. No, not yet, Sasuke replied. I still can. You took more than what you can handle at your current level, Kakashi stated. Any more and you'll spend a day or two in the infirmary. You're best to get healed up and rest for the rest of the day, Kakashi advised. Sasuke wanted to argue, but a painful spasm from his shoulders silenced him. He saw that he needed healing from his injuries as Kakashi wasn't holding back against him to a certain extent. Damn it. I won't make any true progress at this rate, Sasuke thought as he started to seriously think about what Taiyuya offered him last night. I need power, real power. At Konoha Hospital, the facility was bustling with healers, surgeons, doctors, nurses, and interns, as well as the many patients and visitors there. Currently, Kiba and Akamaru were making their way through the hallway with Hana and Shino. Kiba had a couple of bandages around his head and back and chest, but he was said to make a full recovery in a week. Soon, though, they walked past Niji's room, and what Kiba and Akamaru saw caused them to stop and walk back to the sight they saw. Niji was in a wheelchair with bandages around head, body, and arms, and he looked to be in deep thought about something. After a moment of silence, "What the hell happened to you?" Kiba asked after getting his ability of speech back. Niji turned to see Hinata's teammate looking straight at him. I lost to Hinata-sama yesterday in our match. This is condition she left me in after the doctors healed and treated my injuries. I'm currently unable to walk due to my wounds, Niji explained briefly and to the point. This is true, Kiba, Shino confirmed. I along with the Hokage and Kurenai-sensei saw the whole thing yesterday. Niji was no match or a challenge to Hinata at all, and his speech, which was aimed to demean and break her spirit before the match, poetically served to humiliate him further. Niji flinched slightly on being reminded of his foolish actions. Kiba and Akamaru's mouths dropped open like anvils hitting the ground while trying to grasp what Niji and Shino revealed to them. It was hard to visualize what Niji and Shino were talking about, considering the difference of strengths between Hinata and Niji, at least from what they were led to believe. But when they allowed the words of the two genin to sink in completely, Kiba burst into a fit of loud laughter while Akamaru snickered toothily. Hana frowned at her younger brother's behavior while Niji gave an irritated glare at the younger genin. Are you serious? Hinata kicked your ass this bad? Damn. I wish I could have been there to see her humble your ass. Kiba laughed while pointing at Niji. Kiba, Hana scolded, that's no way to talk to your fellow genin. You wouldn't say such nonsense if you knew how this cruel bastard treats Hinata, his own cousin, Kiba retorted after getting the laughter out of his system. It's about time he was put in his place, even though I can't help but wonder how Hinata could have done it when I myself thought she would lose to him. You could ask her yourself. She and her father are approaching us. And they don't look to be in better shape either, Shino pointed out while giving the Hyuga pair an odd look. What are you talking about? Kiba stopped when he, Hana and Akamaru turned to see what Shino was talking about. Both Hinata and Hiashi had their right arms bandaged and in slings with bandages about other parts of their bodies. What the hell? Kiba asked as Hiashi, Hinata and Hanabi approached and entered Niji's room. Upon seeing them, Niji too raised an eyebrow at the sight of Hiashi and Hinata. I suppose your match with Hinata-sama earlier today gave you a better assessment of her prowess, Hiashi-sama, Niji remarked. My eldest daughter indeed surprised me along with the rest of the clan as she exceeded all of our expectations. It was truly a close fight as she pushed me harder than some of my past enemies and rivals managed to, Hiashi said. Excuse me, but would someone mind explaining to me what's going here? Kiba asked with a look that showed he wanted answers. Hinata sighed. Come inside, Kiba-kun, and you too, Shino-kun. There's much I have to explain. You think? Kiba remarked as he and the others went into Niji's room. Present time. Temari stepped out of her room, fully dressed and relaxed. Her private late-night emotional episode in the showers gave her some needed release from her built-up dam of frustration and confusion. She had spent much of the night sorting out her attractions and feelings for Naruto while trying to readjust her thinking and reminding herself that she's a Suna kunoichi first, and that Naruto was a Konoha ninja and Jinchuriki who could pose as the greatest threat to the plan Suna was seeking to enact in about a month. She then thought about Hinata and how she deceptively played the role of the weakest and most timid kunoichi she ever met and saw. Temari couldn't believe the kind of fire Hinata possessed, and how that same fire brutally put Niji in the hospital. The Suna kunoichi couldn't help but admit that the Hyuga heiress was truly a strong and formidable ninja and fighter. She then thought about her opponent for the Chunin finals, Shikamaru. Temari didn't know what to make of him beside being a lazy genin. But his strategic victory over Kin told the older girl to be wary of the seemingly lazy genin. Temari, a masculine voice called out. The 16-year-old kunoichi turned to the source of the voice, which turned out to be Baki. Good morning, Baki-sensei, Temari greeted. Baki simply nodded and asked, Temari, have you given serious thoughts to what we discussed yesterday evening? Temari let out a low sigh and answered, yes, Baki-sensei. I gave much and careful consideration to your words and I'll work to keep myself in line and hold up my dignity as a Suna kunoichi. Baki replied, I'm most pleased to hear that. Just then the door to the apartment opened and Gaara and Kankuro entered through it. Is there something that's being discussed here? Kankuro asked as he closed the door behind both himself and Gaara. Nothing for you both to be concerned with, Baki stated. Perhaps not, but this Uzumaki Naruto in my opinion is going to be trouble for us in my honest opinion, Kankuro replied. Already many in Konoha are talking about his latest exploits during the Chunin exams. It was true by this time word about Naruto's fierce and deadly battle spread like wildfire in all of Konoha. Many would have thought that Uchiha Sasuke would have given the Sannin a decent fight despite them not being equals, but after hearing actual testimonies from those who investigated the ruined landscape in the Forest of Death, and from what Inoichi was willing to explain, many of the civilians and ninja of Konoha were made to reevaluate whether or not they know what kind of ninja Naruto truly was. From what I heard some people talking about earlier today, Naruto has done a terrific job in blinding everyone in this village to the truth about his abilities and true character, Kankuro explained. That's what makes that genin a high priority threat to the plan. He's already taking on and coming dangerously close to killing S-class ninja like a Sannin in one-on-one combat. If any of you three were to fight him, you would all be killed without question, Baki stated clearly. You're taking me too lightly, Baki, Gaara said sharply with a hardened glare. My brother in burden may be strong, but even he wouldn't have the ability to deny my existence. Temari and Kankuro found it interesting how Gaara referred to Naruto as his brother, but they figured that it was because Naruto was a fellow Jinchuriki. Gaara, Baki advised, even after everything we've heard and seen for ourselves we still don't know the full scale of Naruto's skills and strengths. It would be advisable for you not to underestimate him. Even with the power of Shikaku and your sand at your aid, we don't know what Naruto is capable of doing with the powers of Kyuubi, and that Bijou is far stronger than yours. Gaara snarled venomously at Baki, and he looked like he wanted to crush and kill Baki himself as bloodlust leaked out of the Suna Jinchuriki. Kankuro and Temari got nervous after seeing the lethal expression in Gaara's face. But Gaara turned and walked towards the door instead. I don't need to listen to your words any further, Baki, Gaara said before exiting through the apartment door and closing it behind him. The two remaining Suna genin inwardly sighed in relief after seeing that Baki's words to Gaara didn't end in bloodshed with Gaara as their murderer. Meanwhile, Naruto, Anoka and Karen stood in front of the forgotten ancient temple that now lied in ruins. Though Karen and Anoka had never seen that temple before, Naruto felt a strong sense of familiarity with the Uzumaki masked temple. We won't get far simply by looking at this place, Naruto suggested. Come, let's see what we can find inside. After sealing their family album book away, Anoka followed after Naruto and Karen. As the Uzumaki trio made their way to the temple, Naruto stopped and summoned 30 clones. Stand guard and survey the area, Naruto instructed. If you find any spies, deal with them accordingly. The clones nodded as half of them hinged into animals common to the woods around them while the other half used their transparency jutsu to blend in with the surrounding environment. After seeing that the security detail was taken care of, Naruto continued on his way with his two female Uzumaki cousins. The three of them walked and stepped around and over the debris that lied in front of the main entrance of the temple. When that part of the obstacle was out of the way, the three of them headed to the entrance. As they did so, Naruto's eyes came across some writings engraved on a tablet mounted to a pillar posted at the entrance. He went over to read and study the writings, which he found to be written in an ancient, outdated language. Anoka and Karen went over to him to find out what it was that caught his attention. Naruto read aloud, "Within this shrine to the gods lies the path. Give them their due for fear of their unrivaled wrath. From within this chamber you shall find, so too the paths of those not so kind. Thus heed this warning to not proceed upon this path, without purpose to beseech and pay the full aftermath." "The hell?" came Karen's reply. "What's that supposed to mean? Couldn't they have written this in simpler terms that everyone could understand?" "I couldn't make out what was written on it at all," Anoka replied. "I'm amazed Naruto-kun was even able to read and interpret what was written on that tablet." "No one outside our clan will be able to read and interpret these texts," Naruto said. "But we're Uzumaki like you, yet we couldn't read or understand what we were seeing," Karen replied. "Yes, but there's more to my words. This tablet was written in the original ancient Seo writing system of the olden ones of our clan," Naruto clarified. "Only a veteran Uzumaki Seo master can read and understand it." "That hurts," Anoka sullenly muttered under her breath as her pride in the art of seals took a blow from that statement, though Naruto was in no way aiming to insult her while telling the truth. But what happened made it clear that both her and Naruto were not equals in terms of their levels and ingenuity in seals. She realized that she still had a long way to go, but she wondered how Naruto's caliber in seals was master level. "Though I subjugated myself to be trained by Naruto-kun in helping me control my chakra influence, I can't help but wonder how he mastered seals on his own," Anoka wondered. "Come on, let's check out what's inside this shrine to the gods that lies the path," Naruto joked. "Speak normally please," Karen replied as the three of them entered the ancient temple. Upon entering, what the three ninja found notable was that the temple was an unusual room, with 28 masks hanging on one wall. Karen felt quite uncomfortable and a bit creeped out at the designs of the ancient mask relics. Why did our ancestors design these masks to have such ugly and hideous facial features? Karen asked aloud. Couldn't they have at least make one look remotely human? Anoka looked around the room and found that the walls of the shrine were literally covered with Uzumaki spirals and Seo writings. "Whatever purpose this building was once used for," Anoka said, "I'm sure those masks were created for more than appearances." Naruto was presently studying the Seo writings on the walls. A few minutes passed as he was still trying to make them out. "Can you make out any of the Seo writings, Naruto-kun?" Karen asked. Unfortunately, the steep level of decay and molding done to the place made most of these writings illegible, Naruto confirmed as he and the others continued examining the rest of the complex. "There must be something we can find here that can aid us in learning more about this rundown temple," Karen expressed. Meanwhile, Anoka continued looking at the masks on the wall as she was soon joined by Naruto. A moment later, though, he came across a particular mask hanging on the wall with the others. Naruto looked at the mask with a wondering expression before he reached out and grabbed it, lifting it off its resting hook. He looked around the mask in its entirety and found intricate Seo writings all inside the mask. His eyes then saw a familiar spiral design with seal drawings about it in the center of the mask. That was when he recalled stealing the forbidding scroll of sealing and going through the scroll's writings and secrets, memorizing as many of its secrets, jutsu and sealing jutsu as he could. And among the sealing jutsu he memorized was the one his father used, Shiki Fujin. The Seo writings and spiral design sharply resembled that very jutsu with a few alterations that only a trained and experienced seal master could see. In the center of the spiral was the kanji writings that meant one with death. "You're not planning on putting that mask on, are you?" Anoka inquired as she and Karen went over to him as his concentration was broken. "Not unless I fully intend to summon and become the Shinigami incarnate, and die after doing so," Naruto stated. Both Anoka and Karen blinked as looked at Naruto oddly. "Say what?" Anoka replied with a baffled expression. "This very mask in my hands summons the Shinigami into this world were I to put it on. It's very much like Shiki Fujin, the Kinjutsu Ugi my father, Konoha's yondaime, used against Kurama 13 years ago. However, the major difference is that your body becomes the host of the deity you summon, whereas Shiki Fujin requires that you surrender your soul and have it, and the souls of your targets devoured by the Shinigami after summoning it, dooming both you and your targets to be entwined in hate and forever locked in combat with no rest or escape in the belly of the Shinigami," Naruto explained. "It's clear now that Kinjutsu Ugi was created by our clan, and I'm guessing that my mother either taught it to my father or he learned it from the Forbidden Scroll." "Why would your mother teach your father such a horrid jutsu? And why did he even choose to use it against Kyuubi of all things?" Karen asked incredulously. "It's a long story. I'll explain it later," Naruto answered before returning to the original subject. "From what I can gather, all 28 of these masks were created to summon deities." "They were created to do what?" Karen asked in disbelief. "So they're forbidden summoning masks, all of them?" Anoka indicted. "That's right. Our ancestors created these unique summoning masks for the purposes of summoning deities or gods. Each of these masks summons a different deity or god, Naruto explained as he looked and studied each of their ancient masks. How do you know this? To be quite honest, I never heard much about this temple and much of its secrets were lost during the chaotic eras of war, Anoka replied. Jizan never told me that this temple existed and I doubt that he wasn't aware of this place. And Konoha's hierarchy was going to make sure that no one else knew of this place our Uzumaki ancestors created here, Naruto realized. Perhaps that they believed that this forbidden temple was too dangerous to be used by anybody, Karen figured. Anybody who didn't understand the reason why this place was created in the first place, Naruto countered. Besides Konoha's ninja wearing the insignia of our clan, this place is the lost real connection in Konoha to our ancestors. It will be a huge task, but we will try to bring the whole complex back to its original glory. Although this temple is run down, the structure of this shrine is still mostly intact, and the same can be said for the wall surrounding everything as nothing seems to be damaged beyond repair. Ambitious, aren't we? Karen remarked. Anokane plans to be the new teacher who will serve to remind the people and ninja of Konoha of the greatness our clan possesses. Am I correct, Anokane? Naruto asked. Anoka grinned. I'll definitely add this shrine as one of my lessons, after we've had time to investigate and study the place further. I'm sure that there must have been a home of some kind the caretakers of this old shrine resided in. I doubt they lived in this shrine, Karen interjected. Naruto and Anoka saw her point. Anoka looked around and saw something from one of the broken windows. Look out there. There seems to be some cottage of some sort out over there. Anoka pointed out. The three Uzumaki went out from the shrine and head to where the old cottage was. The one family cottage was about 15 yards from the shrine, and like the shrine it was run down, but not irreparably damaged. The door hinges had broken down long ago and the wooden door was lying on the porch floor. The 4 windows were also broken. On the right side of the cottage was an old well that still provided unpolluted fresh water. Let's check the place out, Naruto suggested before they went inside. The trio slowly entered the small house, and inside of the once humble abode was only chaos, namely destroyed and decayed furnishings. From what they saw, it was clear that at some point in time some wild animals had used the forgotten cottage as shelter. The cottage had what used to be a kitchen, living room, bathroom, a study room and a bedroom. From the looks of this bedroom, the caretakers were a married couple that had lived in here a long time ago, Naruto concluded as he looked for any possible pictures of the Uzumaki couple who were the caretakers of the shrine. In his search, he found an old colored picture of the couple, the only picture that was a bit worn but still intact unlike the rest that deteriorated. The smiling couple in the picture standing in front of the cottage looked to be well in their age, as their red hair was showing signs of turning completely white. They were dressed in white and beige robes, pants, vests and sandals with bandages around their legs. Their dressing style resembled the ones temple monks would use. They also had white head protectors tied around their heads, with the front of their head protectors having the insignia of the Uzumaki clan embedded into them. Here's a treasure to add and preserve in the clan album, Anokane, Naruto stated as he showed and passed the picture to the older Uzumaki. Anoka went over to Naruto and retrieved the picture. She placed it in her pocket and made a mental note to clean the picture before adding it to the album. Finding nothing else in the room, they left and made their way to the study room, and like all the other rooms, it laid in ruins. After a careful search, Naruto soon found a complex seal on the wall away from the window with the kanji for Toshokan or library in the center of it. He analyzed it carefully to understand what it was for. Hey, look at this, Naruto said, gaining the attention of his 2 fellow Uzumaki. Anoka and Karen went over to Naruto. What did you find? Karen inquired. This seal, Naruto said as he bit his thumb and smeared some of his blood on it. What are you doing? Karen asked. It's a blood seal, and from the looks of it only those of our Uzumaki blood can open and unseal what's hidden inside of it, Naruto explained as then from a hand sign Kai. The seal burst into smoke, and from out of the seal came a desk with 2 small shelves, one of each side of the desk. One shelf was filled with various books while the other one had scrolls neatly placed on them. The desk was completely intact and looked to be made of refined polished wood and marble of high quality. Would you look at this? Naruto said in amazement. More lost treasures of our ancestors. Clearly the caretakers took the needed precautions to prevent the loss of whatever secrets lies inside these shelves and desk, Anoka stated as they looked around the desk and shelves. Karen took one of the books and started reading into it, or so she tried to. Arg, Karen said in frustration. It's written in that same olden language as with that plaque in front of the temple. I can't understand it. Damn it. Naruto took the book from her and started reading into it. He stayed quiet for a couple of minutes as he studied the contents inside the book. Fascinating, Naruto commented. This book is like a journal of the caretakers. They recorded their research and activities in their books, which was in connection with the shrine. Anoka went to the scrolls and started counting the number of scrolls on the shelves. Much to her surprise, there was 28 of them. There are 28 scrolls here. And 28 masks in the temple, Anoka pointed out. I wonder if these scrolls are linked to the masks in the shrine. She took one of the scrolls and opened it. She found Seo writings and drawings in the scrolls, but just like with Karen, she couldn't read it. Would you please, Naruto-kun? Anoka requested as she handed Naruto the scroll. Putting the book down, he took the scroll and started reading into it. The two females waited for his interpretation as he carefully analyzed and studied the scroll. You're right, Anoka-ne. These scrolls are linked with the masks, and based on this scroll it's linked to the dragon mask, Naruto said with his eyes still buried in the scroll. The dragon mask? Karen asked quizzically. Yes, the dragon mask known as Surayu. It turns the wearer into a powerful blue and yellow dragon with impenetrable scales, eyes that track through infrared, the ability to breathe pure white fire, a roar that creates a devastating shock wave and can command the power of wind at the user's disposal. With the power of this mask, the user is able to send and trap the souls of his targets into dimensional limbo, Naruto explained. Sweet. Karen grinned. Maybe I ought to look for that mask, and there's a steep price to pay in the use of that mask though, Naruto warned. In return for that mask's power, the user must surrender 7 years of his or her life, along with their sight, dooming them to blindness. When used a second time by the same user, the amount of years of your life drained doubles and your chakra network will be completely and irreversibly damaged. Simply put, you'll lose your youth, your chakra network, your abilities to perform any form of jutsu, and 14 more years of your life if used twice. Upon the third use, you'll die. That's so not cool. Karen wailed. It's bad enough that I have to wear glasses, but to go blind completely, and lose my abilities to execute any jutsu on top of that. Karen, weren't you paying attention to the fact that you'll also lose 21 years of your life as one of the penalties if you use that mask twice? And death follows if used a third time? Naruto asked. Karen grinned and replied, for what it's worth, in the end of the second use, I would become a hot 34-year-old red-haired Uzumaki for you in the process, Naruto-kun. By then, my ovulating body and soul would be more than ready and matured to satisfy your manly needs and desires to produce chill. Knock it off. Anoka retorted as she smacked Karen hard on her left shoulder. Karen's pervy flirtatious actions served to irritate Anoka to no end. Hey! Karen, while staring angrily at Anoka. What's your problem, Granny? Anoka's right eye twitched and then she replied, my problem is your bad timing to make such needless perverted jokes when Naruto-kun is being serious. Both females stare hard at each other, as either of them was backing down. It was as though small bolts of electricity were clashing between their opposing eyes. They're definitely family regardless of the distant blood relations, Naruto sighed before becoming serious. Ladies, let's not get sidetracked, please. We still have much work to do before the day's out. Naruto then rolled up the scroll and set it back in its original place. He randomly picked up another scroll and opened it. He read and studied its context for a couple of minutes, and the girls by then calmed themselves down. Suzaku, the phoenix mask, with it the wearer becomes a giant flaming bird recognized as a phoenix. The phoenix is immortal in the sense that if it's killed it'll rise from its ashes again at full strength and greater power than before. The phoenix is able to revive the dead, but only those whose bodies haven't been reduced to anything beyond a skeleton or worse. The bones of the deceased must all be together, otherwise the resurrection will fail. It also possesses unrivaled healing powers and can travel to the heavens above the heavens, Naruto interpreted. Meaning? Karen asked. Meaning it can travel beyond the stars in the skies, Naruto answered. As powerful as this mask is, like the others, it's not without a severe price. The penalty for the use of this mask is that the user will lose his or her physically body upon the removal of this mask and be turned into a spirit that will wander this world alone, being unable to be seen or heard for eternity. Basically, a lonely existence of invisibility and intangibility follows upon the removal of that mask, whereas the dragon mask ages and drinks you alive while taking your sight and destroying your chakra network. Anoka simply put. Pretty much, Naruto said as he rolled the scroll up and tied it with its closing cord. If none of these masks can be worn without some form of death penalty, then what was the point in creating these masks? Karen asked. These masks were created during an era of many wars and great unrest, Karen, Naruto elaborated, to prevent and discourage the misuse and abuse of such great powers each of these masks possesses. The user had to pay with their lives. However, I have no doubt that there were some who were diehard loyalists to either their cause, clan or nation, and were willingly sacrifice themselves to help ensure the victory of whatever purpose they fought for. And for that and other reasons, these forbidden masks were to be protected and guarded. I suppose removing all of those masks from their resting place wouldn't be advised, Anoka figured. No, it wouldn't, Naruto agreed. This place was created for a reason, and we must honor and respect that. Plus, I don't trust what some in Konoha would do if they were to get a hold of any of these masks. Naruto looked around the place, and though the cottage was in horrid shape, like the temple, it wasn't completely condemned. I'll arrange for the repairs and renovations of both this cottage and the temple. But that would cost a whole lot of money, Naruto-kun. Where would we acquire the funding? Karen asked. My father was the Yondaime and Yellow Flash, remember? He left a good amount of funding and bonds for me that I only recently found out about, no thanks to Konoha's hierarchy. Plus we have clan status in Konoha now, and Jizan owes me big for the crap I lived through over the years here in Konoha. But we can't just hire anybody for the job, Anoka pointed out. No we can't, Naruto agreed. But I know just the right man and people for the job. You're going to hire Tazuna and his crew for the renovations, Anoka deduced. How did you know? Naruto inquired. I don't know of any other architect besides that man and his family and people who are so fond of you, Anoka explained. Who's Tazuna? Karen asked, completely clueless. A bridge builder and architect from Nami no Kuni, my team, and I saved a couple of weeks ago, Naruto answered before explaining to Anoka and Karen how he would go about having the cottage and temple repaired and restored back to their original glory. As he reached the conclusion of his explanation, some information suddenly entered and infused into Naruto's mind. After taking a few minutes to quietly process the infused information and experience sent to him by his spy clones, Naruto turned to Karen and said, I'm going to need you to do something for me much later this evening. When Karen heard what the request was, You want me to do what? Karen replied. I know I'm asking a lot from you, but it's something I can't carry out myself, Naruto said. Please, Karen, do this as a favor for me. Karen sighed deeply, and a minute later she looked to Naruto and relented. Fine, I just hope that this doesn't cause trouble for me. It won't. I'll see to that personally, Naruto assured. 7 hours later that afternoon, Temari made her way to the bathhouse she was shown by Naruto last night, and decided to give it a try. After hearing all about them, she really wanted to try them herself. There were no hot springs in Suna since water was very important in their homeland, and they always had to make do with the amounts they'd use, which didn't leave much for using it for other things besides bathing and drinking. Going inside, she found the facility to be nicely decorated and comfortable looking. After paying and setting things up with the receptionist, Temari headed for the female section and got herself ready to use one of the baths. She got out of her clothes and set them on a basket before she walked inside and removed her towel. As she prepared to step into the bath, her eyes caught sight of Hinata sitting on one of the small wooden stools washing and cleaning herself at the other side of the bath. Temari took note of a few slightly noticeable bruises inflicted on the younger female's body. She didn't receive those or any bruises during the preliminaries yesterday, Temari acknowledged. I wonder what happened. Allowing curiosity to get the better of her, Temari went over to the Hyuga heiress and sat next to her on a nearby sitting stool. Hinata turned to Temari and greeted, Temari-san. I didn't expect to see you here. I heard about how popular this place is, so I decided to give it a try, Temari said. Plus we don't have bathhouses back home in Suna, so this is a first-time experience for me. I see, Hinata replied. Well, I'm sure you'll enjoy your experience here. Naruto-kun and I often come here to this particular bathhouse since it's our personal favorite. Temari nodded before she started washing herself and saying, I couldn't help but notice your bruises. Were you involved in a conflict with someone after the preliminaries, seeing that Niji never hit you once during your match with him? My father challenged me to a match earlier this morning after learning of my cousin's defeat to me. It was a close fight, but I lost, Hinata explained. Though I dropped my chakra and gravity seals low enough to match my father's strength and speed, I was still careless and let my guard down. I'll learn from that mistake and not repeat it. You went toe-to-toe with your father and came that close to beating him? Temari asked with interest. I must confess that you're not as fragile and weak-hearted as I once thought you were. And you don't stutter either, I see. You really put up quite a convincing act, Hinata. That fooled me and everyone else. Deception is one of instruments of the ninja, something Naruto-kun taught me over the years, Hinata said. Clearly Naruto-kun has made a real impressionable impact on your life, Temari said, purposefully adding the kun honorific to Naruto's name, which wasn't missed by Hinata. Yes, he has, Hinata agreed as she grabbed a bucket of water and poured it on herself. Putting the bucket down, Hinata inquired, Mind if I ask you a personal question? And that is? Temari invited. Why are you so interested in my boyfriend? Hinata asked calmly while looking directly at Temari. You make no efforts to hide the fact that you have your eyes set on him since the time you first stepped foot in this village, and you've been trying to learn so much about him. What is it about Naruto-kun that draws you to him? Unshaken by her questioning, Temari answered calmly. Funny you should ask, because I spent most of last night thinking about those questions. Hinata was taken aback by Temari's straightforward reply. As the Suna Kunoichi explained, it's hard to not be interested in Naruto-kun. Since day one I've been trying to figure him out from the time I first met him. I wanted to know who Naruto-kun truly is, and throughout the entire Chunin exams, I've only seen and heard amazing things about him. He's a very intelligent, strong and powerful fighter, a mature and true ninja, one I've never seen before coming to Konoha. Plus, Naruto-kun acknowledged me for me and not just as another kunoichi and the daughter of the Kazekage. I can't help but be in awe and drawn to him, even now. Hinata started to get worried about where Temari's intentions and words could lead to, especially seeing the look of fondness in Temari's eyes and expression. Before Hinata could say anything, Temari turned to Hinata and stated, "Regardless of my attraction and affections for Naruto-kun, I know he's your boyfriend and I won't try to fight and steal him from you. Though part of me really wants to, I'll admit, despite the fact that I live in Suna and Naruto-kun lives here in Konoha." Hinata paused and held her tongue after hearing the Suna kunoichi's words. For a long time, Hinata contemplated, "I always believed that Naruto-kun's shameless perverted behavior, peeping and jesting would repel girls who could pose as potential rivals against me for Naruto-kun's affections. For a few years it worked successfully against girls of my age group, but lately the complete opposite has been happening, and both Hanabi and Temari-san are living proof of that. Both of them want Naruto-kun, and without hesitating Temari-san openly admitted that part of her truly wants to fight me for him. Though Hanabi also said she wouldn't challenge me for Naruto-kun, I'm pretty sure that deep down if she could she would, knowing her character. You don't have to worry about me posing as a rival for Naruto-kun's affections if that's what you're worried about, Hinata," Temari stated after seeing the look on the younger kunoichi's face. "Like I said, I won't try to steal him from you regardless of my feelings for him. After all, I'm not so petty as to fight over a boy. Besides, I prefer to keep working on my ninja skills rather than look for a relationship. Although I will admit that seeing you two has certainly opened my mind to the possible joys of being in one." Hinata looked at the older girl differently than before. After thinking about everything Temari said, Hinata placed her right hand on Temari's left shoulder and said, "I know we didn't get off to a terrific start, but if you want, I would really like for us to become really good friends, Temari-san." Temari looked at Hinata, a bit surprised that the Hyuga heiress was offering her friendship despite the touchy conversation they were having. As Temari was about to reply, "So this is where you were relaxing at, Hinata?" an older female voice greeted. Hinata and Temari turned to see Anoka and Karen approaching them. Both Uzumaki girls removed their towels, revealing their nude forms as they set their towels down and took sitting stools for themselves to join Temari and Hinata. Hanaka and Karen sat by Hinata at her left before they started washing themselves down. That feels so good," Karen moaned suggestively, "that Naruto-kun really knows how to work my body hard for all it's worth." Hinata and Temari's right eye started twitching after hearing Karen's shameless perverted statement. "Really, Karen?" Anoka retorted, "Must you speak like that in front of Naruto-kun's girlfriend?" "What?" Karen replied with feigned innocence. Anoka turned to Hinata and said, "Pay Karen no mind. She's just another pervert like Naruto-kun." "So I see," Temari said bluntly, before recalling, "Hey, aren't you that woman related to Naruto-kun?" "Both of Karen and I are distant cousins of Naruto-kun," Anoka said while not missing how Temari addressed Naruto. "But that girl isn't from Konoha. I remember seeing her head protector having the symbol of Kusa on it," Temari mentioned. "It's true that I was brought up in Kusugakure, but I wasn't born there," Karen said. "Like Anoka, my parents were Uzumaki and they were from Yuzuno-kuni. However, I was born in a small town outside of Yuzuno-kuni after my father killed a few Kumo ninja who were after my mother." "Why were Kumo ninja after your parents?" Hinata said. Remember her own bad experience and memories with Kumo. To enslave them, no doubt. "We moved to Kusugakure hoping to start a new life there, but bounty hunters from Kumo came looking for us. I don't know what kind of fighting took place since I was put in hiding, but all I know is that my father died protecting me and mother while killing those bounty hunters," Karen explained. "My mother and I lived in Kusa, and while living there, my mother working as a medic at the hospital. After she died, I later became a genin and participated in the Chunin exams here in Konoha. I can understand your experience with regards to Kumo, Karen-san," Hinata related. "Like you, I have bad memories and connections with Kumo, as a Kumo diplomat kidnapped me when I was a child years ago. Kumo was using the peace treaty negotiation with Konoha as a ploy to get the Byakugan by kidnapping me. My father rescued me after killing the diplomat. Naruto-kun told me once how a group of Kumo ninja kidnapped his mother when she was a genin years ago. It was his father who managed to rescue and save her before those Kumo ninja were able to cross the border," Anoka mentioned. "Kumo seriously wanted you Hyuga and Uzumaki females for an unwholesome purpose, I see," Temari remarked. "A purpose we want no part of, whatever that is," Hinata stated. "But in any case, let's drop that depressing subject for something more uplifting." Karen was about to say something, then decided against it. "What is it, Karen?" Anoka asked. "Oh, it's nothing important," Karen lied as she stood up with a bucket of warm water and poured it on her body as if it was a show for someone to watch. Putting the bucket down, Karen stretched her arms, legs back and bent forward with her hands reaching the ground. She stood up and sighed happily. "Aya, is that ever so much better?" "You don't say," Anoka remarked while pouring water on herself. Karen turned to Hinata and said, "I heard from Naruto-kun how you kicked Niji's ass yesterday, but now you have to fight with that Gaara guy." It's true that I have to face Gaara during the Chunin finals, though I don't know what outcome I'm to expect, Hinata admitted, but I'll face him with the best of my abilities. Hinata, Temari interjected, just so you know, my brother isn't known for showing any sort mercy. He might. I understand your concern, plus I saw firsthand what he did to those 3 Aim-nin in the Forest of Death, Temari-san, and what he tried to do to Naruto-kun's friend during the preliminaries. I know I'm in for a deadly battle with Gaara, Hinata replied calmly. It would be an outright lie to say that I'm not worried about what he will possibly do to me, but I won't allow that to cause me to forfeit out of fear after coming this far. That's right. You tell him, girlfriend. Karen stated enthusiastically with her hands at her waist. I understand your resolve and I won't hinder you from your match with Gaara, Temari conceded. Well then, before we leave, let's enjoy that steaming bath over there cause my body is still sore from Naruto-kun's stamina. Karen didn't get to finish when Anoka summoned her chains and wrapped around Karen before throwing her into the bath. Karen popped out of the water and spat the warm water out of her mouth. Angrily she turned to Anoka and shouted, "Damn it! What the hell? You wanted to enjoy the bath, so I figured I helped you into it," Anoka remarked. While I appreciate the thought, I rather such concern not come from the same gender as I clearly have interest only in. Again Karen didn't get to finish as Anoka jumped into the water and started tackling her after seeing where the implications of Karen's words were leading to. Both Uzumaki females started grappling in water fighting with occasional shouts sent at each other while Hinata and Temari sweat dropped and looked at both of them. Reminds me of myself and Hanabi, Hinata thought with a nervous chuckle, and oddly enough, both this and that incident all started with the topic about Naruto-kun. However, unknown to the 4 girls was that hiding in the shadows, watching them through a telescope, was a figure who was seeing and writing down into his notepad everything he was watching them do. He blushed crimson as he described in details everything he was seeing about the 4 females in front of him, and the water fight between Anoka and Karen almost sent him over the edge, nearly blowing his cover. Despite his shameless arousal and erection, he managed to will himself to keep control and fulfill his purpose in spying on the 4 females, describing the best parts about each of their bodies and facial features, and boy did they have plenty. This is better than I thought, and who knew they had such beautiful bodies. I've seen my sweet Hinata-chan in a 2-piece swimsuit which gave me an idea of her body's proportion, but seeing it is a whole other thing. She has a developing hourglass figure, soft white skin and large breasts that make her nipples look like cherries on top of scoops of vanilla ice cream, he said as he looked at her from head to toe before she went and got into the bath and let her body sink till the water covered the upper part of her breasts. However, his eyes widened at what he saw next. They float. He yelled in his mind before he stopped looking to calm himself before he resumed and switched his sights to Temari. Man, she's got it going on just as great. A more tan shade of skin, long and firm athletic legs that are well-toned, a pair of large breasts about Hinata's size but more firm showing they don't bounce as much pity, and to top it all off her hair is down giving her an exotic and more womanly look. He admired as he kept examining her face and seeing the small smile she had which he found to be quite nice to look at although not as great as Hinata's. He turned his telescope towards Anoka but immediately stopped when a thought occurred to him. If she found out I peeped on her, she would try to kill me or worse. He shuddered from the thought of fates worse than death despite his temptation to risk it anyway. He skipped his observation of her to Karen, who had seized her wrestling match, and went to a corner of the springs away from Anoka. Looks like she's a late bloomer, but she's definitely on her way to achieving beauty. Nice sexy legs, average-sized breasts that are still developing, and a hot ass that would get anyone's attention if she swayed it. This is pure platinum gold. The figure thought with a perverted giggle that nearly escaped his mouth. Getting all the information he needed, including a few pictures, the figure decided to take a few last looks at Karen when, to his surprise and fear, he saw her looking right at him as if looking through his telescope and onto him. Oh crap, I'm dead. He frantically thought before he saw her smirk. You owe me big, Karen mouthed in a vocalless manner before she winked at him. Seeing that he was discovered, figure took off before Anoka, Temari and Hinata looked to where Karen was looking at. Was someone there? Temari asked with her arm covering her breasts. No, I just thought I saw something of interest to me. But it was just my imagination, Karen waved away. Anoka looked at the girl suspiciously but decided not to press the matter further. Several hours later. It was late into the evening now. Jiraiya was at bar having a small drink while thinking about everything that took place since his return back to Konoha. For the most part, he kept thinking about Naruto and his uncanny and unexplainable skills, knowledge and abilities, and his knowledge on events he under regular circumstances shouldn't have known about. It troubled Jiraiya to no end how Naruto called him out for being more of a teacher and godfather to the 3 Aim-nin than to his late pupil's son. Jiraiya gave careful thought to everything that was explained to him by both Naruto and Hiruzen concerning what life for Naruto was like in Konoha and his recent encounter with Orochimaru. So this is where you are, Jiraiya, Naruto stated, making his presence now known to the older man, I would have been here sooner, but I had some important information gathering I had to do first before coming here. By information gathering, I'm assuming it was at the bathhouse, Jiraiya replied with a neutral tone. Naruto, despite the frown on his face, replied that. And some vital information from my clones I was given. What Naruto didn't tell Jiraiya was that what his 60 clones sent him a few hours ago was their knowledge and experiences from their intense studying, research and practice sessions on lightning manipulation. Naruto slept for 3 hours as he allowed for the new acquired knowledge and experience to be processed and infused into his mind. The Sannin looked to Naruto and said seriously, "If I had known you'd have stopped by there before coming here." Jiraiya smiled and giggled. "Then I'd have made the effort to follow as a tag-along just like how Sarutobi-sensei did with me all those years ago. It was a true way that we bonded as sensei and disciple." "I'm sure," Naruto remarked, "but the rare specimens I was researching and gathering intel on are off limits to you. Therefore you'll have to find your own resources for your research elsewhere." "This Gaki even talks like me," Jiraiya mentally noted and then said, "Be that as it may, but I happen to be a brilliant spy master and gatherer of the most precious of information. And the things I know which I can teach you will be of great gain to you." "So you say," Naruto remarked, "but I have yet to be impressed by you up till now. So what is it that you can teach me?" "Well, let's start with the fact that you have an affinity for wind and you know how to use it to both fly and fight and create wind-based jutsu with it. And only recently you managed to awaken your second element, lightning." Naruto narrowed his eyes at the sage. Jiraiya smiled seeing that he caught the genin's attention. "I told no one, not even Hinata-chan, about that," Naruto revealed cautiously. "I told you Gaki, I'm an excellent and experienced spy master," Jiraiya reminded. "I'll keep that in mind," Naruto replied as he wondered how his clones dropped their guard in preventing themselves from being discovered with regards to their secret training and studying. Jiraiya then added, "Seeing that you have a second affinity, this being lightning, this opens up an opportunity to see if you're compatible with some exceptional items you might find to be of interest to you as it was to Kirigakure." "I'm listening," Naruto said. Jiraiya got up and stood up from his seat and then suggested, "Let's continue this conversation at a more secluded area." Naruto nodded his head in agreement as he followed the sage to their next destination. Meanwhile, Sasuke finally made it home after his long stay in the hospital. The young Uchiha sighed in frustration as he thought about his time going through Kakashi's training earlier. Kakashi's idea of training had wore him down and depleted him of chakra besides leaving him battered. Sasuke grew even more frustrated by what he recalled being told. "You can't hold your grounds against me that easily even with your awakened Sharingan, and yet you expect to match and topple a self-trained elite Jounin-level genin with your Sharingan in a month. This is but a demonstration of what will happen to you during the Chunin finals." He doesn't believe that I'll find a way to surpass Naruto. Well, he can think whatever he wants. It doesn't really matter so long I get enough power to kill Itachi and beat Naruto, Sasuke said as he removed his sandals off his feet and went to his room. Upon entering his room, he removed his weapon pouch off his leg and set it down on one of his drawers. Slowly he opened it, and placed his right finger through the ring of one of his kunai and suddenly turned as he brought the kunai up and clashed it with another kunai that was being held by a familiar kunoichi. "What the fuck?" Tayuya retorted after she quickly blocked Sasuke's kunai. "I'm not your enemy, you paranoid dick face. Don't sneak up on me like that, ever," Sasuke told her as he placed his kunai back in its original spot in his weapons pouch. "You managed to get into my house and room easily, I see. So what of it?" Tayuya replied after putting her kunai back. "But then again, given the history of this place, I could see why you're always keeping your guard up. Knowing that your older brother slaughtered everyone here in one night, I wouldn't sleep too heavily either." "Are you here for my reply to Orochimaru's offer?" Sasuke asked patiently despite his annoyance with the older kunoichi. "Actually, I came to see where can I set up and stay," Tayuya replied. "I never gave you my reply about whether or not I would accept your offer," Sasuke retorted. Tayuya pointed out, "I already know you accepted my offer, you little dipshit. You had every opportunity to report my presence to your sensei and Hokage regardless of me telling you not to, seeing that I'm not a ninja of Konoha. The very fact that you didn't report me made it very clear that you actually took into consideration Orochimaru-sama's offer. And by the way you were training with that one-eyed dick show earlier, I saw that you're serious about getting stronger faster than normal. So you basically spent your day watching me from the shadows," Sasuke remarked. To this, Tayuya stated, "I had to make sure that training your punk ass wasn't going to be nothing more than a waste of my goddamn time despite Orochimaru-sama's interest in you. So don't be a dumbass wipe and become full of yourself." Deciding not to argue further, Sasuke told her, "There's a guest room down the hall. You can stay and place your things there." "It's about goddamn time, numbnuts," Tayuya remarked as she went back into the hall and down to the spare room Sasuke told her about. As she left the room, Sasuke thought about what just happened and wondered why he allowed her to stay in his house and in his guest room. He could have just as easily allowed her to stay at one of his late relatives' houses nearby, but for some reason he couldn't understand why he let her stay with him nearby, and before that she was already in his house searching for a suitable room to reside in. What the hell am I getting myself into? Sasuke could only wonder. Meanwhile, Tayuya was happy that she wasn't hiding in the shadows or in some abandoned building or room with her other teammates. She felt relieved that she could have some personal space, and to be quite honest, the others would truly get on her nerves. Entering the guest room, Tayuya found that it was pretty decent, a little dusty, but then again it wasn't as if she expected him to dust the entire house. Given that she had to hide out and use the room Sasuke gave her, it gave her something to do. Taking a small scroll from out of her shirt she hid between her breasts, she opened it and set it down on the bed. She formed a hand sign and, "Kai," Tayuya said as she unsealed her equipment and belongings from out of the scroll they were previously sealed into. Turning to look at her right elbow, she sighed as she thought back to when Kabuto administered 2 syringes into her veins 2 hours before arriving at the Uchiha district last night. When she asked what the 2 vials were for, Kabuto told her that they were special enhancers Orochimaru designed. Considering that Orochimaru had helped her become the kunoichi she was now, she didn't bother to question Kabuto further, as she had accepted the treatments she received. But putting that thought aside, Tayuya went about fixing the room to her liking while settling her belongings, equipment and weapons in the cabinets, drawers and closet available in the guest room. She was told to do whatever she had to in order to persuade and get Sasuke on their side, no matter how long it took. Tayuya, despite her vulgar and crude attitude, was willing and ready to do anything she could in order to accomplish this mission. Sasuke had already accepted her offer to be trained by her personally, which was the first step. Now she just had to show him all the things that Orochimaru could offer him, and he would in time join them willingly. All the while, both Jiraiya and Naruto arrived at one of the more secluded areas, which turned out to be one of the training grounds by the river. Upon their arrival, Jiraiya turned to Naruto and pulled out a scroll. "I'm assuming that whatever you have for me is sealed inside that scroll," Naruto figured. Jiraiya nodded and opened the scroll to show seal writings with the kanji for Yaiba blade written in the center of the seal. He channeled chakra into the seal, and in a burst of smoke he released the items that were locked away within the seal. When the smoke cleared, 2 weapons of sorts were now being held in Jiraiya's hand. They were a pair of swords, each with slim and straight double-edged blades. Both blades also had an upward curved bladed prong near the tip of one side of blade and another one near the base of the blade's other side. The metal looked sleek and well polished as if they were new or stainless. "What are those?" Naruto asked with fascination in his voice, as he had never seen such amazing swords before. They looked like they were crafted by a master blacksmith. "These are the Kiba blades," Jiraiya answered. "Kiba blades?" Naruto repeated. "That's right," Jiraiya confirmed and explained. "These 2 are very powerful lightning-based weapons that also happen to be one of the 7 special blades of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure." Hearing that made Naruto's eyes widen in disbelief at what he heard. He was gazing upon one of the 7 blades that made the 7 swordsmen of Kiri legendary. "How the hell were you able to acquire such weapons from Kirigakure when Kiri and Konoha aren't on speaking or friendly terms with each other?" Naruto asked with fascination. "A year ago I had a run-in with a missing nin named Raiga from Kiri, who was the holder and wielder of the Kiba blades. He gave me quite a fierce fight, but long story short, he lost. I almost killed him, but I spared him on account of a young boy who regards him as a parental father figure," Jiraiya explained. "Sounds like a Zabuza story. The same thing happened with him," Naruto replied and then smiled. "Only instead of a boy, it was hot, lovely-looking older girl who looked at Zabuza as her father figure and me as one of her precious people." "Don't rub it in, Gaki," Jiraiya snorted. "In any case, I made Raiga swear that he'd cease any attacks on innocent people and just focus on raising the young boy called Ranmaru. It wasn't easy for him to accept, but once I threatened to come back and kill him and told him in detail what would happen to Ranmaru, he finally accepted the deal. So now I want to give you these Kiba blades as my gifts, and since I don't have an affinity for lightning like you, they are of no use to me besides serving as trophies. I have yet to master my lightning affinity, as I only discovered it yesterday by an absolute fluke during my fight with Orochimaru after he tried to tamper with my seal holding Kurama inside of me. I managed to remove the conflicting seals Orochimaru placed on my abdomen after much effort, and I will admit that it feels like a contradiction that I have 2 opposing affinities considering that wind shreds through lightning," Naruto commented as he took the Kiba blades from Jiraiya and held them. "Still, thanks for the new twin blades." "No problem, Gaki," Jiraiya said, only to receive a hard look from Naruto. "However, don't think that this means I've forgiven you for leaving me alone for those 13 years. You still have a way to go before reaching forgiveness," Naruto said a little darkly before his face lightened up as he swung the swords around to get a feel for them. "Still, I'll admit this gift has certainly given you a nice first step towards redemption, Naruto admitted with a smile on his face from examining his new Kiba blades and remembering Zabuza's words about how he gave him his blessings to become a swordsman, as well as his comment on how after seeing his skills he would have enjoyed making him his successor. Your predicament with your lightning affinity sounds like an interesting challenge to me, Jiraiya expressed. Perhaps I can help you with that issue. I already have my squadron of Kage-bunshin studying and practicing my new affinity as we speak, Naruto stated. Undeterred, Jiraiya replied, those books and scrolls they're studying will only get you so far as they'll only establish for you a basic foundation in right-hand jutsu and lightning manipulation. Remember, I trained your father, as did my mother, Naruto shot back. Though your mother did teach Minato a lot of things, I will honestly admit, she didn't teach your father how to become a stronger and faster fighter while he was a genin. How do you think he was able to fight off and beat those Kumo ninja who tried to kidnap your mother and bring her to Kumogakure as their prisoner and slave? Jiraiya questioned and then stated, it's because I trained him and through my training and tutelage he rescued and saved Kushina. After a moment of silence, Naruto said, well, you're right that my mother didn't train my father in combat, and you did train my father in being a very strong ninja, which I can't refute. Though I've learned a whole lot by myself over the years, there's still a whole lot more I need to learn, and there's one thing I've been seeking out that's always been beyond my reach. That being? Jiraiya asked. The Toad's summoning contract, Naruto answered. As a sage of the Toads, you're the rightful possessor of it, and only through you will I be able to sign a contract with the Toads. Why is it that signing the Toad contract has such importance to you? Jiraiya asked, wanting to see where his motives were. Sighing, Naruto elaborated, for reasons I can't understand myself, I always felt this feeling of incompleteness within myself. Secretly, I've been dealing with this frustration in being unable to bring closure to why my being feels like it's being deprived of something of utmost importance, and no matter what I did, no matter how hard I tried with everything else, no matter how hard I train, I can't satisfy this insatiable need of completeness I have. Deep down I feel that if I were to sign the Toad contract, I'll find what I'm looking for and finally bring to rest this deprivation that's been taunting me. Jiraiya thought carefully and seriously about what Naruto explained to him, and truthfully, the Sannin was planning on having Naruto sign the Toad contract later during his time training him. But listening what Naruto revealed triggered Jiraiya's interest to test out what Naruto told him. After he bit his right thumb hard enough to make a little blood come out of it, Jiraiya raised a set of hand signs and Kuchios no Jutsu. Jiraiya shouted as he slammed his right hand down to the ground before a set of seals appeared on the ground with a burst of smoke erupting from the seal. When the smoke cleared, out came a large dark orange-brown toad. The said toad then opened its mouth and regurgitated a large scroll from out of its mouth, allowing Jiraiya to grab and open the scroll that was filled with many names. Alright then, Gaki, Jiraiya consented, I'll let you add your name to the contract. Really? You will? Naruto asked with an expression of excitement. I wouldn't waste this toad's time summoning him for nothing if I had no intentions of granting your request, now would I? Jiraiya replied, now Naruto, I will need for you to bite down on your thumb and write your name down onto the scroll with your blood. After that you'll need to smear your forefingers with your blood and press them and your thumb onto the scroll under your name. Got it? I understand, Naruto said. Wasting no time, Naruto did exactly as Jiraiya instructed him to do. After signing his name and imprinting his bloody thumb and fingerprints onto the scroll, when Naruto signed momentarily glowed with chakra, thus making Naruto an official Toad summoner. Jiraiya closed the scroll and returned it back to the orange-brown toad that swallowed it back and burst into a cloud of smoke, returning back to Myobakutan Mountain. Naruto removed his jacket and tied it around his waist, ready to test out the summoning contract's power along with his newly acquired knowledge and experience of lightning manipulation. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and said, Alright Naruto, let's test your summoning. The Sannin didn't get to finish when a phenomenon started taking place. He looked to see that Naruto fell into a silent trance. But that silence ended when Naruto suddenly started screaming loudly as he grabbed his head. Naruto? Naruto, what happened? What's the matter? Jiraiya cried out with concern as he hurried over to the genin. But he was stopped when he saw ancient intricate seal writings long lost to history appearing all around Naruto's body and face, from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. The head protector around Naruto's head burst off his head, and as the seals around his body started glowing, a most familiar seal design and kanji appeared on Naruto's forehead, while a powerful and most familiar chakra burst from out of Naruto's body in a mighty flame aura, with Naruto still screaming with his hair dancing with the flowing chakra. That chakra. Those seals. It can't be. A shocked and stupefied Jiraiya exclaimed as he saw Naruto gradually turning into a toad. As more toad-like features started manifesting, Naruto clenched his fists tightly and started straining and struggling to control the intense changes and infusions that his body and mind were going through. Wind and lightning then began bursting forth from Naruto's body as his elemental affinities started going haywire from Naruto's instability. Jiraiya was thrown back off his feet from the immense wind force before the lightning came out and nearly blasted him directly, but instead struck the ground to his left. What the hell is happening to him? Jiraiya asked aloud to no one in particular. The elite Jounin level genin was feeling immense pain throughout his body and mind, but he continued to endure through the pain while fighting to keep himself together before his body tore itself apart as it tried to refigure itself. Jiraiya could only watch as he witnessed the phenomenon in front of him. But suddenly an unknown holographic transparent figure appeared around Naruto's body in the same stance Naruto had assumed. The figure looked to be an ancient armored ninja with long back-length white hair and shining silver eyes, with some of his white hair draped over his eyes. As Naruto threw his head and screamed loudly again, the figure did likewise simultaneously and screamed, also creating a dual voice effect, though the figure's voice was deeper and more mature sounding. After a few seconds, the wind and lightning stabilized, with lightning dancing around Naruto's body and eyes, with the wind creating a dust cloud blowing dirt and dust away from Naruto. The mighty chakra flame aura also stabilized as the seals melted completely into Naruto's body. The toad features that were manifesting soon disappeared, returning Naruto's appearance and shape back to normal. As Naruto and the figure stopped screaming, Naruto lowered his head to look at Jiraiya. The Sannin looked at Naruto with amazement as he saw the yellow-orange rings around his eyes, with his blue eyes trying to completely turn toad-like. The figure then vanished from sight, as did the wind, lightning and chakra that were previous dancing harmoniously as one unit. His eyes also returned back to his normal ocean blue eyes. After everything quieted and calmed down, Naruto fell straight to the ground face down, unconscious. Jiraiya just sat there on the ground looking at Naruto's motionless form as he processed everything that just took place. That was Sage Chakra. There's no denying that. It's been sealed and locked away within Naruto all this time. And only by signing the Toad summoning contract was he allowed to unseal it unknowingly, Jiraiya deduced. But those seals. I've seen them before. They were the same seals that nearly killed me those years ago when I tried to experiment and test out what they truly do. I would have never thought I'd see the result of the Izo Sozo Fujin Legacy Creation seal through Uzumaki Naruto. But of all the surviving scattered Uzumaki, the seal chose Naruto to fuse with. This is serious. Biting his thumb again, Jiraiya raced through the same hand seal sequence and summoned 2 sage toads. Jiraiya-chan. Shima greeted. It's been a long time. It must be of grave importance for you to have summoned us here, Jiraiya-chan, Fukusaku acknowledged. Jiraiya replied, Fukusaku Shima. The thought-to-be-lost sealed legacy has been found and has awakened. Chapter 30 The Patriarch. Naruto removed his jacket and tied it around his waist, ready to test out the summoning contract's power along with his newly acquired knowledge and experience of lightning manipulation. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and said, Alright Naruto, let's test your summoning. The Sannin didn't get to finish when a phenomenon started taking place. He looked to see that Naruto fell into a silent trance. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto found himself walking down a corridor of what looked to be a brick tunnel with spiral drawings all around it. The spirals started glowing brighter and brighter the closer he got to his destination. When finally arrived, he stood in front of 2 golden steel sliding doors. In between and at the center of the doors were engravings that captured Naruto's attention. What he saw were the engraving of a toad sitting on a platform with the kanji for Sannin Sage written on its belly. Hovering above the toad like the sun were the engravings of intricate and ancient Seo writings creating the pattern that represented the Uzumaki clan insignia. In the center of that design was the kanji for Izo Legacy. What is this place? Naruto asked out loud as he approached the locked sliding golden doors. And how did I end up here? I was with Jiraiya after signing that Toad summoning contract, and just before I could do anything else, I'm here all of the sudden. As he approached the locked golden doors, he felt chakra surging through his right hand. Naruto looked at the palm of his right hand and found a glowing spiral seal drawing and Seo writings around it, looking like a mechanism designed to open something. I wonder if this seal in my hand has something to do with these doors, Naruto contemplated as he looked at the doors and then back at the seal in his right hand. I wonder. Naruto placed his left thumb and fingers into his right palm and like a knob he turned his left hand, and to his surprise the seal on his right hand moved with his left hand. Upon the motion of that seal, sounds of locks opening within the doors were heard by Naruto. Then white light appeared through the once tightly closed crevice between the doors, and a second later, the sliding doors began opening as the light intensified. When the doors fully opened, a powerful burst of chakra came forth from the other side, bathing the entire vicinity in white light. Back in the real world, Naruto's silent trance ended when Naruto suddenly started screaming loudly as he grabbed his head. Naruto? Naruto, what happened? What's the matter? Jiraiya cried out with concern as he hurried over to the genin. But he was stopped when he saw intricate Seo writings appearing all around Naruto's body and face, from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. The forehead protector around Naruto's head burst off his head, and as the seals around his body started glowing, a familiar seal design and kanji appeared on Naruto's forehead, while a powerful and familiar chakra burst from out of Naruto's body in a mighty flaming aura, with Naruto still screaming with his hair dancing with the flowing chakra. That chakra. Those seals. It can't be. A shocked and stupefied Jiraiya exclaimed as he saw Naruto gradually turning into a toad. As more toad-like features started manifesting, Naruto clenched his fists tightly and started straining and struggling to control the intense changes and infusions that his body and mind were going through. Wind and lightning then began bursting forth from Naruto's body, as his elemental chakra started going haywire from Naruto's instability. Jiraiya was thrown back off his feet from the immense wind force before the lightning came out and nearly blasted him directly, but instead struck the ground to his left. What the hell is happening to him? Jiraiya asked aloud to no one in particular. The elite Jounin level genin was feeling immense pain throughout his body and mind, but he continued to endure through the pain while fighting to keep himself together before his body tore itself apart as it tried to refigure itself. Jiraiya could only watch as he witnessed the phenomenon in front of him. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto, after shielding his eyes, slowly lowered his right arm from his face to see an armored ninja dressed in black pants and a shirt with red and silver armor with long, back-length white hair and bandages around his ankles and black sandals walked out of the light. The ninja looked advanced in age, but his facial expression showed years of battle-hardened experience. Despite his age, the figure looked strong, confident, and most formidable. The Uzumaki clan insignia was engraved in the collar of his armor. The towering figure looked down at Naruto and gave a warm smile at him. "Uzumaki Naruto," the figure greeted, "my descendant and chosen heir. We meet at last." "You're what?" Naruto replied quizzically. "Who are you and how do you know my name? And where are we exactly?" The figure chuckled and answered, "We're in your mind, my boy. We're in your subconscious. As for my name, it's Uzumaki Susanoo." "Uzumaki Susanoo?" Naruto repeated. "That's right. I was also known as Kacho no Susanoo, the founding father and first patriarch of the Uzumaki clan and the creator of this seal, Izo Sozo Fujin Legacy Creation Seal," Susanoo said. A/N Kacho means patriarch, Kacho no Susanoo means Susanoo the patriarch. Naruto took a moment to take in everything was being told. There was an awkward moment of silence as Naruto processed the information. "You're the first of the Uzumaki?" Naruto asked in amazement after getting his voice back. "My ancestor? So you're where my roots began." "More or less," Susanoo replied as he took a seat on the floor meditation style. He suggested for Naruto to sit with him, and without question, Naruto did as advised. Susanoo began explaining, "Our roots goes further back than with me. You see, I'm the 5th generation descendant of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who is best known as Rikudo Sennin, sage of the 6 paths. Hagoromo was a legendary godlike figure who founded the arts of ninjutsu and created the ninja world. He was the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. She was a princess who ate the forbidden fruit of the tree god that appeared once a millennium in an effort to gain godlike abilities to put an end to the constant wars during that era. As a result, Hagoromo and his younger twin brother Otsutsuki Hamura were born with the ability to manipulate the same type of powerful chakra like their mother. Kagaya was referred to as the rabbit goddess as she was both worshipped and feared. "And I call my girlfriend the Moon's Eye Spring Rabbit," Naruto joked. "Talk about coincidence. Maybe I ought to shorten it down to Moon Rabbit." "We're getting off topic here," Susanoo reminded as he got Naruto's attention again before he continued where he left off. The tree god, furious with Kagaya's actions, was determined to get its chakra back, which caused the tree to assume a monstrous form that many called the Jubi. "Jubi?" Naruto asked. "I never knew there was a 10th Bija. History only spoke of only 9 of them." "There's more to the Bija than many are aware of," Susanoo clarified, "but I'll get to that soon." Jubi rampaged throughout the lands until Hagoromo and Hamura battled and defeated the Jubi, and Hagoromo sealed the beast within his own body, thus becoming the very first Jinchuriki in history. Hagoromo, as a result, became revered as a god for the virtue of his victory. With his knowledge of the concept of chakra, Hagoromo the sage traveled across the land, spreading his ideals and religion, Ninshu Shinobi sect, which was intended to make peace. Later, though, the ability known as ninjutsu was created as its opposite. "Wait a minute," Naruto said while trying to process what he just heard. "You're telling me that my ancestor before you was the Rikudo Sennin and that he invented Nishu, which somehow got changed into ninjutsu?" "There's more to this story than that, Naruto," Susanoo stated. "Hagoromo's great deeds and ultimate desire to bring peace to the war-torn world made him widely known as Kono Yo no Kyusisha, the savior of this world. However, knowing that his death would release Jubi back into the world to continue its rampage, Hagoromo separated the monster's chakra from its body before using Chibaku Tensei to seal the husk in what would become the moon. Hamura took charge in keeping guard over Husk on the moon. Also, Hamura had the Byakugan. Are you serious? Naruto asked while trying to process everything he was being told. The Hyuga clan possesses the Byakugan. But would mean that the Hyuga clan are descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, Susanoo confirmed. Wow! Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. I had no idea. That also means that Hinata is a descendant of Kaguya. I never knew she had such powerful ancestors. Are you serious about Hamura living on the moon to guard the body of the Jubi? Very serious, Susanoo emphasized and continued. From there, Hagoromo used his creation of all things ability to divide the chakra into 9 fragments that were each given a physical form and name. You know them as the 9 Bijou, one of which, the strongest of them you know as Kurama, is sealed inside your body. You know all 9 of their names because I know their names. Sometime after their creation, the young Bijou were told that they were all still linked to one another despite being separate entities. Hagoromo also told them that they would eventually become one again, yet not as they originally were, and that one shall appear at that time to show them what true power is. Hagoromo's ultimate desire was to establish peace across the world, but it was a goal that would never be achieved in a single lifetime. Being aware of this, on his deathbed after living a long life, he chose to entrust his strength, dream, and legacy to one of his 2 sons, Indra the older son or Ashura the younger. Indra, who was regarded as a genius and prodigy of his time, inherited his father's eyes, this being his powerful chakra and spiritual energy. He believed that power was the true key to peace. Disappointed by his older son's beliefs, Hagoromo turned to Ashura. Ashura was at first considered what people from your time would call the dead last, as he didn't have his father's strong genes and powers, though he inherited his body, this being his powerful life force and physical energy. Ashura believed that love, hard work and dedication to improving oneself through the cooperation of your friends and comrades was the true key to peace. Hagoromo chose Ashura to be his successor and heir before his death. Overcome by bitterness and envy, Indra attacked and fought against his brother, beginning an unending war between them. Their feud has continued on through their descendants the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, with us Uzumaki being the cousin clan of the Senju clan, aiding the Senju in whichever battle or war they faced with the powerful seals and jutsu we Uzumaki create. You mean to tell me that the Uchiha clan share the same distant ancestor alongside the Senju and Uzumaki clan? Naruto asked, as he didn't want to believe that he and Sasuke had distant familial relations in any shape or form, regardless how slight. The Uchiha clan descended from Indra, Susanoo clarified. How do you know all about this? Naruto inquired. To put it simply, Susanoo admitted and added, my father, who was the great-grandson of Ashura, told me the story of what happened, along with the explanation of our family's ancestral line and the names of the 9 Bijou. The Senju and Uzumaki descended from Ashura. That explains a lot. Tell me something though, did the Uchiha back then rival against you and the other Uzumaki? Naruto asked. Susanoo answered, very few Uchiha battled me and my brother Uzumaki up front. But they never lived to talk about it after their first battle with us. Despite having the Sharingan, they were inferior to both the Uzumaki and the Senju clan, and our clan's unrivaled mastery in seals gave us a powerful edge against many of our enemies, especially since I was the first Uzumaki that started studying and practicing the deep and majestic arts of seals. When did you start? Naruto asked. Susanoo explained, to begin with, I learned to pick up the sword as soon as I could walk. My father started training me at a very young and tender age. He was a warrior ninja, one of the very best of our town. My mother, Akunoichi herself, died after I turned 5 as a result of 15 enemy ninja trying to raid our home and supplies. She protected me at the cost of her life, but not without killing all 15 of those Rouge ninja in the process. My father didn't shed a single tear, though he allowed me to cry at her grave. Such a loving husband, Naruto remarked cynically. I know it sounds heartless of him, but let me explain, Susanoo reasoned, which caused Naruto to stay silent. Susanoo continued, he never said it, but I could tell through his actions that my mother's death forever haunted and shamed him. He felt responsible for not being strong enough to protect her, with me nearly getting killed that same night. He felt he didn't deserve the right to mourn at her grave. Not wanting me to make his mistakes and live with the same guilt, he buried himself in his work in trying to get me to become more than what he believed I could aspire to. He researched and looked for every possible means for me to become stronger and smarter. It was hard for me to keep up at the first, and he saw my hesitations in trying to live up to his expectations because of fear of failure. So he decided to implement this one particular test. What kind of test? Naruto asked. The rabbit test, Susanoo answered. The look on Naruto's face told Susanoo all he needed to know. Seeing that look on your face is enough to indicate that you used that test before, Susanoo realized. On my girlfriend a few years ago. In all honesty, it was cruel of me, but it got the job done, Naruto replied. I see now where I got the idea for the rabbit test from. My father gave me that test while I was still 5. I was given a young rabbit to watch over and care for. I didn't know why, but he told me to keep the rabbit safe for 2 days. I didn't think much of it until the 3rd day, when he instructed me to kill the rabbit in front of him. I found it difficult to carry out his instructions until he broke it down for me to understand the hard life of the ninja. I hesitated at first, but he gave my 2 options: complete the test or give up on ever becoming a true ninja. Much to my surprise, he stood there patiently with no expression of anger or disappointment. A full 10 minutes went by before I finally did the deed. After dropping the rabbit to the ground, I looked back at my hands, found it covered with the blood of the rabbit I killed. As I cried from the guilt I felt, my father approached me and said that my true training would begin from that day. And train me he did, and after I turned 6, we were visited by a traveling caravan of warrior monks who sought to employ my father, seeing how skilled a fighter he was. He accepted, and we joined the traveling caravan. As we traveled with them, I started taking an interest in seals when I saw one of the monks studying up on designing and creating seals. As I trained with my father in kenjutsu, ninjutsu, and elemental manipulation, I learned to combine both my training and developing expertise in fuinjutsu with what I learned from my father. After I turned 9, one of the monks wanted to train me in taijutsu and herbal medicines, and just as with training in the art of fuinjutsu, I took to them like fish in water. My father never once objected to me being educated and trained by the monks, as he wished for me to surpass him in every sense of the word. I never considered myself an exceptionally born genius. I had to train and break my mind and body through the dirt to live up not to my father's and the monks' expectations of me, but my own. So I spent the next 7 years studying and training with both them and my father, as we battled enemies, ninja, and even enemy monks from opposing caravans. I grew stronger and faster with every battle, until one day, an event happened that changed me. What happened? Naruto asked. Susanoo elaborated. We were attacked by a large clan of ninja who accused us of trespassing on their land that they stole from another clan whom they murdered and robbed. My father, the monks, and I battled against them, but we were unprepared against their leader, who himself was a sage. In that battle against him, he slaughtered every monk in his path. The leader came at me with the aim to kill me, but my father suddenly appeared and used himself as a human shield to protect me from being killed by the leader's senjutsu sage techniques attacks. As he was dying, my father told me that him being killed protecting me was his greatest demonstration of strength, and that through that selfless act he was truly at peace in his final atonement for failing to protect both me and my mother years ago. Seeing how my father died brought back memories of my mother's death, and seeing that I lost both my parents and many of my friends and teachers among the monks, something inside me ruptured. I felt a rage unlike any I felt in my entire life as chakra burst forth from out of my body and solidified into chains with kunai at the ends. In a blind rage, with my chains acting on my emotions, I attacked the clan and slaughtered every last one of them. My chains wouldn't allow them to escape, as they couldn't break through them. Enraged by my display of power and how I used to kill his clan, the leader attacked me. The battle was fierce and brutal, but I felt I had nothing else to lose. So I fought to my last breath, but that sage was stronger and faster than me, and I managed to kill him because of that. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Susanoo answered. Wounded and exhausted, I fell to the ground on my back, with the sage standing over me. Confident that he had the match won, he powered down from his sage mode and prepared to kill me through decapitation with his sword. He was unaware of my chains going through the ground underneath me and making their way behind him. Before he could deliver the finishing blow, my chains burst through the ground and plunged through his back into his heart. Not taking any chances with him, I moved and wrapped one of my chains around his neck and snapped it instantly to make sure he died. You killed a sage and wiped out his entire clan by yourself in one battle? Naruto asked while being reminded of what Itachi did to his own clan. I did, Susanoo confirmed, but at the cost of the lives of those monks and my father. The next day, I buried my father and all of those monks, giving each of them an honorable burial. As for the sage and his clan, I had all of their bodies burned and scattered their ashes to the wind. Despite what that sage did, I couldn't help but be amazed by his skills, power, and strength. I knew he'd have killed me had I not outsmarted him in getting him to drop his guard against me. Naruto was about to say something when he felt a painful shock to his being. He collapsed to the ground while holding on to himself. What is this pain? What's happening to me? Naruto cried out. Susanoo hurried over to him and knelt down on his left leg and requested, "Allow me to help you, please. Your body is going through severe trauma and changes that will soon end your life if not stopped and stabilized." Susanoo reached out to him and turned Naruto over on his back. He then pressed his right hand onto Naruto's head and channeled chakra into Naruto. Meanwhile, suddenly an unknown holographic transparent figure of Susanoo appeared around Naruto's body in the same stance Naruto had assumed. As Naruto threw his head and screamed loudly again, Susanoo did likewise. After a few seconds, the wind and lightning stabilized with lightning dancing around Naruto's body and eyes with the wind creating a dust cloud blowing dirt and dust away from Naruto. The mighty chakra flame aura also stabilized as the seals melted completely into Naruto's body. The toad features that were manifesting soon disappeared, returning Naruto's appearance and shape back to normal. As Naruto and Susanoo stopped screaming, Naruto lowered his head to look at Jiraiya. The Sannin looked at Naruto with amazement as he saw the yellow-orange rings around his eyes, with his blue eyes trying to completely turn toad-like. Susanoo then vanished from sight, as did the wind, lightning and chakra that were previous dancing around Naruto. His eyes also returned back to his normal ocean blue color. After everything quieted and calmed down, Naruto fell straight to the ground face down and unconscious. Jiraiya just sat there on the ground looking at Naruto's motionless form as he processed everything that just took place in Naruto's subconscious. Naruto groaned sorely before opening his eyes again. He sat up to see Susanoo kneeling down on one leg looking over him. "That was a close call just now," Susanoo stated. "Thankfully I managed to stabilize your body and mind by infusing into you my knowledge and experience with Toad Sage Mode." "What?" Naruto asked. "You know Sage Mode? But how is that possible?" Susanoo stood back up and pulled Naruto up off the floor, helping him stand back up on his feet. Looking at the youth in front of him, Susanoo explained, "After my victory against that sage I fought, I decided to seek out becoming a sage myself in the event I ever went up against another sage of his caliber or stronger. The night after I buried my father and monks, I prepared to travel alone. Not wanting the possessions of the monks to be lost and withered away, I sealed away all of their possessions in a carrying scroll, along with all of the money they had. And before I left, I went into the large house of the sage I killed and looked around for anything I found to be useful, be it food, weapons, supplies, and money. I took it all, and as I was preparing for my lone travel, I found several scrolls sitting on top of that sage's desk. Upon examining them, they turned out to be scrolls pertaining to senjutsu. Specifically, he was studying on writings concerning Toad Sages and the Toad Contract, which he didn't have. Taking the scrolls and everything else I needed, I sealed them all away in storage scrolls and burned the house and everything in that land to the ground. I wanted no remaining memory of that clan existing." Naruto felt the coldness in Susanoo's tone but made no comment on it. Susanoo went on, "I spent 4 months traveling alone, and during my travels, I learned to practice and master the use of my newly acquired chakra chains and the Uzumaki kenjutsu that you use as well, not to mention that you have the same 2 natural affinities as I do." "Wait a minute. You mean to say that you're a double-element ninja, having both wind and lightning also?" Naruto asked. "That's right," Susanoo said. "That was why I was also able to help stabilize both of your elemental affinities at the same time." "Thanks for the help and stopping my body from self-destructing," Naruto thanked. Susanoo nodded his head and said, "You're welcome, Naruto. I will add that at that time, I had no surname nor a title to call myself by. Uzumaki wasn't my surname either." "What? It wasn't?" Naruto asked in surprise. Susanoo went on, "My name at the time was simply Susanoo and nothing more. After another month of traveling, I finally arrived at my intended destination, Miyaboku Mountain. That was where I met the Elder Toad and his other Sage Toad subordinates. They were impressed that I managed to find their mountain, and upon my arrival and after giving my greetings, I requested their permission to sign the Toad Contract and be trained in senjutsu." "Talk about being upfront. What tests did they have you go through before granting your request to be their summoner and Toad Sage?" Naruto asked. Susanoo replied, "I see that you're aware that tests of sorts are often given before becoming an official summoner. In my case, I had passed a test of endurance and strength. I had to hold on to the Elder Toad's back as he jumped and hopped at various speeds and heights. I passed much to their surprise, but having and using chakra chains as my anchor did help a lot. When the test was over, I signed their contract and vowed to never abuse the contract. I spent the next 2 years studying and training with the Toads, and it wasn't until I proved myself that I was finally allowed to be trained in Sage Mode. It was a dangerous training that led to the deaths of many others before me because nature chakra of that sort can turn the user into a stone toad statue if not mastered, which nearly happened to you a while ago." "Not cool," Naruto remarked. "After completing and mastering my sage training, I left Miyaboku Mountain and journeyed hundreds of miles alone, taking on missions as a bounty hunter. My abilities and skills won me fame, and both allies and enemies. One day, though, I came across a family in a town called Izumo, a family that once had 7 daughters. "What happened exactly?" Naruto inquired. "A vicious snake summoner and warlord had their first 6 daughters devoured by a gigantic 8-headed snake monster as retribution for refusing to swear their loyalty, an oath of allegiance to his power like others had. The parents offered their youngest and last surviving daughter's hand in marriage to me if I succeeded in defeating the warlord that had their older daughters murdered and planned on coming back for their last daughter." "What was the daughter's name?" Naruto asked. Kushinada, Susanoo said. Sounds a whole lot like my mother's name, Kushina. I wonder if my mother was named after the woman I'm assuming became my ancestress, Naruto remarked. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, Susanoo commented. Anyway, I journeyed to the land where the warlord Yamada was residing. The battle between me and Yamada was indeed fierce, especially after he turned into the very 8-headed snake beast that had eaten those 6 women. It turned out that the warlord was a dark sage for the snakes. I resorted to using sage mode and my toad summons to aid me. This kind of reminds me of my fight with that gigantic black viper I had in the Forest of Death before I managed to destroy it from the inside with a legion of clone bombs I summoned. I wonder how Susanoo did it, Naruto wondered before returning his attention back to his ancestor. After fighting each other for nearly 24 hours, we found ourselves no longer in the region we were originally in, but on an entirely different and uninhabited land by the ocean. There, I decapitated all 8 heads of that beast before using my wind element to push the heads and carcass into the ocean. That's when I witnessed the unexpected phenomenon. This being? Naruto asked curiously. The riptides inside those whirlpools effortlessly dragged the heads and body of that snake beast into the waters. I watched as those deadly whirlpools and current of the waters pulled apart and destroyed the remains of that beast and pulled it to the bottom of the ocean floor. Not a trace of that monster was left. After witnessing the power and strength behind those ocean waters, that was when I decided to take up the surname Uzumaki and call the land where I defeated Yamada, Yuzu no Kuni. So that's why we became known as Uzumaki. Cool, man, Naruto praised. But what evidence did you have to prove that you defeated Yamada, seeing that the whirlpools dragged his body deep down into the ocean floor bed? I journeyed back to the land Yamada originally resided in and retrieved his sword. I brought it back to Kushinada's parents as proof that Yamada was dead and their daughters were avenged. With my deed fulfilled, I was given the parents' blessing to take Kushinada as my new wife, and with her, I went back to Yuzu no Kuni where we began to establish the Uzumaki clan. During that time, I also designed and created newer and more powerful seals to both defend and strengthen my body and chakra coils, one of which was my prized gravity and chakra restraint seals. How many children did you have with Kushinada? 3? 4? Naruto questioned. I had over 24 sons with Kushinada, Susanoo answered. 24? Naruto repeated in disbelief. You both had quite some stamina. I wanted a strong and powerful clan, and I needed strong progenies to help me establish the Uzumaki to its greatness. I was truly gratefully and proud that all of my offspring with Kushinada were sons for obvious reasons I'm sure I don't need to explain to you, Susanoo stated. No explanations on that note will be needed. I know where it goes from there, Naruto replied, though I wonder if Hinata-chan would be willing to start with even 8 sons or maybe even 10. Just then a thought came to Naruto's mind. Wait a minute, how long ago did you die? And by what means were you sealed into my body in the first place? Naruto asked. Susanoo replied, to be frank, I died 400 years before either Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara were born, and I was 140 years old when I died. You lived for that long? Naruto asked in disbelief. I've seen many wars and deaths of ninja, samurai and warrior monks whose names have been lost and forgotten in time and history. My beloved wife died after turning 138 years old. She lived that long after I shared some of my longevity with her through an S-class kinjutsu I created, otherwise she'd have died at around 98 years old. But during all those years my lovely wife and I shared together, we saw our 24 sons marry strong kunoichi and have children of their own, who later married and had children of their own. And then they married and had children of their own. We lived to see the rise of the first 5 generations of our clan before our end. In my days, I was one of the first Grand Seal Masters of my time, and I taught my skills of creating and mastering seals to my wife and Uzumaki descendants, along with my ninjutsu, taijutsu, and kenjutsu skills. I taught all I knew about elemental manipulations as well, and in time my descendants started creating and demonstrating skills and abilities of their own. Many of them also inherited my chakra chains, which we believed was our official bloodline limit. When I started reaching the end of my life, I began working on the Izo Sozo Fujin, the forbidden master sealing technique that only a seal master toad sage could properly execute. In this seal, I transferred my skills and all that I knew and experienced as a ninja and seal master. The Izo Sozo Fujin was passed down from clan leader to clan leader, and it was only for their eyes to see, 2 of whom modified the seal with add-ons of their own, these 2 being Uzumaki Takuya and Uzumaki Yutaro. They came many years after my death. How could you possibly know of Hashirama and Madara if you died so many years before they were born? And how could you know about Takuya and Yutaro for that matter? Naruto asked with a confused expression. When they modified the seal with add-ons of their own, they in effect modified and brought up to date from their timeline my memories as they imprinted and sealed their experiences, abilities, and knowledge into the Izo Sozo Fujin. In doing so, It gave you Takuya's ability to sense and track down any Uzumaki, even from far distances. For Takuya, it helped him find Uzumaki-kin who either went missing or were kidnapped. And it gave you Yutaro's ability to create a mental link with any of your brethren Uzumaki called soul union. And with that type of link being made through hand-to-hand contact, you and your Uzumaki-kin are able to communicate and share each other's deepest feelings, thoughts, and experiences in harmonious union. However, they themselves never executed the Izo Sozo Fujin, Susanoo clarified. What made Izo Sozo Fujin so dangerous to use? Naruto asked. To execute that seal, it required massive quantities of both the user's chakra and sage chakra along with extracting the physical strengths and skills of the user. By the time the seal completed its formation, the executor of that seal had a 100% chance of death, and anyone who was beneath the required caliber of a seal master toad sage would instantly die in their failed attempt to execute that seal regardless if that person was an Uzumaki. The activated seal would then seek out and fuse with the next rightful Uzumaki clan heir, and as an added failsafe, the scroll that once possessed the Izo Sozo Fujin would self-destruct after the seal was executed. You see, after the Izo Sozo Fujin was infused into you, a majority of what I know have been sealed away within your subconscious. But over the years, knowledge of what I know, all that I learned and experienced gradually infused into your conscious mind, and in stages you've been learning how to adapt your body to the changes your mind was going through by means of all the training and practicing you've so thoroughly put yourself through, Susanoo explained. If the real you died centuries ago, then how did you even get sealed into my body in the first place? Naruto asked, bringing the same question back again. You can thank Jiraiya for that. He found and tampered with my seal and used it some years ago without being aware of the seal's penalties. I'm amazed that he's alive, seeing that the seal was designed to take the life of the user after the seal did its job. Someone must have went through great lengths to keep him alive long enough to give him some kind of healing or medical attention, Susanoo stated. As a result of this, you also gain knowledge, memories and skills belonging to him. But in order to fully activate Izo Sozo Fujin and awaken its full potential, you had to sign the Toad summoning contract. That was why all of that sage chakra that was sealed and locked away inside you was finally released. However, without the knowledge and experience I infused into your mind and body along with Jiraiya's experience with Sage Mode, you'd have surely died by being turned into a toad statue. Not a good way to go, Naruto remarked. But as an unforeseen and unwanted side effect of Jiraiya's execution of my seal, you also inherited his unrivaled perverted nature, Susanoo snorted in disapproval. Perhaps a method of sealing that off can somehow be devised in time. Hey, there's nothing wrong with appreciating the sight and splendor of strong, confident and competent kunoichi, and my beloved girlfriend ranks first place with all of them. Naruto replied, and having Jiraiya's perverted nature so deeply embedded into your personality will evidently take time for you to control and bring down to a minimum if not completely purge out of your system, Susanoo added. Well, unlike other perverts, I use being a pervert and flirt to my advantage in getting unsuspecting ninja and kunoichi to drop their guards against me while leaving themselves open to an ambush. So far it hasn't failed me, Naruto stated proudly. Not yet it hasn't, Susanoo warned. You'd do best to be careful because your perverted nature could severely backfire on you and you'll live the rest of your life regretting it and hating yourself for it. Naruto was about to argue when, I know this won't be easy for you to do seeing that you've been doing this for quite a few years now, but it can be done with determined effort and willingness, Susanoo encouraged and then remarked, besides, I'm sure your girlfriend whom you intend to marry and make the new matriarch of our clan someday wouldn't mind having a non-pervert husband. Alright, I get it. I'll try to work on keeping my inherited perverted character in check, Naruto replied. Can't say I'll do it perfectly. So long you make the effort, Naruto, Susanoo stressed. Naruto was about to say something further when Susanoo placed his right hand into Naruto's chest. Naruto winced as he felt chakra being absorbed into him. What are you doing? Naruto asked. Exhausting the last of my chakra by leaving with you a special gift befitting one who's to become the next Uzumaki clan leader, Susanoo explained as glowing seals in the form of chains started appearing around Naruto's whole body. The seals vanished into Naruto's body as Susanoo started to fade away. My time here is over, Naruto, Susanoo said with a smile. You have great potential and I'm certain that you'll make the new Uzumaki clan stronger than it was when I started it. You're the new patriarch and the one who'll surpass me and all of the other Uzumaki clan leaders before you. You have our legacy and strengths. As Susanoo and the surrounding environment started fading into pure whiteness, Susanoo's voice was still able to be heard. Use them to protect your loved ones and those precious to you. I believe in you, Uzumaki Naruto. A moment later, there was nothing but blinding whiteness that consumed the environment. Back the real world. Naruto stirred and slowly opened his eyes. After his sight adjusted to the light, he saw that he was lying in a futon inside a cottage of some sort. The cottage itself looked homey and comfortable with its nicely selected furniture, plants and rugs. Where am I? Naruto asked to no one in particular as he moved to get out of the futon. As Naruto did so, "I see that you're finally awake, boy," said a grown and mature masculine voice. Naruto turned to see Fukusaku and Shima approaching him. "You both must be Fukusaku and Shima, the sages," Naruto acknowledged. The two toads were surprised that Naruto somehow knew of them. "You're a most interesting genin, my boy," Fukusaku remarked. "Jiraiya-chan told us what happened after you signed the toad summoning contract. I almost turned into a toad statue after releasing all of that pent-up sage chakra." "I know," Naruto replied. Again, Shima and Fukusaku were surprised by what Naruto told them. After the shock passed through their systems, Fukusaku said the fact that you weren't turned into a statue and somehow managed to gain control of that nature chakra along with both of your wind and lightning elements simultaneously is nothing short of a miracle. And since lightning breaks through earth, you'd have exploded into irretrievable pieces as your own lightning element would have led you to self-destruct after being turned into a stone statue. "It's nice to know that my unintentional suicide was averted," Naruto remarked. "Anyway, where's my bum of a godfather? Could you at least dignify me in any way, even in the smallest way?" Jiraiya asked indignantly as he appeared through the door. "Considering that I had to bring you here after you fell into a coma for 3 days. "What? 3 days?" Naruto shouted. "You fell completely unconscious after the shock and experience your body went through after signing the toad summoning contract," Jiraiya explained. "I watched over you after explaining to Sarutobi-sensei that you'll be away for a couple of days." "And where are we now?" Naruto inquired. "Mayaboku Mountain," Jiraiya answered. "After seeing you activate Sage Mode and seeing that figure that appeared around your body, I immediately summoned Fukusaku and Shima and told them what happened before we brought you here." "That figure you saw was Uzumaki Susanoo," Naruto clarified. Jiraiya, Fukusaku and Shima did a double take. "Uzumaki Susanoo," Jiraiya repeated. "Who was he?" "The founding father and patriarch of the Uzumaki clan," Fukusaku pointed out, much to the surprise of Jiraiya, "and the first toad sage of his clan, centuries before Hashirama's time, Jiraiya-chan." "Let me explain what happened," Naruto said, getting the attention of the 3 sages in the room. For the next hour Naruto explained everything he learned and discovered when he entered into his subconscious mind. Jiraiya, Fukusaku and Shima listened carefully to every detail explained to them. It went without say that they were left utterly speechless by all of Naruto's revelations. "That's quite an amazing story you told us, Naruto," Fukusaku commented, "but it helps us to understand and make sense out of everything that happened and how Jiraiya-chan almost died the night he used your ancestor's seal, who ironically was the Toad Sage before Jiraiya-chan. What I told you about my Izo Sozo Fujin dies with all 3 of you," Naruto stated seriously. "That seal was only for the Uzumaki clan leaders and patriarchs alone to see. So between the 4 of us, it's a high S-class secret. Sarutobi-sensei will want an explanation," Jiraiya pointed out. "With the exception of the 3 of us, he's been trying to find out more about your prowess and skills. He and the rest of Konoha's hierarchy need to know nothing regarding my secrets, the secrets of my clan or about the Izo Sozo Fujin. I meant what I said when I stated that I want that secret to die with you 3. What I do want him and others to know is that my clan's ancestry descended from the Rakuto Sennin," Naruto interjected, "and since Anokane will be teaching our clan's history to Konoha, this will be something she'll have to know in details." It was very clear that Naruto didn't trust Hiruzen like he used to anymore. But considering the life Naruto was forced to live and the amount of secrets of his ancestry and clan's legacy kept from him, it was understandable. "Still, Jiraiya, I want to thank you for finding and using the Izo Sozo Fujin," Naruto added. "That seal helped shape me into the man and ninja I am today. And to be completely honest, I'm certain that I would have been the stupidest dead last of my class had you chosen not to do what you did, not to mention that I would have been completely unaware of Hinata-chan's feelings for me while trying to pursue Sakura." Naruto shuddered at thought of it, and continued, "So for that, you have my sincere thanks." You're welcome, Gaki," Jiraiya replied, "but seeing that you know what you know now, what do you plan to do with it?" "I have complete knowledge of Sage Mode and my elemental chakra now that the Izo Sozo Fujin has been completely activated. What I need to do now is practice and train my body vigorously in order to properly use and handle my newfound abilities, not to mention the last gift my ancestor gave me. However, I also need to train Hinata-chan for the Chunin finals also. I have to return back to Konoha pronto, seeing that I already lost 3 days I could have used to train Hinata-chan," Naruto said. "Kurenai has been doing some training of her own with Hinata," Jiraiya cut. "She'll handle Hinata's training. Not to undermine Kurenai-sensei, but she doesn't know how to handle and battle a full-fledged Jinchuriki who won't hesitate to kill. Genjutsu will only work so far against Gaara, as his sand fights to protect him, not to mention that there's no telling what Shikaku is capable of," Naruto stated. I can train with you guys in private back in Konoha, but I want to properly train and prepare my girlfriend to battle one of my Jinchuriki brethren. And who better to train her than a stronger Jinchuriki and junior sage? When you put that way, it's hard to argue against your point, Jiraiya remarked. Very well then. We'll return back to Konoha where you can train with us and train your girlfriend. However, you can't do so on Kurenai's time when she's training Hinata. Except that I had no intentions of doing that anyway, Naruto agreed. So when can we leave? Tomorrow, Jiraiya declared. What? Naruto retorted. After what happened 3 days ago, I'm curious to see what you can do at your current level. And if what you say is true about you having full knowledge of Sage Mode and your elemental affinities, the three of us would like to see some demonstrations so we can better assess your level of prowess, Jiraiya stated. Naruto wanted to argue, feeling that getting to Hinata was of higher priority than demonstrating what strengths and abilities he had. But then a thought came to him. My mother's death forever haunted and shamed him. He felt responsible for not being strong enough to protect her. He felt he didn't deserve the right to mourn at her grave. Susanu's words about his father's mistakes came back to remind Naruto of his own responsibilities. Very well then, Naruto relented, wanting to be strong enough to protect Hinata and not allow anything to happen to her. But I have one important request. And what's that? Jiraiya inquired. Is there any food around here? I haven't eaten in days, Naruto requested, scratching the back of his head. Jiraiya grinned. Well, I can't say we have ramen here, but I'm sure Fukusaku and Shima can accommodate you with something to eat. I can roast you some locusts and crickets along with a side of wild honey, Shima offered. How about some fruits? I'm up for that, Naruto requested with a nervous smile. Or maybe a large bowl of salad with a side of Caesar dressing. Naruto, I had to learn to eat what they eat also during my time residing and training in their mountain. It would be rude to not accept their hospitality, Jiraiya chastised. Naruto saw what the Sannin was up to and he didn't like it one bit. You'll pay for this, Jiraiya, Naruto thought to himself as he was already plotting his revenge against the Sannin. Meanwhile, Hinata was practicing a new genjutsu Kurenai decided to teach her, and from what the genjutsu mistress was seeing, her prized pupil was becoming more adept in the art of genjutsu. The female jounin learned from Hinata about the match between her and Hiashi 2 days ago, and as impressed as she was, she couldn't believe that Hinata was able to go toe-to-toe with the Hyuga clan leader to the point that Hiashi just barely won without coming out of the match unscathed. Kurenai couldn't help but wonder how much about the Hyuga clan's Juken Naruto was aware of that he used to train Hinata. Kurenai's thoughts were interrupted by Hinata calling out to her. Kurenai-sensei? Hinata called out. The genjutsu mistress turned to Hinata and apologized. Sorry about that. I was deep in thought about something. It's alright. I completed my practice session with my new genjutsu, Hinata said. Kurenai nodded. Good. Now let's see how you can. Kurenai-san, a voice called out to her. Kurenai and Hinata turned to see a Chunin hurrying over to them. Yes? What is it? Kurenai inquired. You're being summoned to the Hokage's office. He wishes to speak with you, the Chunin explained. I understand, Kurenai accepted. The Chunin nodded and shushed away in a burst of smoke. We'll postpone your training session for another time, Hinata. But continue to practice what I taught until our next meeting, Kurenai instructed. Hinata replied, I will, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai turned and performed a smoke shunshin and left the area, leaving Hinata alone to do as she pleases. I wonder where Naruto-kun is, Hinata wondered with worry and concern. He hasn't been seen by anyone in days and even his clones haven't shown up to give me a reassurance that, Hinata-chan. Hinata jumped at the sudden shout to her name before turning to see Naruto running over to her. Naruto-kun. Hinata called out happily as she ran over to him. Just as she was about to hug and kiss him, Boss sent me here to give you news about his disappearance, the Kage-bunshin said, only to see the disappointed look in Hinata's face. I see, Hinata said, so why hasn't he been around? Boss started undergoing a new kind of training 3 days ago that placed a severe strain on his body and mind. It also killed him, and by extension me too. Oh no. Hinata cried, now being on the verge of tears. How could this have happened? Why wasn't I told this earlier? Where's is he? Is he alright and at the hospital now? I have to see him. Calm down, Hinata-chan. Boss is doing just fine now. I wouldn't be here if he was still in the same life-threatening condition he was in before. Plus, he made a full recovery with no injuries of any sort to worry about, the Naruto clone assured. Oh, thank God, Hinata said while breathing more calmly now while wiping away the tears that nearly ran down her face. Still, I would like to see him. He won't be available to see until early tomorrow morning, the Kage-bunshin explained. Currently he's not in Konoha and is with Jiraiya. Besides wanting to see and be at your side again, he wanted to inform you that your new training starts tomorrow and that you'll be in for the long haul to be prepared to battle one of his fellow Jinchuriki, Gaara. What? Hinata said in shock. Gaara is a Jinchuriki like Naruto-kun? That's right, the Naruto clone confirmed, That's why boss wants to return as soon as possible and start your new training right away. You were trained by a Jinchuriki, but you never actually battled against one like Gaara. Boss knows that Gaara intends to kill you during the finals, and if you die, there's no telling what hell boss will unleash to vent his rage, consequences be damned. Hinata took a moment to soak in everything she was just informed of and acknowledged how grave her situation was and the length Naruto is taking to prevent anything from happening to her. The Hyuga heiress knew she was far stronger than she used to be, but she wasn't foolish to overestimate herself and question Naruto's judgment of her abilities. I understand, Hinata replied. I'll take the rest of the day to recuperate and prepare myself for Naruto-kun's training. I'm happy to hear that. But don't tell anyone about Gaara being a Jinchuriki. Keep that news to yourself for the time being. Well, my time is just about up. Boss will see you first thing tomorrow morning by the waterfall. Also, Hinata-chan, bring lots of cinnamon rolls, herbal tea, fruits, and some of your cooking. Boss says he's going to need you to feed him your delicious cooking after seeing what he's been fed, the Naruto clone informed just before he was summoned back to Myoboku Mountain so Naruto could dispel him from there and absorb his experience. And once again, Hinata was left alone, but this time, with much to think and meditate on. Naruto-kun wants me to prepare for an intense training regiment, while requesting that I prepare him meals with which to feed him, Hinata said happily with a smile and bright blush on her face as she started on her way home. Another training picnic by the waterfall. I'd better pack my two-piece bath suit along with my skin lotion. Hinata stopped dead in her track and shook her head to get those thoughts out of her head. What am I thinking? Naruto is talking about serious training and here I am thinking about doing other activities with Naruto-kun, though pleasurable and ugh. Hinata sighed as she placed her hand over face. I can't believe that Naruto-kun's perverted character is now rubbing off on me. I can't say I'm surprised at all, Nei-san, a young and all too familiar feminine voice stated. Hinata blinked and froze when she heard that voice as she slowly turned to see Hanabi grinning at her. Oh, how much did you hear? Hinata stuttered nervously through her question. I just want to understand what new training with Naruto-kun tomorrow involves skin lotion and your two-piece bathing suit, Hanabi asked with feigned innocence. Hinata knew that Hanabi was going to want something in return for her silence. Later that day, Sasuke was returning home after another hard training session with Kakashi. Luckily for Sasuke, he didn't get as beat up by Kakashi as before, though he did sustain a couple of bruises, but nothing serious. He started to get faster with his Sharingan and anticipate a couple of Kakashi's moves, though still not enough to pose as a possible threat to the veteran Jounin. Regardless, Sasuke was determined to increase his output in speed and strength by whatever means necessary. Entering into the house and closing the door behind him, Sasuke took off his sandals at the front door and walked deeper into the house. As he did so, the door to the bathroom opened and out came Tayuya with nothing but her towel wrapped around her wet and naked body. Her towel, though, did only so much to cover half of her breasts, and only her crotch while revealing the rest of her toned and well-shaped and built figure. Her red hair was completely wet and sticking to her body and face, and much steam was coming out of the shower. Now that hit the spot in all the right places, Tayuya moaned happily as she stretched her arms and back, which caused her towel to rise up from the bottom a bit as it almost revealed her untouched womanhood. After stretching, she turned to see Sasuke standing there with an annoyed expression on his face. Enjoying the view, you limp dick shithole? Tayuya remarked. Why are you parading around my house like that? Sasuke asked. Besides wanting to feel right at home, you little Hinata-obsessed pussy, Tayuya replied rudely. I kept myself busy all day to prevent death by boredom while you were out playing ninja with the scarecrow. I wanted to take a goddamn shower in case you haven't noticed that even I appreciate good hygiene, dumbass. Besides, it felt nicer using this place to relax and shower than one of Orochimaru-sama's hideouts. Whatever, Sasuke retorted with his eyes still on Tayuya. Just put something on. What's the matter? Tayuya taunted. Never seen a kunoichi with little to no clothes on before? Tayuya walked up and stood in front of him with her arms crossed over her breasts and mocked. I bet you never once came close to seeing so much skin on Hinata as you're seeing it on me, you impotent little ass wipe. Sasuke was now reeking with bloodlust, but he kept his anger in check. As much as he hated to admit it, at his current level, Tayuya could still beat him up and hurt him. Tayuya felt his bloodlust, but she wasn't at all affected by it. She really pisses me off. Sasuke mentally growled, when his nose now picked up and smelled the feminine scent coming off the older kunoichi. It wasn't perfume of any sort, since Tayuya wasn't the type that bothered with such accessories. Sasuke involuntarily inhaled more of her scent again, having never really smelled a female's scent before. For that one moment, he completely forgot about Tayuya's vulgar and rude character as his mind tried to process and register Tayuya's scent as he quietly took in another inhalation of her scent. Anyway, you spineless dick, Tayuya said rudely, returning Sasuke's mind back to reality. I have your new training session planned for you, seeing that your Cyclops sensei plans to let you have tomorrow off. So get your damn ass ready for tomorrow, numbnuts." With that, Tayuya walked past Sasuke and made her way back to her room. Sasuke watched her leave and enter her room before she closed the door behind her. All the while, Sasuke was trying to process and understand what just happened. Sure, he's been around girls before, lots of them who always pined and fought each other for his attention and affections. Tayuya, though shameless and crude, was not one of those kind of fangirl females, nor was she anything like Sakura or Ino. As Sasuke stood there for another minute, he recalled Tayuya's scent and the sight of her with her skimpy towel around her wet and nicely developed and trained body with her long wet red hair that stuck to her body. It was only then that Sasuke, surprisingly after 3 days, came to realize the full ramifications of his allowing and having a full-fledged kunoichi live with him alone in secret in his house. It was like Naruto's situation with Anoka and Karen, except Tayuya wasn't an uchiha, and it wasn't a secret that both Anoka and Karen live alone with Naruto. Perhaps a shower might do me some justice also, Sasuke decided as he went to his bedroom and undressed down till every article of clothing was removed off of him. He took his towel and wrapped it around his waist before making his way to the bathroom. As he was about to enter the bathroom, Tayuya came out of her room, barefooted and wearing a plain gray t-shirt over her that reached down to her crotch and nothing more. Her hair was still partly wet, and whether or not she noticed Sasuke's presence by the bathroom door wasn't seen. As she made her way to the kitchen, her purple panties and lower rear would give teasing glimpses for Sasuke to see here and there as the bottom hem of the shirt flapped up with every step Tayuya took. "Maybe a cold shower will do me better justice," Sasuke muttered as he went into the bathroom and closed the door behind him. As much as he didn't want to admit the truth to himself, and as much as he wanted to argue against it, Sasuke was still a teenager capable of hormonal arousals, and that was made clear to him after he saw his full erection after removing his towel. Having a stronger kunoichi living with him and parading around his house like she owns the place wasn't going to be a walk in the park for Sasuke. He could only wonder how Naruto handled living with 2 females under the same roof. Meanwhile at Konoha Hospital, Sakura was walking through the hallway on the 3rd floor with some flowers in her hands. She decided to pay Lee an encouraging visit considering the intense care condition he was in, and the fact that he refused to stay in his recovery bed to recuperate concerned her. For 2 days, nurses had repeatedly berated Lee for his stubbornness in wanting to train and get stronger when his body had already sustained severe injuries from both releasing his gates and Gaara's brutal attack on his left arm and leg, which only served to damage Lee's body further. Sakura didn't know Lee as much as Naruto did, and though Lee's huge crush on her creeped her out, he was still a fellow Konoha genin. She remembered how Guy reacted when he was told by the medics that Lee, due to his injuries, might never be able to continue his career as a ninja again. She saw how Guy wept and completely blamed himself for Lee's situation. And she saw how Lee, through sweat and tears, refused to allow his broken body to end his dreams to be the best taijutsu ninja he could become. Though it wasn't her place to chastise him for his stubbornness, she didn't want to see him injure himself further for not giving his body time to heal as best as it could within the range his damaged body could handle. "I'm hope Lee isn't doing any ridiculous training again," Sakura said to herself as she reached the door to Lee's room. "Here I go." Sakura quietly opened the door and walked right in, and then just as quietly closed the door. Expecting to see a heavily bandaged Lee lying on his recovery bed, she walked further into the room and greeted cheerfully, "Lee, are you awake?" "I came by too." Sakura stopped dead in her tracks before the bouquet of flowers fell out of her hands and onto the floor moments later. Standing in front of her was Lee, but the shocking fact of the matter was that not only was he standing completely naked in his recuperating room, but his whole body was entirely healed with absolutely no sign of injury of any sort to show for. Earlier, before Sakura's arrival, Lee was examining and checking every part of his body after he woke up feeling terrific and at 100% for reasons he couldn't explain. Plus, he felt much stronger than before. He was about to shout about his restored flaming youth when Sakura walked into his room unannounced, resulting in the awkward positions they both found themselves in. As saw Sakura-san. The embarrassed and blushingly stuttered while trying to make coherent speech. "I'm sorry," was all Sakura could say with a deep blush and blank expression on her face before she turned and ran out of Lee's room and closed the door behind her. She was too shocked and embarrassed from walking in on Lee in the manner in which she did. She quickly exited and ran out from the hospital building. After getting far away from the hospital, she stopped to catch her breath as her heart was beating fast. While catching her breath, she tried to clear her head, but the image of a naked yet nicely built and toned Lee was imprinted in her memories. "I can't get that image out of my head," Sakura lamented while holding her head. "It won't go away." During her frantic shaking of her head while wishing what she saw could be totally erased out of her mind, she momentarily overlooked one crucial fact. But that changed when Lee was completely healed. Sakura shouted after realizing what she saw. Karen, who was on the roof of one of the buildings with a Naruto Kagebunshin, saw Sakura's sudden outburst. Something tells me that Sakura saw more than what she wanted to at the hospital, the Naruto clone figured with a mischievous smile. Who cares? Karen scoffed, that isn't my problem. All that matters to me is that my favor to Naruto-kun has been carried out, and as promised I completely healed and restored Lee. But many will look into this and try to find out how Lee's condition suddenly did a complete 180. Guy will probably assume that Lee's burning youth revitalized him, the Naruto clone joked before becoming serious. But like I promised, we were in and out of Lee's room before anyone saw we were there. Thankfully, the nurses gave Lee enough sedatives to keep him knocked out long enough for you to restore him. At least the job is done and all traces of us being there were removed, Karen remarked, and then changed the subject. So when are you returning from where you actually are? Later tomorrow, the Naruto clone said. I'm happy to hear that, because you still owe me big for allowing you to enjoy and be entertained by the sight of me and the rest of the girls at the bathhouse the other day, Karen reminded with a grin. The Kagebunshin sighed and said, I haven't forgotten, Karen. Good to know, Karen said before getting ready to leave. Since my work here is done, I'll take my leave now. I look forward to that promise you gave me. Karen winked at him, and then took off leaping from the roof and onto another, as she started on her way to meet back with Anoka. The Kagebunshin was summoned back to Miyaboku Mountain moments later where Naruto dispelled and absorbed his experience. Back at Miyaboku Mountain hours later, Jiraiya, Shima and Fukusaku were observing Naruto as he continued training to activate and maintain Sage Mode. So far, to the surprise of three monitoring his training, he was doing rather well. Not bad, Gaki, Jiraiya complimented, though you're still not at the full transformation of Sage Mode, you're getting closer than most ever did in years. Having the mental experience of Sage Mode is quite different from having the physical experience, as my body is still not quite used to this chakra yet, Naruto remarked while radiating nature chakra. In that case, Jiraiya suggested, let's have a hands-on demonstration. I already demonstrated to you three what I can do so far, Naruto replied. There's another demonstration we want to experience for ourselves, Jiraiya said as Fukusaku and Shima nodded and jumped onto his shoulders. Moments later, Naruto saw that Jiraiya had merged with Fukusaku and Shima, allowing Jiraiya to go Sage Mode. When Naruto got a good look at Jiraiya's changed appearance, he did the one thing he could do, he burst out laughing. That's how you look like in Sage Mode? Naruto laughed hysterically. How many women did you woo with that look? Shut up, Gaki. Jiraiya retorted, I may not look all that attractive, but the next thing Naruto saw was that he was sucker punched by Jiraiya and sent flying far through several large boulders before impacting and skidding off the ground hard enough to make craters with every skid off the ground made. Naruto then came crashing full throttle into the bottom of a nearby hill, cratering it on impact with a huge dirt and dust cloud blanking the surrounding area Naruto crashed into. Dazed, disheveled and dirted up with half of his shirt torn and parts of his pants ripped, Naruto, while a world of pain, slowly stood back up from within the crater and coughed up some blood from his mouth as Jiraiya suddenly appeared in front of him. In perfect Sage Mode or not, that punch hurt a lot. I'm far stronger than my looks reveal, Jiraiya stated with his arms crossed over his chest. Angered by Jiraiya's surprise attack, Naruto growled as he focused Sage Chakra into his body. Jiraiya gestured for Naruto to come at him. Gladly. Naruto yelled with anticipation before wiping the blood off his mouth. The last time he was this pissed was during his battle with Orochimaru. Though Naruto knew not to underestimate Jiraiya, he wasn't going to allow the fact that he was attacked, caught completely off guard and injured to go unanswered. Jiraiya then raised his hands and charged up two Rasengan that were twice the size of a standard one. Let's do this, Jiraiya challenged. Naruto summoned two Kagebunshin and raised his hands as he and his clones charged up two Futon Rasengan in his hands. After dispelling the clones, Naruto turned to Jiraiya and screamed, "Bring it on." With that, both Godfather and Godson charged forward at each other with their Rasengan of choice, thus commencing their battle. Chapter 31 Novices. At Miyaboku Mountain, Naruto's two Futon Rasengan and Jiraiya's two double-sized Rasengan collided head-on, resulting in a huge explosion that blew both them away from each other. Both Sage and Sage Trainee were thrust through the air and skidded hard across the ground. Quickly getting back off the floor, Naruto, using wind speed force, rushed at Jiraiya in an attempt to ram him head-on as he focused all of his wind chakra into one central point. Jiraiya, however, maneuvered himself away from Naruto's attack just seconds before Naruto aimed and blasted the wind speed force into the ground Jiraiya was just lying on. The result was an explosion of dirt, and strong and dangerous winds blasting a cloud of rocks and dirt all over the place. The Sannin was pelted hard with some of those rocks, but his Sage Mode minimized the amount of injuries he would have from being assaulted by the wind-driven rocks. "Alright Naruto," Jiraiya declared, "get ready because I won't be going easy on you." 30 minutes went by since that declaration. Naruto and Jiraiya went at it, and battled each other with their respective Sage Mode forms, and needless to say, the surrounding landscape had seen better and happier days as everything around them now laid in ruins. Naruto soon pulled away to catch his breath while he was holding his chest. He was breathing hard and looked very worn out and sore. His clothes were completely ragged, covered with sweat, dirt, and some blood stains. The sleeves of his tattered orange jacket were shredded off, reducing his jacket to something akin to a sleeveless vest. Naruto himself sustained a series of injuries and bruises all over his body as blood was seeping down both sides of his mouth. Like his clothes, Naruto himself had dirt and mud stains on his body with open cuts all over the place. He's harder to fight than Orochimaru was, Naruto thought seriously, his lungs still gasping for air. Then again, Orochimaru isn't a sage. Even after dropping my gravity and chakra restraint seals to a very low level and taking advantage of what I know about Sage Mode, Jiraiya is still able to give me a difficult fight. Either I'm slipping, or he's stronger than he lets on. In addition to that, I can only maintain Sage Mode for only a few minutes at my current level before I'm forced to try to gather Nature Chakra again. The problem with that is that I have to be completely motionless as I bring Nature Chakra into my body. I'm going to have to come up with a method or two in order to remedy that. That boy is still conscious and standing, looking like he wants to fight to his last breath, Jiraiya thought with admiration. Even he didn't come out of the match unscathed. Even with imperfect Sage Mode, Naruto was able to stand his ground against me. Then again, my Sage Mode isn't perfect either. I can only imagine what this boy will be able to accomplish in a month's time. Naruto was about to say something to Jiraiya when something in his mind caused him to fall into a sudden trance. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto found himself in a lit-up brick tunnel. Observing his surroundings, he deduced that he was somewhere in his mind again, but not in the same place as where he met Susanoo. Looks like I'm back inside my head, Naruto remarked before he started down the corridor. While walking, he heard a loud beastly growl coming from the end of the tunnel. That growl, Naruto muttered. Could it be? Naruto continued and soon turned the corner, as he followed the booming echoes of the growls he was hearing. A few moments later, he eventually found himself standing in front of a towering two-door steel gate that had a paper with the word seal written on it placed on the gate. Naruto looked through the bars of the cage to see a gigantic creature that was locked away behind it. The creature behind the gates looked down to see the Uzumaki standing before him. Seeing this creature for the first time, Naruto remarked, "You're the ugliest bunny I've ever seen. You're nothing like my moon rabbit." "I'm not a rabbit, you foolish mortal, and I'm not a female either," the creature replied darkly. "You have long ears like a rabbit," Naruto joked. "And you're in a cage like one too." The giant creature snarled and calmed down. "Come closer, boy," the creature replied. Naruto approached the gates, and as he did, 3 massive claws came at him between the bars restricting the creature. Naruto stood where he was, the middle claw only an inch from his face. "Greetings to you too, Kurama," Naruto remarked cynically. "I trust your captivity within my body has been most pleasant. You dare address me by my name, mortal?" Kurama said angrily. "Only the sage of the 6 paths was worthy of calling me by that name." "Seeing that I'm that sage's descendant," Naruto retorted, "I'll address you by your real name, like it or not. Deal with it. Unless you prefer I address you by a more derogative name, or title, because I know plenty of colorful names to address you by." "You humor me, brat," Kurama said as he retracted his claws and stared down at Naruto. He then continued, "The first 7 years of your life were pitiful. However, I watched over the years how you made extraordinary changes to both yourself and the Hyuga heiress you planned to have as your mate. It was entertaining watching you humble and butcher everyone who dared defy you. It made my time here less unpleasant. Be that as it may, Kurama, I've been meaning to see and talk to you for a while now. I just didn't know how to reach you," Naruto said. "I'm aware of that, Naruto," Kurama said. "You're seeking answers to what happened 13 years ago when I was put under a genjutsu and forced to attack Konoha. You're the only witness to that event that I can easily get to," Naruto replied. "Can you tell me who it was that manipulated you into attacking Konoha after you were extracted from my mother's seal? You seek my help in solving this mystery?" Kurama questioned and then said, "Even I don't know the identity of the Uchiha who became your parents' attacker. All I know was that he was wearing an orange mask with black markings around it, with a lone Sharingan showing from the right eye of the mask. He was also wearing dark robes, gloves, and a hood over his head. He made quite an effort to conceal his identity save for the fact that he was an Uchiha." "I see," Naruto accepted with a tone of disappointment. "Another dead end." "However," Kurama continued, "before he managed to put me under his control through the use of that cursed Manjikyu Sharingan of his, I managed to get one good smell of that man's scent." Naruto's head shot up on hearing that. "What can you tell me?" "The culprit's scent was mixed with an aura similar to that of Senju Hashirama. Somehow, he managed to get a hold of some of the Shodai cells," Kurama informed. That's interesting to know, Naruto said. Is there anything else you can tell me? I would have been able to match the scent to the uchiha who was the culprit. However, Itachi did need the service of exterminating that accursed clan, Kurama commented. Though he spared Sasuke for whatever reason. I don't understand why. It doesn't add up whenever I think about it. You suspect there was an ulterior motive to Itachi sparing Sasuke? Naruto asked. Whatever the motive, I'm sure it will amount to nothing but a waste of everyone's time, Kurama snarled. Whatever, Naruto remarked. Your father had a safe house outside of Konoha's walls, Kurama said. He teleported both me and himself there before sealing half of me into you before talking the other dark half of me with him into the Shinigami. I don't know if that house is still there or if it was sealed off. You might find something of value there, if anything. Seals are my specialty, Naruto remarked. If it's sealed off, then I'll find a way to break it and access that safe house. But why are you telling me this? Because that's where I tried to kill you to prevent myself from being sealed away again. It's also where your parents died, protecting you from the very claw I lashed out at you just moments ago, Kurama replied darkly. Then again, your parents were going to die regardless, since I was extracted out of your mother, and your father had summoned the Shinigami. All I did now that I think about it was speed up the process. Aren't you full of such tender mercies? Naruto mocked cynically. Think what you will of me, mortal, Kurama retorted. It's of no concern to me. There was a brief moment of silence between Kurama and Naruto. After another moment, give me your chakra, Naruto said authoritatively. Excuse me? Kurama retorted. You've been living inside my body over 13 years, and you owe me rent in the form of your chakra, Naruto replied. And what makes you think I'd freely give you my chakra? Kurama replied. You can either cooperate, or watch me get beaten to a pulp by my godfather, whom I've been meaning to vent my pent-up anger on, Naruto answered. And even if you don't cooperate, knowing you, you'll still use your chakra to repair my broken body, seeing as you don't like looking weak in front of anyone, even if it's through your host. Kurama smirked and gave a dark chuckle. You amuse me, brat. Considering the life you've lived, it would be foolish on my part to believe you'd simply cower before me and not make demands of me. Kurama sent out a pool of red chakra through the bottom of the bars to Naruto. The chakra wrapped tightly around the Uzumaki. Use my payment wisely, mortal, Kurama said. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was about to go on the offensive again when he suddenly felt a massive power spike coming from Naruto. He looked to see red chakra bubbling out of the young teenager before it burst forth into a flaming aura. Naruto grew fangs as his whisker marks became more feral. His eyes turned red, his pupils turned into cat-like slits, and his nails turned into razor-sharp claws. Looking back at Jiraiya, he gave his godfather a defiant look. He managed to tap into Kyuubi's chakra, Jiraiya said seriously. I don't know how much control of himself he'll have since he's never resorted to using it before. There's no telling how this will end, but we better be prepared for anything, Jiraiya-chan, Fukusaku warned. Just then, Naruto bit his thumb and raced through a set of hand seals and slammed his palm into the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto yelled out before a massive burst of white smoke appeared and covered a large region of land. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Naruto standing on top of Gamabunta. That Gaki managed to summon Gamabunta in his first attempt at summoning? Jiraiya exclaimed. What the? Gamabunta shouted. Jiraiya, why did you summon me out here when I was in the middle of having some good sake? I didn't summon you. That blonde Gaki standing on your head did. Jiraiya corrected. I have a name, Jiraiya, and it's not Gaki. Naruto retorted. You're telling me that Naruto was able to summon me out here? Gamabunta asked in surprise. That Uzumaki child we told you an elder sage about is quite a ninja, Gamabunta. Shima said. Presently we're testing to see how far we can gauge his abilities, and from what we're seeing he's a handful, even with sage mode. That's saying something. Gamabunta remarked. Gamabunta, Naruto called out, I need your help in fighting my godfather. Since he's using Fukusaku and Shima against me, I need your strength to level the playing field. From the looks of the landscape, I'd say that the playing field is leveled enough, Gamabunta joked. Whatever, Naruto remarked. Anyway, here's what I need from you. Naruto lowered his voice enough for only Gamabunta to hear. Jiraiya and the sage toads saw that Naruto was secretly explaining something to the giant toad. I'm not so sure about that, Gamabunta replied. I was never skilled in that jutsu. Don't worry about that, Naruto assured. Let me handle the required seals while we combine our chakra for the jutsu. Normally I'd require a test of endurance from a new summoner before allowing him to become one of my summoners. But I'll make this test you're having with Jiraiya, Fukusaku, and Shima a substitute, Gamabunta commented before getting himself ready to battle. He's using Gamabunta as his partner against us, Jiraiya warned. Be prepared for anything. Fukusaku and Shima nodded and got ready to fight again. Naruto put out more of Kyuubi's chakra, and after performing the required hand seals, Gamabunta rushed and leaped forward before he and Naruto burst into a huge cloud of smoke. From the white smoke came Kurama, roaring in all his primal glory. What the? Jiraiya yelled before he hurriedly jumped out of the way of the massive clawed right hand that nearly smashed him deep into the ground. Jiraiya backed away and looked at the creature before him. That Gaki executed a fusion henge with Gamabunta. He's using the form of Kyuubi against us, Jiraiya realized. Kurama snarled at Jiraiya, scratching his claws into the ground with his 9 tails swinging and whipping around into the air. Anyone got a plan? Jiraiya asked. Yes, Fukusuka replied, run and get out of the way. No sooner than he said that, Jiraiya hurriedly jumped out of the way a second before one of Kurama's tails whipped forward and nearly smashed him into the ground. Kurama was not deterred, whipping out another tail that caught Jiraiya by surprise. The Sannin was sent flying through the air before Kurama appeared above him and punched him hard into the ground, cratering it on contact. Jiraiya coughed and struggled to get back up. That was when Kurama went on the offensive and took to fighting Jiraiya, Fukusuku, and Shima in a fierce bout. It didn't help that Gamabunta was very familiar with Jiraiya's style of fighting, thus he knew how to get around and counter Jiraiya's attacks. Jiraiya soon created some distance between himself and Kurama. He took a moment to catch his breath and think of a means to counter the fused duo. It's been a long time since I had a fight this hard, Jiraiya said, feeling worn down. And part of me thinks Gamabunta's enjoying this. Well, you wanted to test Naruto's skills and learn how much he hides from your former sensei and everyone else, Fukusuka remained. I expected a lot of things, but this sort of development is nuts, Jiraiya replied before he saw Kurama preparing his next attack. Kurama raised his head and opened his mouth wide and brought all 9 tails toward his mouth. Red chakra, concentrated wind chakra and Gamabunta's oil and gas form started swirling and gathering together into one huge ball. When that was done, the ball condensed into a smaller one, releasing a large energy wave that cratered the ground in front of the bijou in the form of a circular crater. Kurama then swallowed the ball into his mouth. Lowering his head, Kurama looked at Jiraiya and with narrowed eyes. Oh no. Jiraiya said in realization, they're doing an imitation Bijudama. Kurama opened his mouth as white light appeared before a powerful white fireball was blasted from out of his mouth and straight in Jiraiya's direction. I think that GKI is really trying to kill me, Jiraiya screamed. What about us? Shima yelled back before the 3 of them narrowly evaded the attack that exploded violently in an earth-shaking blast that blanketed the region in pure white light and heat. The explosion lasted for a couple of moments before it gradually died down. When it did, the landscape was entirely burned and in ruins. All that remained was a gigantic crater with smoke ascending to the skies. Jiraiya, with Fukusuku and Shima, emerged from the rubble. Although alive, they were bruised up and burnt. The combined trio looked to see Kurama still standing in the same spot as before with his tails swirling and swinging in the air freely. Let's call it a draw, Jiraiya suggested. Any further, and we'll end up destroying each other. The fusion henge was dispelled, revealing Naruto standing on top of Gamabunta's head. By this time, the red chakra around Naruto was gone and Naruto's feral features returned to normal. That was an amazing display of power, Naruto, Gamabunta praised. I was skeptic at first, I admit, but I must confess how wrong I was about you. You've more than earned your role as our new summoner and Toad Sage trainee. But you must do one more thing to make this official. And what's that? Naruto asked. You must have a drink with me. Gamabunta laughed, causing Jiraiya, Fukusuku, and Shima to groan in annoyance. Naruto laughed and said, sure. Why not? Old enough to kill, old enough to drink yourself stupid, as I'm sure some crazy hot lady once said. Back in Konoha, Enko sneezed loudly as she was walking with Kurenai with 3 sticks of dango and a cup of red bean soup in her hands. That was quite a sneeze, Kurenai stated. Are you coming down with something? Either that or someone with a death wish is thinking about me in an inappropriate way, Enko remarked before taking a bite out of one of her dango and sipping some of her red bean soup. When do inappropriate and you not mix? Kurenai teased. Someone has spunk today, Enko remarked before she asked suggestively. Did Asuma show you a good time, Enko? Kurenai exclaimed with a dark blush as Enko gave her a mischievous smile. Deciding to change the subject, Kurenai said, anyway, Hinata has come a long way in her training with genjutsu. I didn't think I'd be able to train any of my genin in that field, but Hinata has taken a liking to it. With the way you treat that girl, I'm surprised you haven't tried adopting her from her clan, Enko remarked. But I don't see myself acting like that with any genin, if I were ever given any to train in the first place. It isn't my thing. Enko continued eating her dango and red bean soup as she spent the day hanging out with Kurenai. 3 hours later, on top of the Hokage monument, Naruto, Jiraiya, Fukusuku, and Shima had teleported back to Konoha just minutes ago. Naruto had insisted on returning as soon as possible in order to make preparations for his girlfriend's new training regiment, which was to begin tomorrow morning. Despite his fatigue and chakra exhaustion from earlier, he still had some strength left. Jiraiya told him that they would resume the sage training later tomorrow after his time training Hinata. The Sannin also told Naruto that he would have to begin training using his lightning element and the Kiba blades. Naruto agreed before hurrying on his way. That boy is a handful, Fukusuka commented. Even so, he's going to go far, and with everything we've seen so far, he'll be a force to be reckoned with, Jiraiya commented. Despite his limited amount of chakra, Naruto summoned 3 Kage Bunshin and sent them out to get everything set up for tomorrow. The clones dispersed and went on their way. After they left, Naruto made his way to Ichiraku, and when he got there, he ordered and started eating bowl after bowl after bowl of beef and pork ramen. Ayame and her father Tsuchi saw the horrid condition of Naruto's clothes, and Naruto explained what happened during his training session with Jiraiya. All the while, Naruto just continued stuffing his face with as much food he could eat. Tsuchi and Ayame knew how much Naruto could eat, but his appetite that evening was just ravenous. They were thankful that Naruto was able to pay for all the food he ate after he was done. "Gee kid, the way you were eating, I was afraid you'd eat everything we have," Tsuchi commented. "It was tempting, but I didn't want to be too gluttonous," Naruto replied. "Besides, I haven't eaten much of my favorite food in days because of my godfather's idea of trying out new foods. I swore that I'd get back at him somehow, and I did with some pocket money I managed to get out of him, which I'm very appreciative of." "We heard from Kakashi that you made it to the Chunin exam finals," Ayame said. "Congratulations on getting this far. You sound more enthused than usual, Ayame," Naruto remarked. "And why not?" Ayame replied. "It's not every day we hear that our favorite customer will become a Chunin after the finals." "You sound confident that I will pass," Naruto said. "There's no reason not to after everything my father and I heard about you from your peers and others," Ayame stated. "We know you're going to pass and make Chunin." Naruto smiled and nodded. "Thanks for your confidence and support." Just then Naruto got the memories from his clones and saw that the preparations for Hinata's new training were complete. But that wasn't the only thing Naruto learned from his clones. He also found out that Anoka and Karen moved everything from his old apartment into their new home, the house that once belonged to Minato and Kushina. This took place during the 3 days Naruto was away from Konoha. The 2 girls dusted and cleaned everything inside the house. It helped that Anoka knew Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, so Juzan kept his word in giving me my parents' house, along with everything that belonged to them, Naruto acknowledged through the memories of his clones. "Well, it's getting late and I think I'm going to turn in for the rest of the night. See you both later," Naruto said as he got up and went on his way. "Good night, Naruto-kun, and do try to stay out of trouble," Ayame said while Naruto left their stand. "Come on, Ayame," Naruto replied. "How much trouble do you think I get myself into?" His eyes then caught sight of Anko leisurely walking by herself, apparently heading somewhere. "That reminds me," Naruto grinned mischievously. "I've been meaning to gather some intel on that woman." Deciding to follow her and see where she was going, Naruto kept a safe distance while keeping out of sight. After a while, he saw her entering his favorite bathhouse. Naruto grinned and thought, peeping on Anko might help me relax after a hard day. And when I think about it, she gives me the impression of an older badass version of Hinata-chan. Which gives me an idea. Naruto recalled the night before the second part of the Chunin exams when one of his clones spied on Anko and found that she loves eating dango, red bean soup and drinking sake. Armed with his information, he hurried to the nearest dango shop. Meanwhile, Anko went into the bathhouse and got herself ready to get into one of the baths. After making herself comfortable, Anko went into the female section and found it was empty with no one but her present, which suited her just perfectly since she didn't want to be bothered by anyone. But as an extra precaution, Anko summoned deadly pit vipers and scattered them around the area, having them hide in inconspicuous locations. When that was done, she removed her towel, set it down, and sat herself on one of the wooden stools before washing herself thoroughly. After a good wash and rinse, Anko got up and walked over to one of the warm baths. Anko moaned contentedly as she slowly stepped in and descended into the warm water. Now that hit the spot, Anko relaxed into the water and sighed peacefully. All the while Naruto, while using his transparency jutsu, was hiding high among the beams in the ceiling with his notepad and pen in hand. He wrote down every descriptive detail about Anko's mature figure and breasts, though he took note of some of the battle scars around parts of her body, a sign of a veteran kunoichi that had experienced many dangerous missions and close calls. He soon noticed the curse seal mark that was present on Anko's neck, the same type that was on Sasuke's neck. "It's evident that there's more to Anko than I was aware of," Naruto contemplated. "I wonder what her past with Orochimaru was." Naruto was so engrossed with his thoughts concerning Anko's past with Orochimaru that he didn't sense the diamondback rattlesnake quietly slithering its way over to him. By the time Naruto realized there were vipers hiding and slithering around the women's section of the bathhouse. Shit. She can summon snakes like Orochimaru. That means she was his student at one time. But that also means that I walked right into a trap. Naruto realized this too late when that same diamondback rattlesnake suddenly lashed out and bit his left forearm. Arg! God damn it! Naruto swore after being bitten by the rattlesnake. Naruto immediately stabbed and killed the viper with one of his kunai as the reptile set off an alert rattle. Seeing the intruder, the other pit vipers quickly made their way up and over to Naruto as they slithered up the beams. Terrific! Naruto cringed as he dispelled his transparency jutsu and grabbed hold of his wounded left forearm as the pain felt like being stabbed with 2 hot hypodermic needles. My cover has been blown for the second time this week. Now I'm really starting to become like my godfather. Despite my transparency jutsu, those snakes could still pick up on my body heat. One of the vipers shot forward towards Naruto, but the elite genin fell backwards off the beam and landed down on the floor skillfully on his feet. A second later, he quickly ducked backwards just in time as a kunai flew over him and embedded itself into a wall. No sooner than that, Anko, still wet and with a short white towel around her body which did little to cover her figure, summoned 2 pythons from her arms, which hissed venomously at Naruto. Like what you see? Anko teased with a deadly tone. I took notes, Naruto joked despite the intense pain his arm was in as swelling and discoloration of the affected limb was starting up. Lowering his gaze, he added, I wasn't aware you shaved down there. Her pythons rushed at Naruto, attempting to grab and constrict him. Quickly, he shunshined 20 feet behind Anko, however the venom injected into his arm started spreading, leaving his left arm disabled. The special jounin turned and looked at her prey with her pythons ready to strike again. Just my luck, Naruto thought sourly. I went from fighting against amphibian summons and their summoner earlier today to fighting reptilian summons and their hot but crazy summoner. Funny how Iam's advice is now coming back to haunt me. Naruto, Anko said with a twisted smile and sweet tone, since I'm a nice woman, I'll let you choose a painful death by my snake's venom which is already working its way through your body or constriction by my pythons until all of your bones break before being swallowed by one of my snakes. Jiraiya was beaten by Tsunade to within an inch of his life for peeping at her. This woman wants to bring me to the end of my life for doing the same thing. I really have to start taking Susanu's advice about keeping my inherited peeping habit in check, Naruto thought as he found that his infected and disabled left arm made him unable to use any ninjutsu effectively. The spreading pain wasn't helping either. The venom must be attacking the nerves in my arm while trying to spread through my body, Naruto realized. Despite his predicament, Naruto remained calm and collected. Naruto could have easily undermined Anko by reminding her that he was once attacked and swallowed whole by one of Orochimaru's gigantic vipers before destroying the giant reptile entirely. But instead Naruto decided to play on Anko's belief that she was the one in control of the situation. How about a deal instead, Snake Charmer? Naruto offered. Hey Kurama, while I stall her, how about vaccinating and removing the venom from out of my body? I ought to just watch you suffer through the venom for your stupidity, Kurama replied. But I don't like dying and I was entertained by how you effectively used my image to battle your godfather earlier today. It'll take some time to remove the venom since you already wore your chakra reserves down to a very low level. You're fortunate that none of your veins or arteries were struck by that rattlesnake, otherwise you'd have been in even worse shape. A deal? Anko asked with an unamused look. Naruto, you're at death's door and you're talking about making deals with me? With his usable arm, Naruto took out a scroll and opened it. As he laid it down on the floor, Anko saw the kanji for peace offering written in the center of the seal and the scroll it was written on. She kept her eyes on alert in case Naruto tried any funny business. Naruto smacked his right hand down on the floor and yelled Kai. The scroll burst into a pool of white smoke. When it cleared, Anko's eyes widened when she saw an entire full menu of dango along with some bowls of red bean soup and a large bottle of fresh sake all laid out on a white picnic sheet. How did you know these are my favorite kinds of food? Anko asked with a surprised look. I'm not the #1 most surprising ninja for nothing, Snake Charmer. I have my sources, Naruto replied. Included in this peace offering is a special new recipe I paid the chef to make. That recipe won't be on the market for another week. Grinning toothily, Anko retracted the snakes back into her arms and returned all of the vipers, including the one Naruto killed, back to their realm. With her left hand on her hip, Anko said, Gaki, you're off the hook for now. But if I catch you peeping on me again, then you'd better have 10 times the amount of dango and sake to try and bribe me into sparing you. That's why my digital camera and those pictures of you in the nude I took will serve as my insurance, Naruto thought and said, I understand, Snake Charmer. But you wouldn't happen to have antivenom for that particular rattlesnake that bit me, would you? Do I look like I carry antivenom for every kind of viper I summon? Anko asked. No. I wasn't foolish enough to count on it either, Naruto replied. You might want to run to hospital now if you don't want to die within the hour, Anko advised. No, I'm good. I'm not in the mood to fill out paperwork, Naruto remarked, feeling Kurama's chakra working on his left arm. The pain gradually started to die down. You must have a death wish if you're willing to take your chances with the venom of that diamondback rattlesnake instead of heading to the hospital now, Anko remarked. Like I said, I'm not willing to explain how and why I got poisoned. Anyway, I'm writing a new book series called The Moon's Eye Above the Fireworks, and I want to use you for inspiration as the main female character. I offered my girlfriend the role first, but she turned me down hard. But you look like what Hinata-chan could look like in a few years, and that could come in handy with my writing, Naruto explained. You got balls, Gaki? You seriously expect me to believe that you're writing a book series, and that you want my permission to use me as inspiration material for your book? Anko asked skeptically. Feel free to ask Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, and Sakura if you don't believe me, Naruto suggested. I'll give you 10% of my earnings when my book series becomes successful. Confident, aren't we? Anko smirked. I took a deadly risk coming here, so that should tell you something about how far I'm willing to go to accomplish my goals, Naruto replied, not to mention that I'm whining and dining you while you're wearing nothing but that skimpy towel around your body. Now what man can say they did that with you and remained conscious? You're crazy if you're willing to go this far in the face of possible death just to get inspiration, Anko laughed. Seeing as you beat the shit out of Orochimaru, I have to say I really like you, Gaki. Okay, it's a deal. Before Naruto could say a word of thanks, Anko produced and held a syringe in her right hand. Here's the antivenom, Anko offered. This will cure the infection. I'll apply it to where you were bitten. Where did you hide that? Naruto inquired curiously. That's none of your business, Anko replied with a grin, causing Naruto to blush darkly at the many possibilities. As Anko applied the antivenom into his left arm, she asked, by the way, what the hell is up with you dressing like a homeless beggar? Preparing for the Chunin finals. Training did a number on my clothes, Naruto said. After applying the antivenom, Anko put the syringe away to dispose of it later. Alright, Naruto, Anko said. That should do it. Thanks, Naruto replied before going to where her kunai was embedded in the wall. He pulled the kunai out of the wall and, catch! Naruto shouted as he threw the kunai at Anko's head. The special jounin caught the kunai, but the second she turned to look back at Naruto, he was already gone. I have to say, that Gaki has style, Anko remarked before looking back at the food and sake Naruto left for her. Too bad he isn't a few years older and still single. In the meantime, Naruto was on the roof of the bathhouse. The antivenom combined with Kurama's chakra completely restored his arm. I'll let what happened be a lesson for being sloppy and careless, Naruto said to himself. But on the plus side of things, I got the snake charmer to cooperate in letting me use her description in my book series, and I have souvenirs of the occasion to add to my scrapbook. After taking a breath of the refreshing night air, he leaped from the roof to the next roof as he began his trek to his new home where Anoka and Karen were waiting. He was in need of a good shower and much sleep. Thank you, Godfather, for giving me some spending money, Naruto thought happily since he used Jiraiya's money to pay for all the beef and pork ramen he ate, along with all of the food and sake he bought for Anko. It really came in handy. All the while, Minato's brat mugged me. Jiraiya realized when he found that his wallet had only half the money it previously had. He was in the red light district at the other end of Konoha when he finally noticed how light his wallet was. Wait till I get my hands on that Gaki, Jiraiya grumbled. The following morning, Shikamaru, Chuji, and Ino were walking through town, making their way to meet up with Asuma. As they walked, they came across Guy and his team. Niji was being pushed in a wheelchair by a fully healed Lee who was back in his regular green clothes. Wait a minute, Chuji questioned. Wasn't Lee hospitalized in the intensive care unit because of his severe injuries? I'm surprised you haven't heard the news yet, Ino commented. Heard what? Chuji inquired. Someone came the other night and restored Lee to full health, Shikamaru explained. According to the doctors after their examinations on Lee, whoever did it must have had skills as great as Tsunade-sama's. You're joking, right? Chuji asked in disbelief despite seeing the proof in front of them. The injuries that Lee had should have rendered him unable to ever be a ninja again from what I heard. Be that as it may, someone out there clearly didn't want to see that happen, Shikamaru replied. Whoever that person was, I'm certain they have Lee and Guy's unending thanks. With that kind of healing power, I'm surprised that this mysterious medic Nin wishes to stay anonymous, Chuji stated. This news even reached the Hokage's ears. In fact, Ino added, he wonders who'd go through such trouble to completely heal one of his genin. He also wants to know if this mysterious healer has an ulterior motive. How troublesome, Shikamaru remarked. Perhaps time will reveal the identity of this unknown healer, Chuji said. Meanwhile, Naruto was sleeping comfortably in his new room of his parents' old house. Soon, sunlight shined through the blinds onto Naruto's face. The blonde groaned and groggily stirred as he gradually woke with a stretch and yawn. Man, do I feel so much better, Naruto sighed happily. However, his joy was short-lived when he turned to see what time it was. 9:30 a.m. Naruto shouted with widened eyes, damn it. I overslept. I was supposed to meet up with Hinata-chan 2 hours ago. Realizing his situation, Naruto jumped out of bed and hurriedly dressed himself in new clothes, throwing his ragged and ruined orange jumpsuit and black t-shirt in the garbage. His new training attire consisted of dark blue ninja pants and a gi with a dark orange t-shirt worn under the gi. Around his waist was a belt that matched the color of both his pants and the gi. He now had leg bandages tied around his ankles and lower legs. He was thankful that he took a shower the night before, though he still had to brush his teeth. After dressing himself, he made his way to the bathroom and brushed his teeth and washed his face. After doing that, he left the bathroom and ate some fruit granola bars with some juice for his breakfast. He then made some kage bunshin and instructed them to take care of Karen's needs and to keep her occupied. Fortunately, Anoka left early and wasn't going to be back until later that evening, leaving Karen to have the place to herself along with Naruto's clones. With that out of the way, Naruto then hurried out the door and made his way to where he was to meet Hinata at. I hope Hinata-chan wasn't waiting too long for me, Naruto said as he used wind speed force to dash through the forest and over to the waterfall he instructed Hinata to meet him at for her new training. Soon his destination came into view, and when it did, he was able to see not only Hinata but also Hanabi there waiting with him at the base of the waterfall. What's Hanabi-chan doing here with Hinata-chan? Naruto wondered out loud to himself before amplifying his wind speed force to thrust himself to where Hinata and Hanabi were like a missile. He's late, Hanabi remarked impatiently. What's taking him so long? He'll be here, Hanabi, Hinata assured. The older Hyuga remembered to bring cinnamon rolls, herbal tea, fruits and some of her cooking, which Naruto asked her to bring. All of those things were sealed into a scroll Hinata was keeping inside her jacket. Well, he better get here soon because I don't like wasting my tea. Hanabi didn't get to finish because something crashed right into the water behind them. The powerful impact created a large wave of water that came their way. Hinata didn't have time to react with her water manipulation when she and Hanabi were both splashed by the incoming tides, knocking them to the ground. The water soon receded back into the river, allowing the now soaked girls to get back off the now wet ground. As they were doing so, Naruto emerged out of the river and rushed at them with a Rasengan in his hand. Hinata grabbed Hanabi and moved quickly out of the way before the Rasengan collided into the ground. The collision into the ground created an explosion that blew the two girls away from Naruto, with dirt and mud being blasted at them. Hinata and Hanabi got back up quickly and entered their respective Juken stances, ready to fight. Good. Naruto greeted with a large smile. Now that you both are fired up, we can get this day started. What the hell was that all about? Hanabi asked before she and Hinata took notice of Naruto's new appearance. 1. An enemy ninja never announces his arrival, Naruto replied. 2. I was going through some harsh and deadly training of my own for the past few days. I almost died from it too. 3. Why are you here, Hanabi-chan? How did somebody as strong as you nearly die? Hanabi asked. I truly appreciate how highly you think of me, Hanabi-chan, but even I'm not invincible, Naruto answered and asked. So now, why are you here with Hinata-chan? I'm here for the training you promised me, Hanabi said before pointing her right finger at him. You've been neglecting me and unfairly spending all your time with Nei-san. I'm not having that. Nei-san isn't the only one who wants your time and attention, as my father made it clear that he expects great things from my time training with you. Therefore, you found a way to blackmail Hinata-chan into bringing you here as a tag-along, Naruto figured out. That's the only way she'd have allowed you to be here at our secret training ground, correct? Hinata lowered her head when she saw his gaze directed at her. Seeing her older sister's reaction to Naruto's tone and gaze towards her, Hanabi was about to say something when, well done, my little nighttime firecracker, Naruto applauded. Both Hinata and Hanabi looked back at Naruto in disbelief. Say what? Hinata asked in confusion. Hanabi-chan has been looking for ways to develop her skills in spying, information gathering and blackmailing, Naruto explained as he walked over to them. She's been training with me in those areas, and seeing how she managed to get you to bring her here to this secret spot that no one else but you and I knew of. That means that Hanabi-chan must have gotten some juicy dirt on you, my moon's eye rabbit. You did this in exchange for her silence, am I right? Hinata blushed darkly and quietly nodded her head when she saw how Naruto figured everything out. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask what that secret was, Naruto assured. I'm sure it's not my place to know anyway. Naruto saw the look of relief in Hinata's face, which showed him that whatever it was, she didn't want to talk about it. So he decided not to embarrass his girlfriend on the spot. Plus, Naruto knew he could always find out from Hanabi later. A moment later, Naruto created a Kage Bunshin and sent the clone over to Hanabi. Come with me, Hanabi-chan, the Naruto clone instructed. We'll do some training in another part of the forest away from here. I'll introduce you to some new moves I'm sure you'll enjoy. Why can't I stay? Hanabi argued as she turned to Naruto. I came and want to be trained by you personally, Naruto-kun. You promised, and you will be, Naruto assured. But I have to divide my attention between you and Hinata-chan at the same time, thus whatever my clone instructs you in will be the exact thing I myself would have done and said, and when it dispels itself, everything it learned and experienced will be transferred and infused into my being. Thus, with what I gain out of my clone from his training you today, I will be able to assess what I need to train you in, as well as what areas you're lacking in that have to be improved. I've done this many times with Hinata-chan, so please don't feel that I'm cheating you out of anything. I promise you won't spend the whole day with my clone if that's what you're worried about. When you put it that way, it's hard to dispute you, Hanabi conceded with a bit of reluctance. Hinata saw that Hanabi actually wanted to be in Naruto's company. But she was happy that Naruto tactfully managed to calm Hanabi down and get her to comply without much of a headache, since she knew how stubborn Hanabi could be. Hanabi still likes Naruto-kun, even though she said she wouldn't try to rival me for him, Hinata thought to herself with a sigh. But then again, Naruto-kun promised and gave his word to Hanabi that he would train her, which he's already been doing for some time now. Hinata inwardly snorted. Though Naruto-kun won't tell me what he's training her in, father expects great result from Hanabi being taken under Naruto-kun's wings. I can only wonder what will happen in the future. Naruto watched his clone escort Hanabi away to another location of the forest until they were out of sight. Okay then, Naruto said to himself, I have my clones taking care of both Hanabi and Karen, leaving me to have my way with my little moon rabbit. Naruto walked over to Hinata, and before she could get a word out to him, he grabbed and pulled her into a tight embrace and kissed her hotly. Given no room to argue, not that she ever would when it came to this, Hinata happily accepted and embraced him as she returned the kiss with the same amount of passion. It was their need for air that made the young couple reluctantly pull their lips away from each other. I will never get tired of doing that, Hinata said. Nice clothes, by the way. Thanks, Naruto smiled, but we're going to have to put our pleasure time on hold in order to begin your new and much harder training today. The two teens released each other from their embrace. From what you saw from the Forest of Death and the preliminaries, Gaara is a most deadly genin and Jinchuriki, and we both know that he won't hesitate to kill you. What we also know is that you're a water-type ninja while he's a sand-type ninja, which is a problem since Earth drinks water, Naruto started. Gaara is also a long-range fighter, and his sand will block and prevent me from getting close to him. He can also use his sand to cocoon and completely crush his enemies like he did to those three aimed genin in the Forest of Death, Hinata added. Lee had to open his gates in order to attack Gaara directly, which led to severe injuries of his own, which is why you're going to increase the levels of both of your gravity and chakra restraint seals, Naruto stated. You've been trained by a Jinchuriki, and now I'll teach you how to fight one. For the next month, Hinata-chan, you're going to be in for the long haul. So where do we start? Hinata asked. First, tell me in detail how much you know about human anatomy, Naruto instructed. Meanwhile, Naruto was beginning his tutelage with Hanabi in another sector of the forest. Alright, now that we got our warm-ups done and out of the way, Naruto started. We'll begin your training with Drunken Fist. Hanabi was standing at attention, eagerly awaiting what Naruto had to teach her. She waited a long time for this, and she wasn't going to miss out on it now. Drunken Fist is a category of techniques, forms, and fighting philosophy that appear to imitate the movements of a drunkard. The movements are sloppy, uncoordinated, and most importantly, completely unpredictable. It's considered to be among the most difficult styles to learn due to the need for powerful joints and fingers, something you as a Hyuga are trained to develop from the time you can walk. Am I correct? Hanabi wordlessly nodded her head in agreement. Naruto continued, while in fiction practitioners of Drunken Fist are often portrayed as being actually intoxicated, Drunken Fist techniques are highly acrobatic and skilled and require a great degree of balance and coordination, such that any person attempting to perform any Drunken Fist techniques while intoxicated would be likely to injure themselves. Except for you, because I know you're a drinking pro. Very funny, Naruto-kun, Hanabi snorted with a blush. Naruto went on, but seriously, don't ever actually drink alcohol when performing or practicing Drunken Fist. Remember, this style is designed to imitate a drunk, not to actually make you one. Actually being drunk while trying to execute Drunken Fist can lead to accidents, or even death. The only exception I know of is my friend Rock Lee, who can only seem to use Drunken Fist when he's actually drunk. To this day, I have yet to figure out how that's possible. Well, don't expect me to, Hanabi remarked. I wouldn't count on it either, Naruto replied. But going back to the original topic, even though the style seems irregular and off balance, it actually takes almost perfect balance to be successful. To excel, one must be relaxed and flow with ease from technique to technique. Swaying, dipping, and falling are used to throw off opponents. When the opponent thinks the drunken fighter is vulnerable, he is usually well balanced and ready to attack. When swigging a wine cup, the drunken fighter is really practicing grabbing and striking techniques. The waist movements trick opponents into attacking, sometimes even falling over. Falls can be used to avoid attacks but also to pin attackers to the ground while vital points are targeted, in your case, chakra points. Do you understand? Yes, Naruto-kun, Hanabi said. What's also true is that Drunken Fist also puts intense amount of strain on the core of your body. Therefore, you'll be doing a healthy amount of sit-ups and leg lifts each day, along with other workouts for your core. Also, core strength and endurance will help with balance and surprise attacks. Alongside this, you'll really need to strengthen your hands since even during a punch it stays neutral. Therefore, you'll be doing push-ups on your wrists, then switch to the back of the wrist, switching on each push-up, switching between the front and back of my wrists with each push-up. Hanabi asked, Is that possible? I'm not expecting you to get this right away, Naruto replied. I know it's not easy to do. And since you as a Hyuga understand how important is it to have strong wrists and fingers, you'll need some stronger fingers in order to use some of the Drunken Fist techniques I'll be teaching you. Finger push-ups are best for that. Plus you'll be doing an exercise called bear walk. Basically, get into a push-up position and crawl like that on your fingers. This exercise will strengthen your fingers and give them endurance. Lots of stretching before doing actual Drunken Fist is vital, so be sure to always do this. This is going to be very hard and strenuous training, and you won't simply carry out my training, you'll live through it. That's what Nei-san told me about how you trained her, Hanabi recalled. I'm happy that you're aware of that. Now let's gauge the level of endurance with your joints, core and fingers, Naruto suggested. We'll start with you doing the bear walk, and what better place than in the woods where bears thrive. Hanabi got into the bear walk position Naruto described earlier. She found that maintaining that position on her fingers wasn't as easy as she thought it would be, especially with her weight adding to the pressure. You'll have to practice this exercise every day, my little firecracker, Naruto instructed, if need be, even at home, regardless of whether your father, Hinata-chan or others see you. You can't be serious. Hanabi blushed with embarrassment at the thought of walking around the Hyuga compound in that position. I am. Now start walking, Naruto said. Hanabi took a couple of steps forward despite her body shaking sideways from the lack of balance. She soon fell over to her left while feeling the soreness in her fingers. Before running, you must first learn to walk. And before walking, you must first learn to crawl, Naruto remarked as he stood in front of Hanabi. And today you just took your first steps. Funny, Hanabi replied, but like all babies, you have to get up and try again, Naruto replied with a smile. Now let's continue. I'm sure you don't want Hinata-chan to leave you in the dust, and you've seen where her training with me got her. That was all it took. Being told that Hinata would leave her behind was something completely unacceptable to Hanabi. The young Hyuga got up and tried again and again. She wouldn't allow Hinata to outdo her. She was determined to catch up, one way or another. Elsewhere, in the Uchiha district, presently, Sasuke was in his clan's training dojo, trying to master the cursed seal. It was a difficult task, and Taiyuya was a strict teacher. No matter what, she never went easy on Sasuke, and personally she liked that kind of training, and Sasuke never backed down from it as he found that such intensity would make him stronger. Now's not the time to pussy out on me, dick face, Taiyuya remarked after Sasuke stopped to take a needed break. We still have much to do. This girl really has a foul mouth, Sasuke thought to himself. But at least she's a strong ninja, so I can deal with it. From what Sasuke knew about her, Taiyuya was a genjutsu-type fighter, and a member of a team called the Sound Four. Sasuke was getting what he wanted to learn, and she was teaching him just that. Evidently, Sasuke found that the cursed seal was much more than what he thought it was. Taiyuya didn't know everything about the seal, however she taught and explained everything she knew. If you're done catching your balls, I'd like for us to continue, Taiyuya remarked. Sasuke wordlessly grunted after feeling some of his strength return to him. As he called upon his powers, he soon saw dark markings appearing over his body, and soon after he felt the strength flow into him. Don't forget, you have to have continuous control over that power. If you lose control, then you can't concentrate on the battle, Taiyuya instructed as she demonstrated the use of the cursed seal on herself as dark lines flowed all over her body. When you can control and master this, the marks will cover your entire body like mine and not half of it like yours. So the full result is to get the marks over my whole body? Sasuke asked her. In doing so, you will have mastered the first level of the cursed seal, Taiyuya informed. First level? Sasuke asked with a surprised look. So there's another level to this seal? Dumbass, please, you're nowhere close to start training to reach the next stage. The cursed seal when first applied has a 9 in 10 chance of killing you. You were damn lucky that you survived. However, in order to gain the next level, you have go that extra step and die. Excuse me? Sasuke retorted, I can't afford to die. What the hell do I get out of dying, you dickless idiot? You don't stay dead, Taiyuya went on to explain further. There's a particular ritual you have to go through, and at one point during the ritual, you're truly dead. However, once you get past that, you would gain a whole new power. The second level, the power you can get with Orochimaru, will only be the start of things. It opens the doorway to so many techniques, many of which are forbidden. Tayuya saw Sasuke thinking deeply about everything she was saying. She was instructed to use any and all means to entice him to join Orochimaru, and she saw that some more persuasion was needed. What she was also aware of was that Sasuke had a certain issue that was a real hindrance to his development, a problem Tayuya had to see dealt with. A moment later, you honestly think you have what it takes to rival Naruto-kun, Hinata said, causing Sasuke to turn to her. When did you show up here? Sasuke asked in surprise, forgetting that Hinata had never been over before. You try and try more than I can count to rival my Naruto-kun, Hinata reminded, but what truly troubles my mind and vexes my spirit is that you seek to try to steal me from Naruto-kun when I made it perfectly clear that I have no interest or love for you. I don't know why you refuse to let go of this unrealistic desire to have me, and it's tiring. You lack true strength to let me go. What? Sasuke retorted. Hinata continued, I don't need to remind you that it was Naruto-kun who made me into a powerful woman and in turn, I helped him become a stronger ninja. We compatibly work as one, Sasuke, and I'm sure over the years you've seen this but refused to accept it. Sasuke growled lowly while trying to keep himself under control. Naruto-kun told me how you often talk about wanting to rebuild your clan, and I'm sure you thought I would have been the ideal mother for your children. But the truth of that matter is that I don't want you for a love interest, and it's time you stopped fantasizing that I'll love you. It'll only hinder your growth as both a man and a ninja, something Naruto-kun learned from his own experience. Again, Sasuke fought to keep his anger in check, despite the truths he was hearing. Hinata continued, many of the girls of this village desire your time, attention, affection, and so much more. But you seek a female who's strong, intelligent, capable, and knows what it means to be a true ninja. While all that is good in itself, however, your foolish mistake is that you're seeking that through another man's woman, which will make for a weak foundation for your clan because of the corrupt ground you're trying to build it on. Kai! Sasuke shouted, dispelling the genjutsu Tayuya cast over him. Hinata vanished, leaving only Tayuya standing in front of him with her flute in her hands. Truth is a bitch, isn't it? Tayuya remarked. Losing his temper, Sasuke lunged at her and engaged her in a fierce taijutsu bout. In the end, after a span of 10 minutes, Sasuke found himself lying on his back with Tayuya standing over him with her right foot on his chest holding him down. You gave me an even better fight just now than you did the other night, Tayuya commented, but take my warning seriously. Your pursuit of that pale-eyed bitch you have a hard-on for will be your undoing. It's your worst weakness, which I easily exploited and capitalized on, as did Orochimaru-sama if I recall. Sasuke tried to get up, but Tayuya stomped her foot down on his chest hard, forcing him back down on his back as she held him down again. Despite the pain he felt from his chest, Sasuke looked back at her defiantly, but her gaze at him hardened. I hate wasting my time on you, you shitty bastard. But Orochimaru-sama believes you have potential, Tayuya went on. But your potential will never be realized if all you do is seek to fight Naruto for a woman who doesn't want you. The very thought that you would stoop to that disgusts me. And you call yourself a proud uchiha? That's why you're so goddamn weak. And you'll stay weak if you keep this shit up, you spineless worm. Is that what you want? Sasuke wanted to argue, but he found no words to refute what she said, especially after seeing and hearing what Hinata was telling him. Even though Sasuke realized it was a genjutsu, the words that came from Hinata struck a chord within him. While his mind was processing everything that happened and all that he was told just moments ago, the young Uchiha again smelled the scent coming off Tayuya's body, and for reasons he couldn't understand, he quietly inhaled more of her scent, but discreetly. Tayuya saw that her genjutsu and words were beginning to work their way into Sasuke's thinking. You talk as if you know everything there is to know about me, Sasuke remarked, but the truth is that you don't know everything about me or the hell I've been through while living in this village. Tayuya looked around the dojo, and as she did, it was easy to see what made him the way he was. Being here, seeing all the empty rooms and houses, they brought back memories of her own dark past. This place was once home to many people, young and old. My parents, they worked and lived here for years. But now it's been reduced to a silent tomb, no thanks to my traitorous older brother, Sasuke said. I vowed to restore this clan and the prestige it once carried after I killed my brother, and I want a strong and capable woman at my side as I do so. Tayuya looked him straight in the eyes. She saw the same fury and zeal that once burned inside of her soul not too long ago. She wanted the same power Orochimaru had offered and given to her, and with it, she had right the wrong that was done to her years ago. Since then, Tayuya loyally served Orochimaru and never looked back. She removed her right foot from Sasuke and turned to leave the dojo. Sasuke stood back up and watched her leave. After she reached the door, with her back facing Sasuke, she asked, You think you're the only one who's suffered? You think you're the only one that wanted revenge for being cruelly wronged? And what would you know, huh? You never wanted revenge for anything in your life. You never had a family or clan that was slaughtered. Sasuke retorted. Yes, I did, you stupid asshole. Tayuya yelled at him as she turned to face and stare him straight in the eyes. And what pisses me off further about you is that you think that you're the only one that knows that kind of pain. Sasuke looked at her for a moment. He didn't expect that. But looking into her eyes, he could see she was telling the truth. Those eyes filled with pain, anger, and need for vengeance, those were the eyes he saw in the mirror all the time. I'm going out for a walk. I need time to clear my head. You can do whatever the hell you want. Tayuya turned and left him there, letting her words and everything else she said before echo in Sasuke's mind. Sasuke just stood there and thought about everything that transpired. Tayuya wasn't just some kunoichi from Otogekure sent to train him in the cursed seal. She knew and understood his pain, his loneliness, and his desire for revenge. Not even Hinata understood that kind of suffering, but Tayuya did. Sasuke could only wonder what happened in Tayuya's past. Back at the waterfall, you clearly have an in-depth understanding of human anatomy, Naruto complimented. Following your example, Hinata explained, I use my Kage Bunshin to read up, study, and practice not only the jutsu and elemental scrolls you give me, but also to study things about the human body and its weaknesses in order to improve the effectiveness of my fighting style and Byakugan. That's very good, Naruto praised and continued, and since you're armed with such knowledge and experience, we're going to use that in our objective to upgrade your water manipulation and fuse it with Juken. As I stated earlier, water is weak against earth, but I'm going to train and have you develop a strength against such a weakness, and use it not only against Gaara, but others as well. Now tell me again, the human body is composed of 70% of what element? Water, Hinata answered. And with that, you're going to create and master a whole new manipulation, Naruto said. What do you mean? Hinata inquired curiously. Naruto looked directly at her and stated like a master to his disciple, I'm going to make you into the world's first blood manipulator. Chapter 32 Student-Teacher Mutualities. Yesterday at Kusagakure, the village leader of Kusagakure, after reading and carefully reviewing the diplomatic scrolls sent to him by the Hokage, was in deep thought. It was hard for him to believe what the Hokage was asking of him, but the explanation Konoha's Sandaime gave made sense. Kusa and Konoha were on good terms, though it was hard for the man to deal with the fact that several of his genin lost their lives during the Chunin exams hosted in Konoha. The only surviving Kusa genin was Karen, and now Hiruzen was stating that she's an Uzumaki by birth and belongs to the Uzumaki clan, which resides in Konoha. Part of the man wanted to refuse the Hokage, but he knew that such an action wouldn't be without repercussions. The village leader knew of the Uzumaki clan, and how renowned and feared they were throughout the elemental nations. But he thought that clan was wiped out after a coalition of shinobi nations joined forces against them. It speaks volumes about that clan if it took nations of ninja just to go to war with them, the Kusa leader said to himself before a knock came to his door. Yes? The village leader asked. Sir, there is a man named Zabuza and his partner Haku who wish to have an audience with you, the secretary explained from behind the door. The village leader was surprised to hear that name. Send them in, the village leader said. Yes, sir, the secretary said in compliance. A moment later, the door opened to reveal the two people wanting an audience with the village leader. Sandaime of Kusa, Zabuza greeted in his gruff and somewhat respectful tone while holding a duffel bag over his right shoulder. Sandaime-sama, Haku greeted in a more polite manner with a short bow. Zabuza, a former member of Kirigakure's Seven Swordsmen, and now a missing nin, the village leader stated, Are you trying to seek amnesty here with your record and background? Hardly, Zabuza answered, We're simply here to collect on some bounties Haku and I managed to track down and deal with. Zabuza opened the duffel bag to reveal the contents hidden inside the bag. The village leader gave Zabuza a grave look and saw that the swordsman truly lived up to his reputation as the demon of the bloody mist. That's all 30 of them, the village leader said in disbelief. They were wanted felons and even my best Jounin team had a difficult time tracking and fighting them. I can't believe you managed to accomplish finding and beating them in such a short time. These men were strong, but not experienced enough to take on both myself and Haku here, Zabuza said, though he was the one that did the actual killing. We did the job of taking these men out, and request the payment for the bounty that was placed on them. The village leader nodded and went over his desk to sit down on his chair. Zabuza and Haku watched as the man wrote out a scroll and then summoned his secretary. The secretary came in and went over to the village leader. This is the payment that's owed to Zabuza and his friend, the village leader explained. Take this scroll to the treasurer. The secretary nodded her head and took the scroll from her kage before leaving to do as instructed. While alone with the village leader, Zabuza's eye caught sight of a name written on the diplomatic scroll the village leader was reading earlier. Uzumaki Naruto, Zabuza said, catching Haku and the village leader's attention. You heard of that Konoha genin? The village leader inquired. Haku and I met the young ninja while we were in Nami no Kuni some time ago, Zabuza said. Naruto-kun happens to be dear and precious friend of ours, Haku said. While dear and precious wouldn't be the exact words I'd personally use, Zabuza remarked dryly, I consider him to be a valuable comrade. You both hold that Konoha genin in high regards? The village leader asked. May I inquire as to why? Zabuza and Haku briefly related their encounter with Naruto and Nami no Kuni, and everything they witnessed Naruto doing there. The village leader was carefully considering what he was being told. That's quite a story, Zabuza, the intrigued Kusa leader commented. Thought it's still hard to believe that Konoha somehow produced a genin with skills you say match if not rival those of your own and your former fellow swordsman. It's interesting that Naruto's own Jounin-sensei and teammates had no clue as to how strong he truly is based on what you both explained. Trust me, I wouldn't make such a bold statement if I didn't believe my own words, Zabuza replied. Naruto is a ninja I would advise you not to make an enemy out of. And the only other ninja who was able to wipe out an entire army by himself within seconds was Konoha's Yondaime, who many knew as the Yellow Flash. Are you saying that this Uzumaki Naruto might be the second coming of the Yellow Flash? The village leader asked with a bit of skepticism. I'll leave that for you to decide, Zabuza replied. I think I've said enough. The Kusa leader was about to make a reply when the door opened and revealed the secretary with a black briefcase in her hand. She went over to Zabuza and opened the briefcase in front of him, showing him the money the captured bounties were worth. Zabuza smiled behind his mask and nodded in approval. She closed and handed the briefcase over to him. Thank you, Sandaime, Zabuza said. Our business here is over. Zabuza and Haku turned to leave. As they were leaving, Haku turned to the Kusa leader and said, Naruto-kun fights to save and protect those precious to him. That's what makes him a strong and formidable ninja. After speaking her piece, Haku followed Zabuza out of the office, leaving the village leader to his thoughts. Turning to the secretary, the village leader said, That'll be all? Thank you. The secretary bowed and exited the office. The Kusa leader then looked back at the diplomatic scroll once again and thought about what Konoha's Sandaime was requesting concerning Karen. Later, Zabuza and Haku were alone making their way back to their little hideaway with the nice-sized bounty they racked in. Not bad for a first pay, Zabuza commented, but it's still not enough for me to carry out my goals for Kirigakure. I'm sure something will come up to aid in the fulfillment of your dreams, Zabuza-sama, Haku assured. No one ever built an army overnight. No, but we still need a large amount of income if I'm to build an army to overthrow the current Mizukage and end that atrocious bloodline limit purge that stupid fool started up, Zabuza said. But then Zabuza stopped when both he and Haku realized that they were being followed. Ninja from Kiri, Zabuza said with a deadly tone as he pulled out his large sword, getting it ready for a fight. Haku also got ready to fight when 3 Kiri Chunin appeared in front of the duo. Zabuza-sama, the lead Chunin greeted respectfully. We were informed by your friend Naruto-kun that we can find you and Haku-san here. We mean you no harm, otherwise Naruto-kun wouldn't have revealed to us where to find you. Seeing the way he and Haku were addressed and how they spoke of Naruto made Zabuza give the 3 Kiri Chunin the benefit of the doubt, though they still kept their guards up. You met Naruto-kun? Haku asked in surprise. We did, the female Chunin confirmed, though I still say he can do without that horrid orange jumpsuit of his. It hurts the eyes to even look at it. So you 3 did meet Naruto, Zabuza said. I'm surprised that you 3 got the boy to talk. It wasn't easy convincing him that we had no intention of harming either of you. We actually came here in hopes that you'd accept our offer, the other male Chunin teammate said. What offer could you 3 possibly have that I'd consider accepting? Zabuza asked. The lead Chunin pulled out an authentic scroll written by their leader. He went and handed it over to Zabuza, who then opened and read the scroll. Zabuza read the scroll carefully and found the contents in it rather intriguing as a smile started forming under his mask. Haku soon picked up on Zabuza's gradual change of mood. Zabuza-sama? Haku asked slowly with a curious expression as she watched Zabuza read the scroll before returning his sword back into its sheath on his back. The 3 Kiri Chunin sighed lowly in relief, knowing full well that they weren't a match for any of the legendary 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure, and they knew Zabuza would kill them instantly if he didn't trust them. So a coup d'etat against the Yondaime Mizukage is being led by your leader, Teremi Mei, Zabuza acknowledged after reading the scroll. Yes, and she really hopes you'll accept the offer in becoming her lead general. She respects and praises the fact that you were the first to rebel against what the Mizukage has done and believes that your return will help strengthen the morale of our fellow shinobi who joined our forces. Oh, and pardon me for not introducing myself from the beginning. I'm Chojuro, Chojuro said as he then gestured to his other 2 teammates. And the girl next to me is Suko and our other partner to my left is Hikaru. Zabuza looked at the 3 carefully and found that they were being sincere. After giving what they said some thought, he came to a decision. Let's not talk here, Zabuza suggested. Let's go back to my place where we can further discuss that interesting offer for an army. Chojuro and his 2 comrades nodded their heads in agreement and followed Zabuza back to his and Haku's place. Present time. Blood manipulation? Hinata asked quizzically. That sounds rather creepy. We're ninja Hinata-chan, Naruto said plainly. We're not known for cuteness and sometimes we resort to creepy and oftentimes forbidden means to achieve our ends. And before you get the wrong idea of what this new manipulation entails, let me explain how it works. Hinata stayed quiet as Naruto began his explanation. To start off, Naruto began, blood manipulation does not mean that you'll be controlling somebody's bodily functions or blood with water manipulation. Even Senju Tobirama, the Nidaime Hokage whose mastery over water manipulation was said to be unrivaled, at least from what I've learned, wasn't able to control another person's movements through water manipulation. The only way he was able to control anyone in whatever way he wanted was through an S-class kenjutsu he created known as Edo Tensei. That person though would have to be already dead and summoned from the grave, while sacrificing another living person's life for the kenjutsu to work. You mean our Nidaime created such a horrid kenjutsu? Hinata asked in shock. Like I said earlier, we're not known for cuteness. But you need not worry. I won't be teaching you that kenjutsu, Naruto assured. You mean you know how to execute Edo Tensei? Hinata asked. I read and studied through the Forbidden Scroll the same night Mizuki tried to trick me into stealing it for him, Naruto explained. But we're getting off topic, so back to the main topic. Blood manipulation in truth is actually an advanced jutsu that my ancestor Uzumaki Takumi, one of the previous leaders of my clan, created. So it's your clan's jutsu? Hinata asked. It's my clan's kenjutsu and you're going to master it. That kenjutsu wouldn't prove effective with me, Naruto confessed. And why not? Hinata asked. It originated from your clan. The catch is that it's designed for someone with a high affinity for water manipulation, which I don't have. But you do, and it helps that your chakra control was very sharp even before I gave you the restraint seals. My ancestor was trying to fuse water manipulation, chakra, and blood cells, Naruto continued. His aim was to create a kenjutsu called Ikaitaryu Bunshin no Jutsu living clone technique. Ikaitaryu Bunshin no Jutsu? Hinata repeated. Naruto nodded his head. What is it about Ikaitaryu Bunshin no Jutsu that makes it different from Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? Hinata asked. I'm glad you asked, Naruto said. Recall your answer about the human body being composed of 70% water. Naruto explained, with blood manipulation, unlike Kage Bunshin, you use blood-infused chakra. A sizable amount of chakra is required for the blood to be infused with. Once your blood and chakra are merged and combined with water manipulation, the clone becomes a living copy of you with your bloodline limit. The living clone is 70% water while the other 30% is your blood-infused chakra. But there's more to this. Remember how when a Kage Bunshin is either dispelled or killed off, the user absorbs the memories and experiences of that clone? Well, with blood manipulation, you can do something that one can't do with Kage Bunshin. And that is? Hinata inquired. You can see what your living clone or clones see and know in real time no matter the distance, Naruto answered. Let's say you made 2 such clones and hid them in 2 different locations. Without the need to dispel them, you can see what both of them are seeing at the same time, and know what they're thinking. And if one of them is using Byakugan, you can see what that clone is seeing without the need to activate your own Byakugan. Also, let's say you stationed your 2 clones in one spot and your second clone in another spot close by, and you have an enemy ninja coming to attack you from behind or from a blind spot. Your living clones, being your eyes behind your head or your hidden cameras, will allow you to see what they see, therefore allowing you to become alert to the danger and counterattack. It sort of helps give the Byakugan that 360-degree perception your clan always claims to have. More like completes the missing piece to the 360-degree perception my clan desires, Hinata commented. Oh, but there's still more to this jutsu, Hinata-chan, Naruto added. Really? Hinata asked with a hint of excitement. With this jutsu you can also become your living clone, Naruto pointed out. Become my clone? Hinata asked in confusion. Naruto explained. You know how members of the Yamanaka clan can jump into the minds and bodies of their targets with their chakra and take over their bodies, in the form of possession? Well, blood manipulation allows you to do something very similar to that, as it allows you to link with your living clone and in a very similar manner possess your clone's mind and body while your real body is hidden elsewhere. This is made possible through your blood-infused chakra giving life to that living clone. Another thing that makes this jutsu so useful is that unless you either die or stop providing chakra to it, the Ikaitaryu Bunshin won't die easily regardless of the severity of injuries, as the clone will just keep healing and regenerating. But once the clone dispels, all traces of your blood cells vanish with the chakra, leaving no way for your blood or bloodline limit to be taken from the clone. That's an amazing jutsu your ancestor created, Hinata complimented. It is, but that's not what makes Ikaitaryu Bunshin no Jutsu a risky kenjutsu, Naruto pointed out. What about it does? Hinata asked. Your blood-infused chakra will have you connected and channeling chakra to your living clone at all times. The clone will continue to exist and won't die so long you continue transmitting chakra to it. Whatever ninjutsu, kinjutsu, or genjutsu the living clone or clones can use will depend on the amount of chakra you have because you'll be the source of all of their chakra. Death can result from extreme chakra exhaustion through this kinjutsu, Naruto warned. I understand, Hinata said after seeing the seriousness of her boyfriend's words. Merging your blood with your chakra in order to execute blood manipulation will require very strong chakra control and a large amount of water to utilize afterwards. And for that reason we have the river at our disposal, Naruto said. Once you got your blood-infused chakra stabilized you'll combine that with a set of hand signs. Naruto went on to take a kunai, and used it to cut his right hand. With his hand bleeding, he began focusing chakra into his blood. The flaring chakra absorbed his blood cells and gradually the blue chakra changed into a metallic reddish color. Your chakra changed color. Hinata remarked in surprise as she observed what was happening. The pigmentation of your chakra will change into this color once the perfected infusion of blood into your chakra is achieved, Naruto explained. After that, Naruto slowly demonstrated to Hinata 7 intricate hand signs and said, Ikaitaryu Bunshin no Jutsu living clone technique. Hinata didn't see anything happen. Seeing the look on her face, Naruto clarified, that was just half of the jutsu. The other half requires water manipulation which I don't have. You have to use water manipulation while executing those hand signs I showed you. Naruto cancelled out his red chakra as his right hand healed up. But before we do that, would you mind increasing the levels of your gravity and chakra restraint seals? Naruto instructed. Hinata nodded and did as instructed. Soon she felt the increased heaviness on her body and chakra coils. Naruto allowed her time to adjust and waited until she gave him the signal that she was ready. Now, how about we take it from the top, Hinata-chan? Naruto said. Remember how I demonstrated it for you? Naruto watched as Hinata tried again and again and again to execute the jutsu. The Hyuga heiress found that combining her blood with her chakra wasn't as easy as Naruto made it appear to be. Looks like we'll be here for a while, my moon's eye rabbit, Naruto stated, and please try not to bleed to death on me. Funny, Naruto-kun, Hinata snorted with a frown. How were you able to master blood manipulation so fast? I never did, Naruto admitted as he shrugged. Like I said earlier, you're going to be the world's first blood manipulator. This now left Hinata confused, which led her to ask, then what was that red chakra I saw around your right hand moments ago? I was merely using both mine and a minimum amount of Kurama's chakra as visuals for my imitation of blood manipulation and how it's supposed to look like once it's mastered, Naruto revealed. Kyuubi's chakra healed my hand in the process. However, after blood manipulation is achieved your hand will heal up also. You're now able to utilize the chakra of the bija sealed inside you? Hinata asked in surprise. Only when Kurama is willing to cooperate, and when he feels like my life is threatened since that would mean death for him also, Naruto answered. Other than that, I mostly rely on my own strength rather than using Kurama as a crutch. To do otherwise would give me a handicap. Aren't you noble? Kurama sneered mockingly. Kurama? Hinata asked in confusion. That's Kyuubi's real name, Naruto said. I see, Hinata acknowledged. Did he tell you? No, I found out from a different source but that's not important, Naruto replied. Now, let's continue with your training. Hinata then suggested. Perhaps if I use Kage Bunshin, I can speed up the learning process. No, Hinata-chan, using Kage Bunshin for this training will not work, Naruto interjected as he shook his head. You need actual blood coming out of your body while performing blood manipulation. Kage Bunshin cannot produce real blood, therefore they can't perform blood manipulation and ultimately Ikaitaryu Bunshin no Jutsu. However, the Ikaitaryu Bunshin can execute Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. But this is a hard task you're putting me up to, Hinata replied. I warned you that you'll be in for the long haul on top of whatever genjutsu training you're getting from Kurenai, and you have less than a month to perfect this training in order to use it against Gaara during the Chunin exam finals, Naruto said. Keep in mind that my Jinchuriki brethren intends to show you no mercy and kill you in front of me and everyone. I'm doing what I can to help you prevent that from happening. I understand, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. I won't disappoint you. I will master this before the finals. That's what I like to hear, my future Uzumaki matriarch, Naruto replied, causing Hinata to blush brightly at being called his future matriarch. Hinata took her kunai and made a small cut on her right palm as she practiced blood manipulation again. She was determined not to fail Naruto. At the Uchiha district, Tayuya had returned back to her room in Sasuke's house and stayed there for the rest of the morning. She sat there on her bed thinking about what happened between her and Sasuke a few hours ago. She had been bothered by her outburst at Sasuke after leaving the dojo to cool down. She hadn't spoken to Sasuke since. What do I care about how that stupid dumbass thinks no one else know the pain of losing their entire family? Tayuya said to herself. I don't know why I allowed myself to get consumed by my anger because of that when I should be focusing on getting that numbnut prick to get over that Hyuga heiress and concentrate on his training. And speaking of that fool with the duck's ass for a haircut, Tayuya stood up from her bed and walked out of her room. She walked and made her way back to the dojo, only to find that Sasuke wasn't there anymore. Damn. He stepped out somewhere. Taiyuya deduced, God damn it. Now I have to find something to do to keep myself occupied and not bored out of my ass. Taiyuya left the dojo in the same manner she entered. Elsewhere, Sasuke was with Kakashi at a remote training ground. Kakashi saw a difference with Sasuke in terms of his performance and focus. The Jounin didn't need to be told that Sasuke had greatly improved in a relatively short time. Very good, Sasuke, Kakashi said. You lasted longer this time and with less injuries than before. I would say that's a surprising amount of improvement from the first day we started this training. Sasuke was catching his breath after enduring Kakashi's brutal assaults on him. However, the Jounin was still not going all out against him, and Sasuke knew this. Naruto is way ahead of me, Kakashi, and I still have much to do if I'm to match him, Sasuke replied. It may not be as soon as I would like it to be, but I'll still keep pushing myself to reach that goal. Determined, aren't we? Kakashi remarked. Take a short break and then we'll continue. Sasuke said nothing as he did as he was told. He stood where he was and dusted himself off. As he did, he deeply thought about what happened between him and Taiyuya earlier that morning and everything he was told by Taiyuya and the Hinata Genjutsu. He then thought about what Taiyuya said to him about knowing what it means to lose a family. He saw in her eyes that she was telling the truth. Taiyuya was right. I've been so obsessed over the years with trying to get Hinata that I allowed myself to lose focus as to why I want to become stronger. Sasuke meditated. I lost so much valuable time and energy I could have used for my training, all because I wanted what Naruto had so much. I can't believe I let myself fall so low, and I'm nowhere close to matching Itachi because of my foolishness. Well, as of today, that and dash. Sasuke. Kakashi called out, Earth to Sasuke. Sasuke snapped out of his train of thoughts to see Kakashi staring at him. I see that you came back to this side of reality, Kakashi remarked. Shall we continue? Sasuke grunted before he saw Kakashi pull out a small piece of paper. What's with the paper? Sasuke asked. This, Sasuke, is a special kind of paper. It's used to determine an individual's nature affinity. Naruto has an affinity for wind, which is a rare affinity for anyone in our village to have. Now, let's see what affinity you have, Kakashi said as he handed the paper to Sasuke. Now focus chakra into the paper. If it tears in two, then you have a wind element like Naruto. If it crumples, then it's lightning. If it turns to dust, then you have earth. If it burns, then it's fire. If it gets wet, it's water. Sasuke nodded and did as instructed. A moment later, the paper crumbled up. Well, Sasuke, you clearly have an affinity for lightning, Kakashi stated. That means you can utilize lightning-style jutsu and manipulation more effectively. But that training will start another day, as I have something else in mind. I recall you asking me about kenjutsu the other day. Naruto is highly skilled in kenjutsu. It's a skill I don't have and want to build on, Sasuke said. So you say, Kakashi replied. Well, I brought a friend to aid you in that department. Kakashi made a hand gesture to someone hiding behind a large boulder. Sasuke looked to see Gekko Hate appear from behind the boulder and walk over to them. It was noticed that the special Jounin was carrying something in his left arm that was wrapped in a sheet of some sort. Sasuke, I believe you already know Hate from the preliminaries, Kakashi introduced. He'll be the one to instruct you in kenjutsu. Sasuke, knowing that you watched the match between Naruto and Tenten a few days ago, you're very well aware that the art of kenjutsu will be no easy skill to master, and you correctly deduced that Tenten was nowhere near Naruto's caliber. Hate said, in that match, Naruto used his sword as an extension of himself. Using that along with his other skills, he was able to outmatch his opponent and win. For each person, it varies how long it takes to master the art of kenjutsu, and there's always something new and innovative to learn. I can't promise you that you'll pose as a threat to Naruto by the time the Chunin exam finals start, but I can say that if you put all your effort into your training, at the very least you'll have formed a foundation for kenjutsu. Anything that can aid me in getting stronger, I'll take it, Sasuke replied. I'll do whatever I must to accomplish that, no matter how difficult. So when can we begin? Now actually, Hate said before unwrapping the items hidden underneath the sheet, taking out one of the two sheathed swords, and tossing it to Sasuke. Hate took the remaining one and unsheathed it. Now Sasuke, Hinata continued, we'll start with the basics. At the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen sighed after going over Jiraiya's report about the match he had with Naruto yesterday. It was hard for the aged Hokage to believe that two of his former students had to resort to stronger and more dangerous means to take on Naruto. What troubled Hiruzen was that Naruto now had access to Kyuubi's chakra to the point where the bijou within Naruto appeared to cooperate with him. Being told that the match between Jiraiya and Naruto ended in draw concerned Hiruzen. That boy was already a force to be reckoned with during his days at the academy, Hiruzen said to himself. Now he's at a level where even the Sannin are having a hard time fighting him in one-on-one combat, and he even destroyed one of Orochimaru's giant summons by himself. The aged Hokage recalled Naruto's words to him the other night. I care more about Hinata-chan than anything else in this village, and if I have to pass over you to protect her, I will, consequences be damned. So if you think for even a second that I won't fight any of you or this entire village and die in order to protect Hinata-chan, then you're very wrong. Considering everything that's transpired since Team 7's mission in Nami no Kuni, Hiruzen commented quietly to himself, Naruto would do serious damage to both Konoha and this village's ninja force were he to ever turn on us. And even now I still don't know Naruto's full strength. What also bothered Hiruzen was the incident regarding Lee's mysterious revitalization. There was no known doctor currently within Konoha capable of such a feat. The only Konoha medic Nin capable of healing all of the severe damages done to Lee's body was Tsunade, and she hadn't stepped foot in Konoha for years. Things just weren't adding up. Damn it, Minato. Hiruzen grumbled lowly. I'm far too old for this. Why couldn't you have found a successor in your last moments of life and let me enjoy my retirement? Hiruzen knew it was a silly question, but he felt the need to get it off his chest. And there was also the matter regarding Karen and the diplomatic scroll he had put together and sent to Kusugakure. He spent a good amount of time writing out the contents in that scroll before placing his official signature and seal stamp on it 2 days ago. He knew Kusugakure wasn't going to be happy about losing one of their ninja, but Hiruzen carefully chose his words and resorted to the laws the Shogai put in place regarding Konoha's clans. Kusugakure was a minor shinobi nation and Hiruzen was aware that they couldn't really pose a threat to them, but he figured that they would want some kind of compensation for Karen regardless of her being a rookie genin. In the end, Hiruzen settled for giving Kusugakure a reasonable amount of financial compensation in exchange for Karen's release from Kusa's ranks. I can only hope that Kusa doesn't attempt to start an issue out of this. Hiruzen sighed, but Karen is an Uzumaki. Speaking of that girl, I wonder how living with Naruto and Anoka has been for her. At the Uzumaki residence, Anoka was making her way back home after making a private and secret visit to the Forest of Death. She took the day to study the environment and the hostile creatures living in that region, and thanks to her special chakra, she was able to keep the animals docile. She had been making these secret visits to the Forest of Death for the past 2 days. Anoka entered the house before locking the door behind her. A moment later, though, she heard sounds of MHH. Oh yes, that's the spot, Karen moaned in bliss from behind the door to her room. Oh Naruto-kun, it feels so good. What? Anoka shouted in disbelief before she stormed into the room and busted the door open. What she saw next wasn't exactly what she thought she was going to see. Startled by Anoka's sudden outburst, Karen, who was lying on her stomach and breasts with nothing but a towel around her waist and without her glasses on, looked up from her futon to see Anoka staring back at her and 5 of Naruto's Kage Bunshin giving her a full body massage and oil rub down. The awkward moment between them left everyone briefly in total silence. Thankfully, the curtains to the windows were closed, denying everyone from the outside sight as to what was happening inside Karen's room. After a few moments, there's something called knocking, you damn harpy. Karen barked. Would someone please care to explain what the hell this is? Anoka asked with a baffled expression. Karen asked boss for 5 Kage Bunshin to be her personal manservants she could have under her command. As you can see, our mistress requested a full body massage and oil rub down from us. The 5 of us clones being her personal manservants and playthings was what Karenheim wanted as payment for fully healing his friend Lee. The 5th and lead clone explained. We're under instructions to grant whatever Karen requests of us, and she wants to make the most out of it. Not to mention that I'm keeping my mouth shut about you peeping on Anoka and the rest of us girls at the bathhouse a few days ago, Karen thought with a mischievous grin. So you were responsible for Lee's mysterious recovery, Anoka replied. It's a mystery everyone else outside this house haven't solved yet. Oh well, Karen said, but at the very least I get to have Naruto-kun's hands and stamina take care of my body and soul now as I relish in his personal touch. You're such a damn pervert, Karen, Anoka snorted. Though I admit your moaning and calling out Naruto-kun's name gave me the wrong idea of what was actually happening in here. And yet you call me the pervert, Karen retorted. Now Anoka, please see yourself out of my room and allow me to have my Naruto playthings all to myself. Whatever, Anoka replied, just keep the noise down if you will. Not making any promises, Karen answered. It's not easy trying to handle 5 Naruto-kuns all at once. You know what, I think I'm going to step out of the house for a while and try to get what's happening here out of my head, Anoka said as her right eye started twitching before she quietly turned and left the room while closing the door behind her. A moment later, Karen heard the sound of the house door opening and closing before being locked. Finally, Karen said happily, I thought she'd never leave. Karen turned around and lied on her back, exposing her breasts and the rest of her body. Now boys, Karen cooed, I want this to be an experience I'll never forget. Make it splendid. And splendid it shall be, the lead 5th clone stated. We're yours to command, Karenheim. Hours later into the afternoon. Deep in the forest, Hanabi, exhausted and sore, was making her way back to where Naruto and Hinata were. Despite how difficult things started out on her first day of her new training, she was happy about Naruto keeping his promise to train her in Drunken Gentle Fist. Following behind Hanabi was the smiling Kage Bunshin that Naruto assigned to see to her introduction into Drunken Fist. Later tonight, I'll stop by and give you those scrolls and movies I told you about, the Naruto clone reminded. They'll help in giving you better visuals of how Drunken Fist is done. Why don't I just watch the movies at your place, Naruto-kun? Hanabi suggested. Besides, were I to be seen watching those action movies back home, Father and Nei-san might get suspicious and try to find out why I'm watching drunken martial arts movies all of a sudden. Good point, Naruto clone agreed. In that case, I'll have to arrange it so that no one else but the two of us are at my place when we watch those movies. While watching the movies together, I'll be testing you to see what you've learned. Understand? Completely, Hanabi said, though this will be the first time you ever had me over at your place. I wasn't sure if your father would allow it, Naruto clone replied. You know how protective fathers are of their daughters. Was that why you always waited till dark to come see me, Naruto-kun? Hanabi asked, grinning toothily. What are you implying, Masagaki? Naruto's clone snorted. Hanabi giggled after seeing the look on his face. A moment later they arrived to see Naruto and Hinata eating together by the waterfall. And this is as far as I go, the clone remarked before dispelling himself in a cloud of smoke. Seeing that the clone was gone, Hanabi proceeded on her way to where her older sister and Naruto were. Upon reaching them, she sat down with them and picked up one of the rice balls and fried fish strips. As they were eating, Naruto commented, You know, this is actually the first time Hanabi-chan is picnicking with us, Hinata-chan. How does it feel being here with us, Hanabi-chan? Nicer than I thought it would be, Hanabi admitted after swallowing a bite of her rice ball. I like it here more than Iruka-sensei's class. We can relate, Naruto remarked. Hinata-chan, and I didn't like it any more than you do, Naruto-kun. Hinata lightly chided. Well, it's true, Naruto said. I had to liven things up just to make life at the academy more interesting. That's where my pranks and jokes came in. I still remember the look on Father's face after he saw how you managed to deface the Hokage monument under everyone's nose and escape the two jounin who chased after you, Hanabi said. Even I was taken by surprise at how you pulled it off. My pranks and running from those ninja while trying not to get caught by them served a purpose besides giving people something to laugh at, Naruto explained. It's something the academy lacks even now. Really? Hanabi asked. Actual training against experienced ninja, Naruto said. So many leave the academy thinking they're ready to take on seasoned ninja, only to end up failing the teamwork test their jounin sensei gives them. Worst case scenario is that they're killed in their first dangerous mission against stronger ninja they have no expertise fighting against or escaping from. Pranking and running from the ninja I target served to train me in setting traps for enemies and escaping capture from them. I even pranked and escaped the Hokage on a few occasions. And when it came to hiding, they had a very difficult time finding me, even with the Byakugan. I learned how to escape being found when I don't want to be. I know that for a fact, Hinata remarked, though I do manage to find you from time to time. You're not someone I want to hide from, my moon's eye spring rabbit, Naruto replied with a grin. Well, you won't have to hide from me either, Gaki, a voice above them said. Naruto, Hinata, and Hanabi looked up to see Jiraiya sitting on one of the tree branches up against the tree while looking down at them. I must admit it was rather difficult to find you, Naruto, Jiraiya said, but then I thought about where I would personally go if I didn't want to be bothered. Interesting how we have similar tastes, wouldn't you say? Whatever, Jiraiya, Naruto replied. So what's your business here? We have training to do, Gaki, Jiraiya said, going straight to the point. Not to mention you owe me back the money you stole from me yesterday. There was some research I had to do, and I needed some revenue to see it through. I found you had just the right amount for what I had to do yesterday, Naruto replied. Jiraiya stood up on the branch and flipped down to the ground in front of the group. Hearing the word research gave Jiraiya an idea of what Naruto did. I'll give you another hour with the Hyuga sisters, but seriously, we have much to do before the day ends, Jiraiya said, putting all humor aside. Nice new clothes, by the way. Thanks. I didn't forget about my training with you, by the way. I'll be there, Naruto replied. Hanabi looked at the older man and said, So you're the famed Jiraiya-sama I heard about from Iruka-sensei. That's right, Jiraiya said. I'm one of the 3 Sannin. You're also the writer of the Ika Ika Paradise book series, Hanabi added. How does someone your age knows about that book? Jiraiya asked. Naruto-kun loves to read them all the time, Hanabi answered. It's no big secret, really, just about everyone knows that about him. But it's not like he reads that smut in front of me. Not like Nei-san and I care anyway. Jiraiya looked at the 3 of them with a look of interest. Despite Naruto's infamous perverted character, Hiashi still allowed his daughters to be this close with Naruto. I'm seeing it, and yet it's still hard to believe. Hiashi would sooner shut off all of my chakra points before he allows me to get close to his daughters if I was younger and in Naruto's position. Naruto truly made a huge impression on Hiashi, seeing as the man allowed his daughters to become this attached and loyal to Minato's son. It'll be interesting to see how things progresses between the three of them, Jiraiya wondered with fascination. It's nice to see who you keep in female company, Naruto. You really made a huge impression on the Hyuga clan as a whole, especially after they saw Hinata's recent match with Hiashi. Everyone has been talking about both that and my match with Niji Nizan, Hinata said, but I still have much more to learn. Aren't you modest? It's not like you let father come out of that match unscathed, Nei-san, Hanabi remarked. Look, we're getting off topic here, Jiraiya stated. Naruto, I'll be waiting for you later. Don't be late, and I want an in-depth report later from you about what you uncovered from your research. Naruto frowned at Jiraiya, knowing what the perverted sage was asking. Get your own resources, Jiraiya. Naruto replied. Whatever Gaki, Jiraiya retorted. Anyway, I'll see you soon. Jiraiya turned and walked off from the trio, leaving them alone again. Naruto-kun? Hanabi asked. Yeah? Naruto replied. Hanabi requested, this research you acquired must have been of high value if even a Sannin like Jiraiya-sama wanted intel on it. Would it be alright if I sit in with you next time when you conduct your research, and see how you go about gathering such invaluable information? There was an awkward silence amongst the trio until Naruto explained, sorry, but I can't allow you to accompany me when I do my private training and information gathering. I have various styles of finding out things I want to know, and this particular style helps me to find out things about my target, while working to keep myself from being caught and captured. My latest blunder yesterday is proof enough that I still have more to work on. I almost got killed for that. Thankfully, though, I learned some things about that ninja that helped me in my escape. I understand, Hanabi accepted with a tone of disappointment. But don't worry, my little nighttime firecracker, Naruto assured. Like I said, I have other methods and styles of information gathering. Naruto looked at the younger girl and grinned. And under my watchful eyes, Hanabi-chan, I'll make a trained and professional spy mistress out you. You really mean it? Hanabi asked with a hint of excitement. I never go back on my word, Naruto promised. It's my nindo. Hanabi smiled and nodded her head happily at hearing that. Hinata looked at the two and saw how close Hanabi became with Naruto. The Hyuga heiress was seeing how Hanabi started reminding her so much of herself when she was younger. She recalled how excited she'd get whenever Naruto would train her in something new and resourceful, and how Naruto would put so great an effort to help her reach her goals. Even now, Naruto-kun is putting his all into training and making me stronger, not only for my sake but for his sake also, and by extension his clan's sake, Hinata thought. I'm still amazed at how Hanabi's bond with Naruto-kun changed and grew stronger over the course of time. She must really love Naruto-kun if she's willing to overlook his faults and imperfections. But it's not like I won't work on getting Naruto-kun to control that perverted side of his character. That in itself will be a project for me to work on, and I honestly can't say how long that'll take. 30 minutes later, at the Uchiha district, Tayuya was back inside the dojo. She was spending her free time playing her flute, which helped to soothe her mind. It was something her father used to do whenever he was bothered by something, she recalled. It was a habit Tayuya eventually picked up herself. She stopped playing her flute and turned to find the main entrance to the dojo slide open to reveal Sasuke entering the dojo. So you finally returned, Tayuya greeted dully. I was with Kakashi, Sasuke informed. I trust your time training with the Cyclops got you closer to reaching Naruto's level, Tayuya mocked. Ignoring her sarcasm, Sasuke replied, each day I train gets me closer. But I will say that I had a lot of time to think about what happened earlier today, and everything else that took place over the past 3 years. So what's your point, numbnuts? Tayuya replied. Sasuke sighed. My point is that you were right. I wasted so much time in pursuit of Hinata and failed to focus that same amount of time and energy in my training, which led me to where I am today beneath Naruto's level. After 3 years, it took me bitch slapping your stupid ass to make you to see that, Tayuya spat offhandedly. At the very least that's useful shit I accomplished today. Ignoring her comment again, Sasuke said, you mentioned earlier that you once had a family before they were murdered. You said that you understand the same pain, sadness, and loneliness I suffer from while wanting revenge against the one responsible. I did, Tayuya admitted. I lost control of my emotions and allowed that secret to slip out because I was so pissed at you. Be that as it may, Sasuke replied, but if it's alright with you, I'd like hear about what happened. Tayuya looked at him carefully and asked, you actually want to hear my life story? When the hell did anything about me become of interest to you, numbnuts? The look you gave me this morning before you stormed off left me with a lot to think about while reevaluating what I've been doing all these years, Sasuke said, if it's not too much to ask for. I'd like to hear your story. Tayuya didn't know how to respond at first, since none of her teammates cared to ever ask about her past and what life was like before coming into contact with Orochimaru. Reaching for her hat, she grabbed and removed it off her head, giving Sasuke a full view of her head without her hat on. Despite her vulgar and crude character, Tayuya was a rather attractive young red-haired teenage girl, and her appearance without her hat on made her look more feminine and less tomboyish. I guess it couldn't be that much of a pain in my ass to share something about me since everyone knows your life story, numbnuts, Tayuya remarked as she went over to the wall and leaned against it before sliding down and sitting on the floor. I'll tell you about my past, but I'll only tell you once, so don't ask me to repeat myself. Sasuke simply nodded his head and went over to sit right next to her against the wall. He couldn't bring himself to figure out why his body went on autopilot and did what he just did. But Tayuya didn't seem to mind his presence and closeness. Tayuya held out her flute towards Sasuke and started explaining, "This flute once belonged to my father. It's the only surviving legacy of him I have. My parents weren't musicians, but my father loved playing the flute, and he was quite skilled at it. My mother knew some things about genjutsu and taught me all she knew about it. She was more of an entertainer for the small town we lived in at the border of Hai no Kuni. My father would play the flute for me every night before I went to sleep. Eventually, I decided to learn to play the flute myself because I was close to my parents. They were the only people I cared for back then. There weren't many children my age for me to interact with at the time, so I practically spent all of my time with my mother, and when he was home, my father." "So you pretty much started out living a carefree and peaceful life," Sasuke noted. "If you can call it that," Tayuya replied, "but what I didn't know about my father at the time was that he was a skilled bounty hunter, and it was his skill in catching bounties that made us the most money and enemies. His former partner was a close friend and confidant of my father, and my mother also respected him. I'm disgusted to admit that I, at one time, had a crush on that bastard." "I'm taking it that your father's friend caused you and your parents a lot of trouble?" Sasuke asked. "My father trusted him, since they worked together for a long time," Tayuya continued. "We had no idea that he was plotting to betray us for a large sum of money to a loan shark my father made an enemy out of after some deal between them went south. We started moving from place to place, trying to escape a group of 3 mercenary ninja hired by that loan shark to come after my father. They were able to easily track us because we didn't know my father's former partner was secretly sending information to the 3 ninja about where we were relocating. That pattern continued until one night when they eventually found us. There were 3 chunin, missing nin from Amigekure. My father tried to protect both my mother and me. He fought as hard as he could, but he was outnumbered and they killed him in front of me before turning on us. My mother's genjutsu was no match for them as they killed her as well. I was too scared and weak to fight them as they considered the option of killing me too. All I was able to do was cry in fear as the spineless 8-year-old child I was." "You were the same age I was when I lost my clan," Sasuke noted. "Coincidence, no doubt. Anyway, before they decided on what they should do to me, my father's traitorous friend appeared and told the 3 AIM ninja that their only job was to deal with my father. When they asked about what should be done with me, he told them to leave me and that I wasn't worth the blood on their blades since I wasn't a threat." "Sounds similar to what Itachi told me the night he slaughtered my clan and parents," Sasuke recalled. "He told me that I wasn't worth killing." "I see." After saying what he said, that man knocked me out before setting the house on fire with my parents' bodies and myself still inside the house. They were going to let the fire finish me off. Thankfully, I woke up in time to escape the burning house. Once outside, I could only watch helplessly as the house burned to the ground with my parents' bodies left inside. I cried until I couldn't cry anymore with only my anger, hate, and desire for vengeance left in my soul. Tayuya took a moment to catch herself, trying to resist the urge to become emotional, while remembering that traumatic event in her life, as she wiped a few tears away from her eyes. She hated that remembering that event in her life got her to become this emotional. All the while Sasuke listened to her story and found no pretense or fabrication in what she was saying as he felt a kindred spirit with her. All the while, Tayuya's scent started coming off her body again as it reacted to her emotions. Sasuke's nose was inhaling her scent in loads to the point that all thoughts of Hinata were forgotten and replaced with him wanting to know what else happened in Tayuya's past and how it related to his life and past. After taking a few breaths and getting her emotions back in check, Tayuya continued, "The next morning, I woke up to the pouring rain that had put out the fire. While it rained, I went through the smoking rubble of what was left of my family's house and retrieved my parents' burnt bodies and my father's flute which, to my surprise, remained completely intact. It was while I was burying my dead parents that Orochimaru-sama appeared and found me in the destitute state I was in. At first, I didn't know who he was and I thought that he was another AIM ninja who was hired to finish the job. But that assumption was removed from my mind as soon as I heard him inquire about what happened. He watched quietly as I buried my parents, as I told him everything about what happened and the people responsible for killing my parents. Orochimaru-sama wasn't big on comfort then, nor is he now, but he listened to everything I told him. And that was when he offered me the one thing I wanted and readily accepted without hesitation. Power, Sasuke answered. Exactly. Power to become a strong kunoichi, power to make sure I was never helpless or defenseless again, power to exact vengeance against my family's murderers. Orochimaru-sama, however, warned me that my training would be hard and brutal. But I didn't care. I had nothing else to live for. All I wanted was to see my parents' murderers dead at my feet. I was willing and ready to do anything and everything to make that happen. And Orochimaru helped you do just that, Sasuke stated. You're goddamn right he did, Taiyuya confirmed. Under his guidance, teaching and training over the next 5 years, I changed from the helpless 8-year-old girl I was into who I am now. Orochimaru-sama held true to his words. Seeing how I was knowledgeable in genjutsu and playing the flute, he had me take up more advanced training in genjutsu while combining that with my father's flute. I even learned summoning through the use of playing my flute. Regardless of how harsh, and sometimes creepy and sadistic his methods of training were, all that mattered to me was getting that power he promised me. Receiving the curse seal was one of my hardest tests. Shit, it hurts remembering how it almost killed me, but my will to avenge my parents pushed me through all of my trials until I finally mastered the full use of that seal. And when I was ready and strong enough, Orochimaru-sama sent me out to track down and kill the ones responsible for my parents' deaths. It was my final test to see how far all of my time training with him went before being allowed to join the Sound Four. Did you find them? Sasuke asked. All of them, including the lone shark who hired those 3 AIM ninja. I saved my father's betrayer for last, though, Taiyuya explained. It took me a month to find those 3 missing nin. But when I did, I summoned my doki and had them ambush and trap them. After I got them to tell me where I could find the lone shark who hired them to kill my parents, I watched as my summons beat those 3 men to death before leaving their bodies in the woods to rot. After I removed and sealed their heads in one of my scrolls, knowing where I could find the lone shark, I wasted no time in going after him next. I eventually found him in Oka no Kuni tea country. That greedy imbecile took me for a potential client and sucker. But that changed after I took out that scroll possessing the heads of those 3 ninja he hired and released those heads onto his desk. After he realized who those 3 were, he put 2 and 2 together, realized I was the daughter of the man he had killed. I didn't give him time to think or say anything further as I embedded my kunai deep into his throat. I'm assuming you went after your father's betrayer soon after, Sasuke commented. I did, though it took me almost 4 weeks to find that man, Taiyuya continued. He was living alone at the border of Kusa no Kuni, spending his time sleeping with hookers and drinking. On one of those nights, he was waiting for his favorite whore to come by. It was easy having him fall victim to my genjutsu as I led him to believe that his favorite whore came by for a wild night of sex and booze. What actually happened? Sasuke asked. As soon as he was about to hug and kiss his thought-to-be favorite whore, I dropped my genjutsu, allowing him to see the terror of an angry grizzly bear that was recently bereaved of her cubs standing tall in front of him. Taiyuya revealed. That bloodthirsty grizzly bear tore him apart as she ate him. After completing my test, I took my place amongst the Sound Four as one of Orochimaru-sama's loyal ninja and bodyguards, which led me to where I am now, sitting next to your dumb ass as I tell this story to you while trying to get you to take your training with me more seriously. Sasuke looked at Taiyuya after listening to her story. He found nothing but truth in her words, eyes, or expression. You successfully avenged your tragic past through Orochimaru after he, regardless of his nature and character, held true in fulfilling his promises to you, Sasuke said, finding that fact something to give serious thought to as he turned from looking at the older girl. I did, Taiyuya replied, and I'll help you to do likewise if you really want the deceased souls of your clansmen avenged, just as I did for my parents. After a minute of silence, Sasuke stood from the floor and turned to Taiyuya. He looked at her and said, being honest with myself, I know it'll be a long time before I reach Naruto's level, but I'm willing to break and drag my body and soul to hell and back if you'll carry out your promise. Help me become stronger and learn how to use the curse seal. He extended his right hand out to her and said, prove to me that you'll hold true to your word. Smirking, Taiyuya took his hand before he pulled her up off the floor. It's a promise, I swear to that. But don't think that this means I'll be going soft on your ass, numbnuts, Taiyuya said. I'm still going to be a hard teacher who'll burst a cap in your ass again if you slack off and start bitching for Hinata again. Do your worst, Sasuke challenged, with his and her right hand clasped together. Know this, though my days pursuing the Hyuga heiress are over, I won't try to pursue her anymore. That's what I like to hear, numbnuts, Taiyuya replied, forgetting that she still had her hat off her head. Perhaps now you'll have one less distraction to worry about. Whatever, Sasuke said before letting go of her hand. You can stay here and practice all you want, Taiyuya said as she headed towards the exit of the dojo. But I'm going home now. My house you mean, Sasuke corrected. Where else, numbnuts? Taiyuya retorted. When she reached the sliding door, she stopped and said, Sasuke. The young Uchiha took notice of how Taiyuya addressed him just now. You wanted to hear my life story, and in doing so, I shared with you a side of myself I never shared with anyone, not even with Orochimaru-sama. You saw that you now have someone who understands your tragic past and wants to see you succeed. Tayuya turned her head to face him as she gave him a calm but serious look and said, "Don't make me regret that." Tayuya left the dojo, leaving Sasuke there alone. "Reminds me of yesterday, except the reason is now different," Sasuke commented to himself before noticing Tayuya's hat on the floor next to him. He went and picked it up off the floor and said, "It's odd how she forget about her hat all of a sudden." Putting her hat in his pocket, Sasuke walked out of the dojo and closed it behind him before he returned to his house. Once inside, he didn't see Tayuya anywhere. "I guess she went out somewhere," Sasuke figured as he made his way to his room. Inside his room, he removed all of his clothes and underwear before wrapping a towel around his waist. Wanting to clean himself off after a hard day with Kakashi and hate, he headed to the bathroom to shower. Opening the door to the bathroom, he came to find Tayuya, barefoot with nothing but her gray t-shirt and panties on, leaning over the sink washing her face. Her t-shirt was pulled back as a result of her leaking over the sink, giving Sasuke full view of her purple panties and peach-shaped but with some of her red hair flowing down her back towards her rear end. The unexpected sight of her, and the bent-over position she was in gave the hormonal teenage boy a full-blown erection under his towel. He believed that Tayuya was intentionally and shamelessly teasing him in spite of the fact that he walked into the bathroom unannounced. A minute later, Tayuya turned the sink water off and grabbed her towel to dry her face off. Walking towards the door with her towel in hand, she looked to Sasuke and said offhandedly, "Don't act like it's your damn first time seeing me like this, numbnuts. Start getting used to it. If the idea of me wearing less clothes makes you weak in the legs, then grow a pair of balls." Tayuya didn't wait for his reply as she left the bathroom and made her way to the kitchen. Sasuke closed and locked the door before removing his towel, which allowed his arousal to be free of its restraints. Sighing, he went and opened the shower and adjusted it to be less warm than usual. "That Tayuya," Sasuke muttered in annoyance as he stepped into the cool shower after bracing himself for the lack of warmth the pouring water possessed. While in the showers cleaning himself, Sasuke's mind drifted to the girls that were in his and Tayuya's age group in Konoha. He wanted to pick out a strong kunoichi to revive his clan with after his carried out his plan to avenge his clan. He wanted her to be intelligent, strong and have the makings of a true ninja. He didn't want some weak girl that couldn't do anything. He thought about the girls he met throughout the years during and after his time in the academy. When his mind came across Hinata, in spite of her being a strong ninja, Sasuke said to himself, "She can't relate me at all in terms of my experiences in life and our goals completely conflict with each. It would be more trouble for me than it's worth. I see that now. As for the other girls in Konoha, they're all a joke and I'm sickened by them. If I have to pair up with one of them after I kill Itachi." Sasuke didn't want to finish his sentence as he didn't want to visualize what type of children he would produce with one of those girls. Only the Chunin and Jounin level ones have grown out of whatever it was that make girls in this village so weak, Sasuke said to himself. And speaking on Jounin level girls, Sasuke then thought deeply about what Tayuya told him regarding her past. When he replayed what she him told about her past, he saw that she didn't allow what happened to her at such a young age break her. Instead, she did everything she had to in order to become a true ninja and hunt down the ones responsible for what happened to her family. She did what I failed to do because she was focused and kept her mind on what was most important, Sasuke said lowly. The more he thought about, the more disgusted he felt about himself for all the wasted endeavors he put into in trying to pursue Hinata. "I'll help you to do likewise if you really want the deceased souls of your clansmen avenged, just as I did for my parents. It's a promise, I swear to that." Those were Tayuya's words to him as she swore to help him to become the formidable ninja he seeked to become. Though she was originally sent by Orochimaru to teach him how to use and control the curse seal, she took it further in wanting and swearing to help him avenge his fallen clan. "You saw that you now have someone who understands your tragic past and wants to see you succeed. Don't make me regret that. She's the only girl who understands me," Sasuke acknowledged, recalling her final words to him in the dojo before shutting the showers off and drying himself with his towel. With his towel around his waist, he returned back to his room. Looking at himself in the mirror, he made a mental promise that he would do everything in his power to fix his mistakes and become the ninja he was meant to be. Later that day, it was the evening hour now as the sun was gradually setting. Currently in the another section of the forest, Naruto, after Hinata and Hanabi had both returned home, was practicing his knowledge of lightning manipulation he acquired through his clone's many private hours of studying and practicing. For the past half hour, Naruto had been practicing hard in his secondary affinity. Due to the great power that his lightning had, Naruto had trouble controlling it. Every time he fired his lightning, he would be blown back by the recoil. True, Naruto's ancestor Suna infused his knowledge and experience into Naruto's mind, but Naruto didn't possess the needed physical experience, which was what he was presently working on. For the first half of his training, Jiraiya had Naruto focused on strengthening his stances and hand signs so that he could withstand the recoil of firing his lightning, while at the same time be able to control the amount of lightning he fired. Due to the strength of his lightning, he didn't need to put as much chakra in it as most lightning-type ninja would to get a certain result. To help speed things up, Naruto had summoned over 200 clones and had them practice the required stances and hand signs. Naruto's new training wasn't easy, as he knew he would spend nearly every day practicing both of his elements. But he knew that slowly and surely he would make progress and improve in his dual elemental control. "You're doing good, Naruto," Jiraiya complimented. "Now let's move on to your training with the Kiba blades while your clones handle practicing those stances and hand seals." Naruto nodded and extended his right arm forward. Then Toad Sage watched with curiosity as Naruto focused chakra into his arm to reveal a seal written on the bottom of his forearm. The kanji for Rai Kiba Lightning Fangs was written in the center of the seal writings. "Kai!" Naruto commanded before the two Kiba blades were released from his seal that was on his forearm. "Nice hiding spot," Jiraiya commented as Naruto swung the blades around to get a feel for them. "Now let's get started. You'll have to incorporate your knowledge of lightning in order to get the power behind the blades to work properly." Just then Naruto's mind was being infused with the memories of the clones he left with Karen. He saw that Karen had his 5 clones give her a complete massage and rub down while feeding her grapes, strawberries, fried shrimps and other treats and drinks as they pampered her. He blushed hotly from the sensations his hands were feeling but realized that only 4 of his 5 clones dispelled and the 5th and last one was still with Karen. From his clones' memories, Karen had one last request she wanted granted to her, and she only needed 1 clone for the job. "I guess I'll have to wait until my clone is done with fulfilling Karen's last request before he dispels himself," Naruto accepted before he resumed his training session. "She had my clones calling her mistress and Heim? I should have seen that coming when she said personal manservants." For the next hour, Jiraiya guided and watched Naruto practice using his lightning affinity with the Kiba blades. He was learning how to control the power of the blades by practicing cutting through a large boulder in one swing. However, he was having trouble due to his lack of experience with his secondary element, while trying to keep the swing of his blades in a perfectly straight line. As this was happening, a thought came to Naruto's mind. He recalled Kakashi's Raikiri attack in Nami no Kuni, which would have killed Zabuza had he not stopped it in time. Then he thought about his Rasengan, and how he's been working on combining and perfecting that with his wind element. "I made excellent progress in combining it, but it still isn't perfected just yet. And now that I have an affinity for lightning," Naruto thought as the wheels in his head started turning, "maybe I can combine this with my Rasengan, too. But I'll have to use my Kiba blades as my central manipulation point. The Kiba blades will help give it a form similar to a pointed drill, and that can give rise to multiple ranged attacks with deadly accuracy and speed. And since I can shunshin and run with my wind element, what's to prevent me from doing likewise with lightning, especially with the resourcefulness of its speed?" Jiraiya noticed how focused Naruto's lightning strikes were becoming until they began slicing clean through the boulder. He noticed that something got Naruto to focus hard and clear with his moves and stances becoming more polished and accurate. He knew it wasn't the clones, since they didn't dispel yet. "That Gaki is a shockingly fast learner," Jiraiya remarked to himself, just like his father. For the next 30 minutes, Naruto mapped out his new jutsu theories and what it would take to perfect them. His mind was working hard through his calculations, figuring out all the needed factors to make his goals happen. While he was doing this, his body went on autopilot, practicing his art with the Kiba blades as he went from boulder to boulder, slicing them to pieces. Soon though, Naruto decided to stop and take a break before he wore himself out from chakra exhaustion. Jiraiya looked around to see the number of boulders Naruto destroyed. 12 boulders, Jiraiya complimented. "Not bad, Gaki. You must have been focusing with all of your might to have pulled that off." "To be honest," Naruto admitted, "my mind wasn't there. I was busy contemplating creating 3 new right-on jutsu. 2 of them will require the use of the Kiba blades, while the 3rd one I'm still working out how to make it." "Have you thought of what these jutsu will be called?" Jiraiya asked. "My first right-on jutsu I'm contemplating is a pointed drill type jutsu. Once I find a way to perfect combining my chakra with my lightning manipulation, it'll be known as a Rasen Raikiri spiraling lightning blade. The second right-on jutsu, which will be a long-range jutsu once perfected, will be known as Rasen Raidama spiraling lightning bullet. I'm also working on combining my lightning affinity with shunshin and speed, but I haven't completely worked out how I'll get it to effectively work yet, or if it'll work at all for that matter. I'm also working on combining my wind element with my Rasengan. But with my other new jutsu in the making, I'm still trying to figure out what pieces I'm still missing to get the maximum results out of them." "Your mind is just as innovative as your father's was," Jiraiya praised. "I have no doubt that you'll surpass the Yondaime at the speed you're going." "I should hope so," Naruto remarked. "It took my father 3 years to perfect the Rasengan. I'm trying to perfect these new jutsu in a far shorter time. Not to mention that I have to come up with an effective method to master Sage Mode, if not make it last longer than I can now. I have so much to do and so little time. Suddenly Naruto's mind was bombarded with the memories of his fifth clone that dispelled himself after seeing to it that Karen's last request was taken care of. The result was instantaneous when Naruto saw and experienced what Karen had his last clone do to her and with her, which was far more than what Naruto counted on as he slapped his right hand over his mouth with the color of his face changing into a dark shade of red that would have been envied by Hinata. While holding his mouth, he felt a small trickle of blood seep down his nose. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a curious expression and asked, "Did something just happened?" "Far more than I counted on," Naruto replied quietly, but loud enough for Jiraiya to hear. Anokane was right. Karen is an even bigger pervert than I am. When Karen told me that she wanted 5 of my Kage Bunshin to be hers to command, I never expected she'd have done that with one of my clones. Then again, I neglected to properly explain to Karen that my clones transfer all of their memories and experiences back to me. And my clone was hushed before he could properly warn Karen about it. "Would you like to talk about it, Naruto?" "I'm willing to listen and hear you out if you want to tell me what happened," Jiraiya offered. But when Naruto looked to Jiraiya, he saw that the Sannin had his pen and notepad in hand ready to take inspirational notes at Naruto's expense. "Fujin Bakuhatsutiki." Naruto yelled as he thrust his right hand out and released a powerful wind explosion that blasted his godfather off the ground and away from him before having the screaming toad sage plunge hard into the river and down to the riverbed. "Itami o shire no pain," Naruto replied before he wiped away the blood from his nose. He then sealed his Kiba blades away and walked away into the woods to clear his head and deal with what his mind and body were presently experiencing. "Let this be a lesson to me. I'll never let Karen use my clones as her personal playthings again," Naruto stated to himself, while still feeling the sensual sensations his last clone experienced. Meanwhile, Jiraiya emerged from the river completely soaked and sore from taking a direct hit from Naruto's futon jutsu. "What the hell got into that gaki?" Jiraiya asked no one in particular, as he went to look for Naruto. Elsewhere, Naruto was walking through the woods working on getting his head and body back in gear. After a good amount of walking, Naruto managed to relax and calm himself from the sensual sensations he was experiencing. "I never thought Karen would go so far as to..." Naruto didn't get to finish his sentence when kunai suddenly came his way. He narrowly dodged the kunai that now stuck to a tree it hit. The lone Uzumaki turned to his left where the kunai came from, only to find an unexpected ninja holding 2 katana, looking for a fight. 1 hour earlier at the Uzumaki house, Karen was in her room with a towel wrapped around her body with the 5 Naruto clones standing in front of her. "Thank you, all of you," Karen said. "You guys made me feel like a true princess." "We live only to serve, Karenheim," the 5 clones said with a low bow. Karen giggled and said, "That's wonderful. But for my final request, I'll need only 1 of you." "Just 1?" the second one asked. Karen nodded her head. "That's right. But still, I appreciate all of you." The clones nodded and then 4 of them burst into clouds of smoke, leaving the 5th clone alone with Karen. "So, what would you like me to do?" the clone asked. Karen smiled gingerly and walked over to the clone. Looking at him, she replied, "What I want from you is this: a coconut popsicle." The clone blinked for a moment and asked just to clarify, "A coconut popsicle?" "That's right," Karen said, "a nice-sized one." "That's my request." "Oh, okay," the clone said with a shrug. He expected her to ask him to try to do something outrageous or questionable, knowing her character, but he didn't expect such a mundane request, so after making sure he heard right, he didn't question it further. "A coconut popsicle it is, then," the clone agreed before leaving the house to do as requested of him. "A popsicle?" the clone asked himself. "That's the last thing I thought Karen would ask for. But whatever. If that's all there is to it, then it's nothing too big to worry about." The clone hurried on his way to the ice cream parlor and ordered a frozen coconut popsicle. With the popsicle in hand, the clone made his way back to the house where Karen was waiting. Entering the house and closing the door behind him, the clone returned to Karen's room. However, what he saw next wasn't anything he was expecting. Instead of Karen, the clone found Hinata on the futon with the white towel loosely wrapped around her naked body. "Naruto-kun," Hinata chimed shyly but happily at the same time, "you're back. I was getting worried that something happened to you." The clone knew that was Karen in the form and appearance of Hinata, but still, the sight of Hinata was enough to make the clone blush and smile, though he still kept himself in check. "What are you doing, Hina dash?" "I mean Karen?" "Naruto-kun," Hinata replied in a sultry tone. "Karen said that I could spend time with you before you go. I understand that you're a clone, but I still want to make the most out of it." Hinata looked at the popsicle in Naruto's hand and asked, "Is that for me?" Naruto watched as Hinata got on all fours and made her way over to him with the towel partly sliding off her body. When she reached Naruto, she got on her knees in front of him. She gave him a lustful look that caused the clone to blush and stutter as her towel hung off her left shoulder, exposing her breast and nude lower body. Hinata. What are you, Hinata hushed him politely before she took hold of his hand with the popsicle and placed it in front of his crotch. Naruto-kun, Hinata said with a mixed tone of surprise and timidness. She proceeded to free the popsicle as if she was unzipping his pants. Naruto could only watch as very explicit images started forming in his head. After she was done, Hinata marveled at the popsicle and said with admiration, It's so big, Naruto-kun. I am not sure if I can deep-throat this. The clone bit down on his tongue and groaned as so many ideas started forming in his mind. Hinata then started kissing around the popsicle before she opened her mouth and slowly took it into her mouth. In a rhythmic motion, she moaned and slowly bobbed her head back and forth as she was blowing the popsicle that was being held at Naruto's crotch. The Kagabunshin could only watch Hinata's performance as perverted ideas flew through his mind. Acting like the popsicle was going to rupture in her mouth, she sucked harder and moaned with added pleasure. When she pulled her mouth away from the popsicle, a line of saliva between her lips and the popsicle gave the Kagabunshin different ideas of what was in her mouth. Hinata licked her lips and said with sultry and sexual lust, "That tasted so good, Naruto-kun. I was able to take it all in and caress my tongue all around it. This is my kind of thank you for such a wonderful time, Naruto-kun." The clone burst into smoke, unable to handle it any further. Hinata caught the popsicle before it could hit the floor. She sucked on it once and grinned before changing back to Karen. Present time. Suddenly Naruto's mind was bombarded with the memories of the fifth clone that dispelled itself after seeing to it that Karen's last request was taken care of. The result was instantaneous. When Naruto saw and experienced what Karen had his last clone do with her, which was far more than what Naruto counted on, he slapped his right hand over his mouth with the color of his face changing to a dark shade of red that would have been envied by Hinata. While holding his mouth, he felt a small trickle of blood seep down his nose. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a curious expression and asked, "Did something just happen?" "Far more than I counted on," Naruto replied quietly, but loud enough for Jiraiya to hear. "Would you like to talk about it, Naruto?" "I'm willing to listen and hear you out if you want to tell me what happened," Jiraiya offered, but when Naruto looked at Jiraiya, he saw that the Sannin had his pen and notepad in hand, ready to take inspirational notes at Naruto's expense. "Fujin Bakuhatsutiki." Naruto yelled as he thrust his right hand out and released a powerful wind explosion that blasted his godfather off the ground and away from him before seeing the screaming toad sage plunge hard into the river and down to the riverbed. "Itami o shire no pain," Naruto replied before he wiped away the blood from his nose. He then sealed his kiba blades away and walked away into the woods to clear his head and deal with what his mind and body were presently experiencing. Meanwhile, Jiraiya emerged from the river completely soaked and sore from taking a direct hit from Naruto's futon jutsu. "What the hell got into that gaki?" Jiraiya asked no one in particular as he went to look for Naruto. Elsewhere, Naruto was walking through the woods working on getting his head and body back in gear. The memories and experiences his clone gave him were more than he had counted on. He had to fight his body because at that moment he so badly wanted to find Hinata and seduce her into allowing him to have his sexually explicit way with her. It's not like Hinata-chan would actually mind anyway. She'd shyly but happily allowed me to become one with Dash. Naruto was fighting himself again, trying to not to allow his hormones to get the better of his judgment. But he so badly wanted to find Hinata and do her hard in multiple positions thanks to Karen's prank. When he visualized Hinata doing what his clone saw Hinata doing with the popsicle but with his member, blood burst out of his nose again. He wiped the blood away and calmed himself down after taking several deep breaths. After a good amount of walking, Naruto managed to relax and calm himself from the sensations he was experiencing. "I never thought Karen would go so far as to..." Naruto didn't get to finish his sentence when a kunai suddenly came his way. He narrowly dodged the kunai that now stuck to the tree it hit. The lone Uzumaki turned to his left where the kunai came from, only to find an unexpected ninja holding two katana, looking for a fight. "Fight me, Naruto," the ninja ordered. "I don't have time for this short stuff." Naruto groaned under his breath. "I'm not short," the ninja retorted, "and you'd be smart not to." The young masked boy didn't get to finish before he felt a katana to his throat with the wielder of the katana standing right behind him. "He's fast," the young ninja thought. "I didn't see him move." "You picked quite a time to be playing ninja with me, Konohamaru," Naruto remarked, before the revealed youth pulled his mask off his face. "But you got to admit, my aim with my kunai got better," Konohamaru grinned. "It almost caught you by surprise, but it didn't, and I was still able to reverse the situation and ambush you instead," Naruto stated with his katana still held at the boy's throat. "I see that," Konohamaru admitted, "but can you please move that katana away from my neck?" "What do you think you're doing to the honorable grandson, you hooligan?" a voice yelled. Not that useless jounin again, Naruto groaned before sheathing his weapon as Ebisu made his appearance. Who are you calling useless? Ebisu asked arrogantly, and what were you doing to Konohamaru? I did nothing to jeopardize Konohamaru's safety. He just came looking to play ninja with me, Naruto clarified. He just caught me at a very awkward time, that was all. When it comes to playing ninja with Konohamaru and his two friends, I play with real weapons and real situations, not toys. You'd be wise not to underestimate me, Naruto, Ebisu warned. Trust me, I've had my fair shares of dangerous battles. By the way, Ebisu, you did a nice job hiding from Hana and Anoka at the bookstore the other day, Naruto replied. You looked rather worried that Hana and Kurama would sniff you out with that lame disguise you wore at the bookstore. What are you talking about, boss? Konohamaru asked in confusion. Why would Ebisu-sensei need to wear a disguise in a bookstore? Just ignore him, honorable grandson, Ebisu said nervously. It's nothing important. But it's such a funny story to share, Naruto continued. After all, someone with your fair share of dangerous battles could teach Konohamaru the dangers of dealing with angry kunoichi. Ebisu-sensei, did something happen? Konohamaru asked. You look kinda nervous. Ebisu straightened himself out, and was about to talk when Naruto, Konohamaru, and Ebisu turned to see Jiraiya making his way over to them. Jiraiya-sama. Ebisu greeted respectfully with a bit of surprise. I wasn't aware that you returned to Konoha. You've been away for a very long time. I only returned recently, Jiraiya said, but during my return, Naruto and I have been getting to know each other. After all, I did train his father. You trained the Yellow Flash? Konohamaru asked, surprised. Honorable grandson, Ebisu spoke up. Jiraiya-sama is one of Konoha's most respected ninja and he's one of the legendary Sannin. He's a very strong and formidable ninja. While I appreciate the praise, Jiraiya replied, you caught Naruto and me at a most inconvenient time. I understand, Ebisu said. In that case, the honorable grandson and I will take our leave. Konohamaru, Naruto said, the Chunin exam finals will be in about a month's time. Do you and your friends think you can be there to watch the finals? I'll have to ask Gigi, and see if he'll let me and the others go, Konohamaru said. Okay, Naruto replied. Looking for moral support from the honorable grandson and his friends? Ebisu asked. Actually, Naruto corrected. I'm looking to expose Konohamaru and his friends to the realities of the ninja world before any of them start developing misleading fantasies of what being a ninja entails. I've seen far too many before me leave the ninja academy without truly understanding the harsh realities of the ninja life. Some of them learn the hard way with their lives. I feel that showing them the truth of the ninja world will better prepare them for their future roles as Konoha ninja. Ebisu and Jiraiya thought about what Naruto was telling them. You bring up a good point, Naruto, Jiraiya spoke. Perhaps I can convince Sensei to allow Konohamaru and his class to watch the event just this once. It could inspire even those looked at as dead last to strive to reach goals others would have said were impossible. I'll leave it to you then, Jiraiya, Naruto said, but I have to take my leave now. I have something personal to handle. Naruto shunshined in a whirl of wind and took off, leaving the scene. Turning to Konohamaru and Ebisu, Jiraiya suggested, come on, let's go see the Hokage now. I'm sure he'll be interested in this new idea Naruto suggested for you and your class, boy. Are you sure it's wise to actually do this, Jiraiya-sama? Ebisu asked. There will be those Konohamaru's age or younger there to watch the finals regardless, Jiraiya reminded. I don't see why the old man would argue with that being the case. I see your point, Ebisu relented. Meanwhile on the Hokage monument, Naruto was laying on the grass on his back while looking up at the darkened evening skies. After getting his hormones to calm down, he decided to think about what happened in the forest, and how his perverted nature could have badly compromised his judgment a while ago. Now I can't help but think about what Susanoo told me back then about my deeply ingrained perverseness. I can't believe I was so caught off guard by Karen's stunt to the point that I wanted to use Hinata-chan to satisfy myself. And if I'm not careful and let my guard down like that again, I might do something I'd regret, which would lead to me to hurting Hinata-chan. Ironic how I'm always on Sasuke's case about his attempts at getting into Hinata-chan's pants. And now here I am worrying about doing the same damn thing, Naruto said to himself. He sighed as he continued meditating on his past perverted actions and the stunts he pulled. I'm amazed how patient Hinata has been towards me, Naruto said. Most girls would have dumped me long ago because of how I act. The fact that Hinata-chan was willing to deal with it is a clear sign that I don't deserve her. I'm going to have to find a way to keep my perverted nature in check, otherwise someone will find a way to use it against me. Naruto sat up and looked over at the village and the lights that were lit up at night. A moment later he felt a pair of arms wrap around him from behind. He didn't need to guess who was behind him at that moment, as she rested her head on his right shoulder. Hinata-chan, I'm surprised to see you out here at this hour, Naruto said with a smile. I knew you'd be here, so I decided to take an evening stroll up here, Hinata said, and from the look on your face, I'm guessing you're deep in thought about something. Does it concern the Chunin exam finals? No, Naruto said, something else entirely. About myself, really. Wanna talk about it? Hinata offered as she held him tighter and closer to her. That is, if it's not too personal to share with me. Earlier today, after you and Hanabi-chan left, I was made me see how much I don't deserve you for a girlfriend, Naruto said. What are you talking about? A perplexed and worried Hinata asked. You're not thinking of breaking up with me. Are you? NN, not after everything we've been through. I'm not breaking up with you, Hinata-chan. Please don't even mention that. But what I've been giving a lot of thought to is how I put you through a lot with how perverted I am. It was only today, a few hours after you left, when I came to acknowledge what could happen if I were to lose control of myself. I know you've been very patient with me, my moon's eye rabbit, but I know deep down that in some ways you felt some measures of frustration and hurt because of my perverted actions, and for that I'm sorry. There was a brief moment of silence between the two. Hinata said nothing as she allowed Naruto's words to sink into her mind. When they did, she rested her head and face into her boyfriend's right shoulder and neck. That's what I love about you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said affectionately. Despite your strengths, you're willing to admit and own up to your faults and imperfections instead of excusing or justifying them. You're willing to apologize when you think you've done me wrong, no matter what. And listening to what you said assures me that my trust in you is not misplaced, and that I don't have to worry about you betraying me. And you don't need to worry about me betraying you either, Naruto-kun. And just so you know, Temari-san and I talked things out and came to an understanding about each other's feelings. Though she admitted to having feelings for you, she assured me that she wouldn't be a rival for your time and attention. Honestly, though, I always thought that the perverted side of your personality would be a lead factor in dissuading other potential rivals for you away. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Beside using your perverted nature as an instrument against unsuspecting targets for ambushes, for a time I tolerated your perverted character because for the most part, lots of girls of our age group were turned off by it, Hinata explained. I didn't have to worry about would-be rivals wanting your interest and affections. But to my shock, Temari really likes you in spite of the fact that she knows about your infamous perverted nature. That was when I realized that there will be females other than myself who'll see beyond your flaws, imperfections, and illusions, and look for the person I see deep inside you. I see, Naruto acknowledged, and clearly I'm going to have to work on keeping my perverted nature in check, seeing as it could backfire and be used against me. Naruto looked to Hinata and teased, but that doesn't mean I'll completely stop being a pervert towards you, Naruto-kun. Hinata playfully chided and giggled while still holding Naruto from behind in her embrace. Well, it's getting late. But I can stay like this for a while longer. Hinata moved herself in a sitting position on Naruto's lap before she rested her head on his left shoulder. As Naruto held her, his mind drifted off to thoughts concerning his future with Hinata and the possible outcomes. His mind then drifted off to that stunt Karen pulled on him when she hinged into Hinata. He literally shook his head and dismissed the thought before his hormones could start getting the better of him again. For now, he wanted to enjoy his peaceful moment alone with Hinata. The following day early afternoon, Hinata was in the forest with her clones standing in front of her. But it wasn't her standard Kage Bunshin. It was her first Ikaitaru Bunshin. After several grueling hours, she finally got the hang of blood manipulation and successfully created her first Ikaitaru Bunshin. I finally did it, Hinata said, feeling proud of her accomplishment. I'm happy it didn't take me longer than I thought it was going to. I can imagine so, the Hinata clone replied and suggested. Now how about we practice what Naruto-kun instructed us to do after reaching this stage? Hinata nodded in agreement. Let's start with the far sight technique, and see how far I can see through your eyes. The clone did as instructed and ran through the woods. As it did so, Hinata was able to see where the clone was going as through she was actually there and on the move. Wow! Hinata said excitedly, Naruto-kun was right. This jutsu will come in handy. Let's see how far my clone can travel with my sight tagging along. As the clone was moving, she got a pretty far distance from the original Hinata. So far, the clone traveled almost 300 yards, and Hinata was still able to see through the clone's eyes. Soon though, her eyes caught sight of something that caught her attention as the clone slowed down and stealthily moved in closer to what caught their attention. That's Hanabi, Hinata realized from her original spot. Looks like she's still waiting for Naruto-kun to show up. I guess he still had a few more things to see to before he meets up with her. Well, it's understandable, considering what happened earlier. Hinata thought back to what took place earlier that morning when Hiruzen announced Naruto's clan heritage, familial lineage, and status as the Jinchuriki of Kyubi no Kitsune to the entire village. The crowd had mixed reactions. Many believed it to be outrageous. The younger villagers were speechless after learning the truth of what really happened 13 years ago. The younger villagers of Naruto's age group had feelings of guilt for being amongst those that made his life difficult, and shame for allowing their older folks' bitterness toward him to influence their thinking about a boy they never knew. Hinata had seen some in the crowd yelling and arguing with their parents and older relatives who futilely tried to justify their actions, but that only made them look worse in front of their children as the younger generation lost a lot of respect and trust in them. The Hokage, after that announcement, made it clear to everyone that all information and history regarding the Uzumaki clan and its ties with Konoha was going to be taught by a member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Anoka herself. Soon, though, Hinata snapped out of her thoughts to see Naruto arriving and heading over to Hanabi. Besides looking forward to her new training, it was clear to Hinata that Hanabi was more than happy to be alone with Naruto again. The older Hyuga sighed and shook her head while wondering when Hanabi was going to finally let go of her romantic affections for her boyfriend. Speaking of new training, Hinata saw this as her best opportunity to find out what exactly was Naruto teaching Hanabi. The Akaidaryu Bunshin quietly moved closer to see and hear what they were talking about. Just when she was about to put herself in a good hiding spot, Naruto took hold of Hanabi and shunshined to an entirely different location. Drats. Hinata pouted in disappointment after seeing through her clone's eyes what happened. I was so close. I thought I had them that time. Who did you think you had? A feminine voice asked from behind her. Hinata jumped and turned quickly to see Kurenai standing and grinning behind her. Spying on someone, are we? Kurenai teased with a knowing smile. Actually. You see. Hinata stuttered, feeling embarrassed that she got caught red-handed by her sensei. So who were trying to get intel on, Hinata? Kurenai asked. Hinata, seeing that she was caught, replied, I was trying to gather information on Hanabi and Naruto. But they got away. Really? Kurenai asked with interest. Tell me more if you will. Sighing, Hinata cancelled out her Akaitaryu Bunshin and started explaining herself to Kurenai. Meanwhile, Hanabi now found herself alone with Naruto inside his new house. Presently, they were standing behind the main entrance. Make yourself at home, Hanabi-chan, Naruto invited. Karen and Anokane won't be home for hours, so we pretty much have the place to ourselves for now. Hanabi quickly removed her sandals and placed them to the side. Naruto followed and removed his sandals also before making his way deeper into the house with Hanabi following close by. As they walked around, Hanabi took in everything she was seeing. Hinata-Nizan hasn't seen this house yet, has she? Hanabi inquired. Naruto stopped for a moment to think about the question. A few moments later, wow, Naruto suddenly realized, come to think of it, I've never gotten time to actually show her this place. But you sure made time to show me first, Naruto-kun, Hanabi teased gingerly. Naruto looked back at her and thought, how cute. This girl is actually trying to flirt with me. Whatever, Naruto remarked before they continued walking into the house and into the living room. While this room is no actual training room, we'll be using it for the very purpose I spoke to you about. You're going to have to put aside all distractions and take this seriously. Understand? Hanabi nodded her head. Even though she liked that she was alone with Naruto, she had to remind herself, as hard as it was, that Naruto was Hinata's boyfriend. I wish you were a boy my age, Naruto-kun, Hanabi wishfully thought with a sigh escaping her mouth. Shaking the thought away, Hanabi refocused her mind to more important matters. She saw Naruto sit down on the sofa and gesture for her to come over and sit with him. Doing as instructed, Hanabi went and sat next to Naruto on the sofa before he started up the first Drunken Master movie. Meanwhile, back in the forest. That's an interesting story, Hinata, Kurenai said. So Naruto has taken an interest in training your little sister, and now you want to find out what it is he's training her in since he refuses to tell you. That's pretty much it, Hinata confirmed. I even thought about trying to bribe Hanabi into telling me what Naruto-kun is training her in, but I decided against it knowing she would use that to blackmail me in return, something Naruto-kun has been training her in as well. Do I detect a hint of jealousy from you, Hinata? Kurenai inquired. What are you talking about, Kurenai-sensei? Hinata stuttered both in surprise and denial. I know from what you've told me a few days ago that Naruto has invested a great amount of his time and energy teaching, training and helping you become the kunoichi you are today, Kurenai said. Now that he has turned some of that same attention to your little sister, you feel some measure of jealousy since it's not you that Naruto is training. Am I correct? Hinata didn't reply at that moment as she thought about what Kurenai said. There's more to this than that, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata replied. What more is there? Kurenai asked attentively. Hanabi admitted that she does carry feelings for Naruto-kun as more than a dear friend. Hinata revealed, I talked to Hanabi about it, and she said that she wouldn't try to rival me for Naruto-kun's affections. But honestly, part of me doesn't completely believe her. Why is that? Kurenai asked. What reasons do you have to doubt her? Well, for starters, Hinata answered, Temari-san also has eyes on my boyfriend, and even she admitted that she carries the desire to fight me for his affections, though she promised that she wouldn't resort to doing that. We talked about it, and came to an understanding about each other's feelings. Temari-san made no advances towards Naruto-kun afterwards, and so far she has given me no reason to doubt her. Yet the one that concerns you the most is your own little sister, despite the fact that she said pretty much the same thing. Kurenai said, "Why do you feel such concern?" "Because it's the same kind of affections I started developing for Naruto-kun when I was her age, and it's not just a passing crush," Hinata replied. "She looks at him the same way I did regardless of the age difference, and I feel that the more time she spends with Naruto-kun, the stronger her affections for him will become, and the harder it will be for her to cope with the fact that he's in a relationship with me. But Naruto-kun gave his word to Hanabi that he would teach her, and I can't selfishly ask him to undo his promise to her. I just don't want to see Hanabi hurt." Kurenai saw where Hinata was coming from. It was natural that Hinata would feel such worry and concern for her family, especially for Hanabi, since they both became very close over the course of time, ironically thanks to Naruto's involvement in their lives. "I can see that you're worried about your sister's first possible heartbreak," Kurenai said, "but sadly that's part of life and growing up. I know you want to spare your sister from experiencing that kind of pain, Hinata, but life and growing to maturity don't work that way. It's understandable that you want to look out for your sister, but you can't shield her from everything. I can't say when Hanabi will move on from Naruto, but as her big sister, you can be there for her when she needs you most, seeing as you know her best." Hinata sighed and lowered her head slightly as she took in everything Kurenai told her. A moment later she looked up at the older woman and said, "Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. I will be there for Hanabi." "I know you will," Kurenai said. "Now, how about we continue to strengthen your prowess in genjutsu? I remember you telling me you have an affinity for water manipulation." "That's right," Hinata confirmed. "Naruto-kun helped me develop and strengthen my abilities in water manipulation after we learned what my elemental affinity was." "Well then," Kurenai said, "I'm not about to let Naruto be the only one to teach you something in regards to water manipulation. I went through some scrolls and found a genjutsu I'm sure you'll make good use of." Kurenai took out a scroll from her blouse and handed it over to Hinata. Hinata opened the scroll to examine the contents. "Kirigakyu no Shinkuru Mirage of the Hidden Mist," Hinata said as she read the name of the genjutsu. "It's a water-style genjutsu," Kurenai said. "I thought you may be able to utilize that genjutsu against Gaara during the Chunin exam finals. As we all saw from the preliminaries, Gaara will be a dangerous opponent to fight, and it's very likely he'll do the same thing to you as he did to Lee. I have to wonder, though, what miracle doctor completely healed him. Perhaps that doctor will do the same to me should I lose my match against Gaara," Hinata remarked. "Hopefully it'll never have to come to that," Kurenai stated, "so I'll spend the rest of my remaining time helping you study and practice that water-style genjutsu. And while I'm at it, I'll teach you another genjutsu in my arsenal." "Thank you, Kurenai-sensei," Hinata said. "I won't let you down." Kurenai nodded before they got down to business. Back at Naruto's house, for the next number of hours, Naruto and Hanabi watched several drunken master movies together. As they watched them, Naruto would occasionally pause the movie and question Hanabi about what she observed about the body movements and timing and agility of the drunken fighters. She explained how Drunken Fist pays very close attention to the lack of structural integrity of stances and stillness and motion, and the method of using the human body to act with gravity, or the force from an opponent. She stated how that resulted in an ability to always get back on your feet. Later, when asked again what she observed, Hanabi explained how as soon as the drunken fighters stumbled into a drunken ready stance, their opponents froze in their tracks. She described how they were mesmerized by wobbly footwork and unstable advances and retreats to the point that all the drunken fighters had to do was stumble over to them and pick when and where they wanted to strike. She said how from what she saw, Drunken Fist emphasized the importance of being relaxed and being able to go with the flow of battle, instead of trying to go against it, and that as a result the drunken fighters were in a better position to turn the tide in their favor. In one of the movies they watched together, Hanabi saw how some of the drunken fighters learned how to actually fight at high speed with the classical weapons of the style, as well as actively training in transference of those weapons to common everyday items. When asked about it, she explained how the sash and gourd, for example, were easily adapted to beer bottles, belts, ropes, extension cords and other objects like those, while a broadsword was adapted to anything of the same length, such as sticks, clubs, and other similar items. It was late in the evening by the time they were done watching all of the movies and going over everything they saw. Hanabi, once again, came out feeling that she learned far more from Naruto than she does from Irika. Naruto took out a piece of paper and handed it over to Hanabi. "I want you to focus chakra into this paper, Hanabi-chan," Naruto instructed. "What for?" Hanabi asked. "This is to reveal what elemental affinity you have, and it'll help me better assess where I can take your training in Drunk Gentle Fist," Naruto explained. "If the paper burns, your affinity is fire. If it gets wet, you have water as your affinity. If it turns to dust, your earth type. If it crumbles, you have lightning, and if it splits into two pieces, you have wind like me. Are you ready? Hanabi nodded her head and focused her chakra into the special piece of paper. A few moments later, the paper withered as it broke down and turned to dust on Naruto's house floor. Hanabi didn't look all that happy about her affinity. You're an earth type, Hanabi, Naruto acknowledged, but you don't look so thrilled about it. I was hoping that I was a wind type like you, Naruto-kun, Hanabi replied. And Hinata-chan said the same thing too, Naruto recalled and then stated, well, wind-type ninja are rare in Hai no Kuni, the land of fire, to tell you the truth. But the fact that you have earth as your affinity puts you in a better position to fuse Juken with Drunken Fist, and take it to an even higher level than originally planned. What do you mean? Hanabi asked with a look that showed she wanted to know more. Well, with my wind affinity, I can use it to sense my targets and enemies around me through the vibrations of air molecules, Naruto explained. With earth, you can do that through seismic waves. Seismic waves? Hanabi asked. What are those? They're vibrations that travels through the ground, regardless of whether it's caused by an earthquake or one's footstep, Naruto clarified. I'll be teaching you that later on down that line, as I don't want to overwhelm you with everything all at once. I understand, Hanabi said. I'll wait until you think I'm ready for that training. Still, I learned a whole lot today, Naruto-kun. And I have a good way for us to celebrate how much I learned and will put into practice to create an perfect drunken gentle fist. Hanabi pulled out a scroll from within her shirt and opened it on the table. Naruto quietly watched. Kai, Hanabi said as she released the contents that were sealed into the scroll. The smoke cleared to reveal a most familiar bottle and 2 glass flutes. The Imperial Blue Dragon of the East, Naruto realized. I remember giving you that as a present some time ago. Would you like a drink with me? Hanabi offered. I'm up for it, Naruto said before Hanabi went and poured the flutes with the imported wine. Setting the bottle down, Hanabi picked up her glass and gave the other one to Naruto. Both sipped their wine while savoring the taste of their drinks. When did you learn to seal items away? Naruto asked. I told you some time ago that I'd think of new hiding places for my wine, Naruto-kun, Hanabi answered as she winked at him. I had Ko teach me a sealing jutsu of this sort. Thankfully he didn't ask why, since it was only a jutsu to seal items. Clever, Naruto complimented as he sipped more of his wine. When they were done, Hanabi cleaned the 2 wine glasses and sealed both them, and the wine itself away in another scroll. As soon as she slipped it back inside her shirt. Hey Naruto-kun. Are you home? Karen yelled out rudely with Anoka following from behind as they entered the house and closed the door behind them. I have a new hot orange 2-piece bikini swimsuit I'd like to model for you. Knock it off. An annoyed Anoka retorted as she smacked Karen across the shoulders. And get your head out of the gutter. Oh, shut up, Granny. Karen shot back, and let me have my fun with Naruto-kun. Both females growled and stared hard at each other, as though they were waiting for the other to try something. Meanwhile, Hanabi looked at Naruto curiously after hearing the commotion in the hallway. The pervy girl you heard offering to model for me is a brethren Uzumaki named Karen. I found and rescued her a few days ago, and now she lives with both me and Ano-kane, Naruto explained. Just so you know, she's an even bigger pervert than I am. That's surprising, Hanabi remarked before it registered what Naruto said. You found another member of your clan. Didn't I just say that? Naruto replied seconds before Anoka and Karen walked into the living to find Naruto and Hanabi sitting together by the table. Hanabi, how nice to meet you again, Anoka greeted politely. You're from the Hyuga clan, Karen deduced after recognizing the girl's eyes. Hanabi simply nodded and asked, and who are you? Uzumaki Karen, Karen answered. What brings you here? Anoka asked. I was invited over by Naruto-kun, Hanabi replied. My time spent with him was more enlightening and charismatic than any class I have with Irika-sensei. Damn. Your sensei at the academy is that boring? Karen asked. I pride myself in being a studious learner, but to my surprise Naruto-kun was right in how boring Irika-sensei is, Hanabi commented. Sometimes even I want to sleep in his class, and that's saying something. Naruto was about to comment on that when he suddenly stopped and paused in his tracks. He was receiving information from one of his spy clones, and he didn't like what he was finding out. Hanabi, Anoka, and Karen saw the change in Naruto's facial expression. Hanabi, Naruto said seriously, I'll continue with your lessons tomorrow. Something just came up and I've gotta see to it now. Hanabi nodded just as Naruto summoned a Kage Bunshin. Naruto instructed his clone, take her home and don't look suspicious. The clone went and did as instructed as he led Hanabi to where her sandals were. After she placed her sandals on, the clone held on to Hanabi and with a swirl of wind, he shunshined both of them from the house. Turning to Karen and Anoka, Naruto said, I'm going to need you both to come along with me. Did something happen? Anoka asked with concern. It'll only get worse if we don't leave now. Naruto warned as he took hold of both of them and shunshined to their next location. A moment later, the 3 Uzumaki found themselves at the previous spot Naruto's spy clone was last standing before dispelling himself. Over there, Naruto said as he pointed to where on the roof Genko Hyde's body was lying. They ran quickly to the motionless and unconscious special jounin and checked for a pulse. Anoka checked his condition and looked at her brethren grimly. His wounds are severe. He's bleeding to death, Anoka said. He'll be dead in less than 2 minutes if we don't act fast, and the hospital is too far from here. We don't have a minute, Naruto said as he turned to Karen. I understand, Karen said as she went over and held her left arm over Hyde's mouth. Grabbing his jaw with her right hand, she opened his mouth and lowered her left arm into his mouth before she forced his mouth shut over her left arm. A second later, chakra started traveling out of her body and into Hyde's. Soon, his critical injuries started to show signs of healing with the blood loss beginning to decrease. Eventually all of his fatal injuries and wounds were healed up, though the unconscious Hate was still covered in his own old blood. And that should do it, Karen said with a bit of fatigue. His condition isn't critical anymore, but he won't be awake for a few hours. I wonder what happened that led him to be in the condition we found him in. He saw and heard too much and Baki tried to kill him, Naruto said gravely. Baki? Karen asked. You mean the jounin for those 3 Suna genin? That's the same one, Naruto confirmed. And that was after Gaara killed the Odo genin, Dosu, when an altercation of some sort occurred between them. My spy clone didn't get all of the intel behind the incident between Dosu and Gaara, but what he did manage to uncover is that Suna is secretly working with Orochimaru and Odogekure. Kabuto is serving under Orochimaru as Baki's secret contact. They're planning something against Konoha, something big, and from what my clone was able to gather, what they're planning to do will most likely occur during the Chunin exam finals. So Suna is plotting to betray Konoha for Orochimaru and Odogekure, Anoka acknowledged. We're going to have to report this to the Hokage immediately. We will, but we have to do so discreetly, Naruto said before he summoned 3 Kage Bunshin. 2 of them went and picked up the unconscious Hate, while the third one went and lied in the same spot and in the exact position Hate was in. A second later, the clone hinged into the unconscious, bloody, and dying form of Hate. So as to not raise suspicions from Suna and Oto, Naruto explained, I don't want to alert them that we're on to their plan. The 2 female Uzumaki nodded in understanding as they and the clones holding up Hate shunshin back to their house. At the Uchiha district, Sasuke was returning home after spending the earlier part of the afternoon training with Kakashi and Hate after the Hokage's announcement regarding Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki and his heritage. It was only later that day when Kakashi introduced him to lightning manipulation and its elemental principles. The Uchiha could only wonder how he would find a way to rival Naruto's skills. Putting those thoughts aside, Sasuke stepped into his house and closed the door behind him. After removing his sandals, he walked into the kitchen and found Tayuya, in her usual house clothes, reading a scroll of some sort, and from the look on her face, she wasn't all that happy about what she was reading. He also noticed 2 pots on the stove that had some cooked food in them. She looked up at Sasuke and greeted, So numbnuts, how did your time with your favorite cockeyed Cyclops go? Already used to the nickname Tayuya gave him, Sasuke answered, enlightening to say the least. He introduced me to lightning manipulation and I was wondering how I could incorporate that into my training with you. Tayuya gave Sasuke a thoughtful expression but didn't give a reply. After thinking about it, Tayuya admitted, I never trained in elemental manipulation of any sort, but Orochimaru-sama would more than likely know a lot about it. The best I can possibly do is tell you to implement what you suggested and see where that take us. Sasuke nodded his head, asked, What's with the scroll? A written message from Orochimaru-sama, Tayuya said with an emotionless tone. He stated that while I'm teaching and living with you, I'll be temporarily replaced with another colleague of mine as he fills in my role as a member of the Sound Four. While this is upsetting and unexpected, Orochimaru-sama stated that this would help me to better focus on developing your skills, and that I would later be allowed to rejoin the Sound Four after your training with me is over. I see, Sasuke replied. Orochimaru evidently doesn't want you being distracted by your role as a Sound Four ninja. That also means that he doesn't want me involved with anything else outside of teaching and training you, Tayuya informed as she set the scroll down on the counter. You gave me your word that you would help me become stronger and learn how to use the curse seal, Sasuke reminded. Look at it as Orochimaru helping you to live up to that. Tayuya looked at Sasuke and remarked, You really know how to be a smart-ass numbnuts, but then again, I'd hate and hurt you if you were still a Hinata-obsessed dumbass dick. I told you, my days pursuing the Hyuga heiress are over, Sasuke stated firmly, and that's final. Tayuya was about to say something when, by the way, Sasuke said as he reached into his pocket and retrieved her hat, You dropped this at the dojo yesterday. You had it with you all this time? Tayuya asked in disbelief. I looked all around the damn place wondering what I did with it. I forgot I had it with me in my pocket, so I'm returning it now, Sasuke said as he went and gave it back. Tayuya took the hat and set it down on the counter by the scroll. Turning to the stove, Tayuya said, I made us some food. Feel free to help yourself, numbnuts. You cook? Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow. Tayuya frowned and replied, "Does that surprise you, asswipe? Being a kunoichi also means I have to know how to take care of myself and not rely on other shitty people to feed my ass. As I'm helping you to improve in your strengths and speed, I'm also making sure your duck ass is eating the right stuff and not some fast food shit you're probably used to eating." Sasuke grunted before going over and checking out what Tayuya made for the both of them. Though Sasuke didn't mention it earlier, his time with both Kakashi and Hate left him both drained and hungry. Seeing that the food actually looked and smelled good, Sasuke said, "I'm going to clean myself up first." Tayuya gave no reply as she watched him leave to do as he said. It was another 15 minutes when Sasuke returned wearing a pair of sleeping shorts and a t-shirt. He went and took a plate and got some food to eat. He then went over to the table where Tayuya was sitting at with some warm tea and a plate of food of her own and sat at the opposite side of the table on the sitting mat. As they both ate, there was an awkward silence between them. In fact, this was the first time they were actually eating together, and both were wondering who would break the silence between them. "Who's this ninja who's to be your temporary substitute?" Sasuke asked. Seeing that the silence was finally broken, Tayuya answered, "His name is Kimimaro. He's a sickly guy, but regardless of the circumstances with his health, he's still a very strong fighter. I've seen seasoned jounin killed brutally by him on missions we've went on, and like me, he was trained by Orochimaru-sama. Does he possess the cursed seal like us?" Sasuke asked. "He does," Tayuya said, "and that makes him even more dangerous. He was dangerous enough without it, but through Orochimaru-sama's genius, Kimimaro became twice as deadly. However, he's still a humorless prick who's more obsessed with pleasing Orochimaru-sama than anyone else I know." "Funny how someone like him utilizes his time and energy," Sasuke remarked. "And speaking of time," Tayuya interjected, "how long will you be training with your Cyclops sensei tomorrow?" "For half of the day. Kakashi will go further into lightning manipulation with me," Sasuke said. "I'm also having him strengthen my abilities with my Sharingan." "You're hoping to use that against Naruto during the Chunin exam finals," Tayuya deduced. "I'm willing to use everything and anything if it'll help give me that increase in skill against a stronger opponent," Sasuke replied. "Kakashi made it painfully clear that I'm no match for Naruto. I'm seeking to develop some kind of handicap against him and combine that with my developing kenjutsu and lightning manipulation." "Well, I can't promise you that you'll accomplish all that in less than a month," Tayuya stated. "Itachi accomplished and overcame many feats at a very young age," Sasuke replied. "I don't intend to let his accomplishments continue to overshadow mine, especially since I still intend to kill him." "And you will," Tayuya said, "but I'm sure Itachi didn't become an S-class ninja without working hard. Regardless of whatever age he accomplished whatever feats he did. He was 13 when he became an ANBU captain," Sasuke explained, "the same age I am now. That's a huge feat at that age." "It doesn't change the fact that everything comes with time, effort, and patience," Tayuya retorted, "and that was something Orochimaru-sama had me understand while I was training under him. If I had gone after my parents' murderers before Orochimaru-sama deemed me ready, not only would I have lost, I'd have died. Itachi isn't an S-class felon for nothing. And if you go after him at the level you're currently at, not only will you lose, he'll have no mercy for your ass." Sasuke's anger was boiling. He knew that Tayuya was telling the truth, but part of him wanted to argue against her words. However, when he recalled how she herself beat him twice in a one-on-one fight even with his Sharingan, he held his tongue and calmed his anger down. "I understand," Sasuke admitted with a bit of reluctance, though it's hard to swallow. "I understand how you want vengeance for your clansmen, but you'll be doing them no justice if you die prematurely by Itachi's hands," Tayuya said. "Got it, numbnuts?" "Yeah. Crystal," Sasuke said dryly. The pair continued eating together. All the while, Sasuke thought about what was happening, and the fact that he and Tayuya were eating together, as though they always did. It started to remind him of how he, Itachi, and their parents used to eat together like this. He remembered how they would talk and share how their day went, and what happened on one of their missions. For Sasuke, he remembered how he used to relate what he learned at the academy, while his mother Mikoto would get on his case if he was taking up too much of Itachi's time and attention. "What the hell are you thinking about, numbnuts?" Tayuya asked after seeing Sasuke momentarily spaced out. Sasuke snapped out of it and said, "Just how I'm going to intensify my training with Kakashi tomorrow." "You're a dickless liar," Tayuya grinned. "Even I was able to see right through that lie. But you don't have to share your thoughts with me if you don't want to." Tayuya then gave a serious look and said, still, on a more serious note, "We're living together, and if we're to truly trust each other and work together, don't ever lie to me." "I sure as hell won't lie to you." Sasuke smelled the scent coming off Tayuya's body again, and unconsciously he inhaled her scent quietly in loads. "Right," Sasuke replied. Soon both Tayuya and Sasuke finished their meals and cleaned up the dishes and utensils they used before deciding to turn themselves in for the night. "I'm heading to bed now," Tayuya said. "You're free to do whatever you want." "What do you mean?" "This is my house," Sasuke replied with a frown. Like I said, numbnuts, you're free to do whatever you want, Tayuya shot back as she retreated back into her room. As she was making her way there, feel free to make me a bento tomorrow before I leave in the morning, Sasuke remarked before Tayuya turned and raised her right hand to give him the finger. She then went into her room and closed the door behind her. Sasuke, left with his thoughts, stood there briefly, thinking about how things have changed for him since Tayuya moved into with him, and now she was even cooking and making meals for him. True, the kinds of meals she was making for him were for the benefit of his training, but it still was hard to believe how things have changed so much in such a short time. When he thought about either Ino or Sakura living with him like this, he shuddered and concluded that he'd have ended up twice as weak as before. In fact, thoughts of Hinata didn't cross his mind once. So far, everything about Tayuya proved that she was not only a seasoned and capable jounin kunoichi, but also a smart and competent female. But seeing what Tayuya was capable of made Sasuke see how much he had to do in order to catch up. He refused to be left in the dust considering that she had already fulfilled her goals in avenging her murdered family. He told himself that he would succeed like she did and get to the level he was meant to be at. With those thoughts in mind, Sasuke retreated back into his room and retired for the night. Meanwhile at the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen was sitting at his desk with both Naruto and Jiraiya standing in front of him. Naruto had one of his spy clones seek out and summon Jiraiya to be present for meeting with Hiruzen. Currently, the Sandaime had a calm but serious expression on his face after listening to what Naruto explained to him. This is most unsettling, and that's putting it very lightly, Hiruzen said gravely. I can't believe that the Kazekage is planning on betraying and invading our village while using the Chunin exam finals as cover for his joint operation with Orochimaru. But at the very least we now know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Kabuto is both a spy and traitor. What could the Kazekage gain from attacking Konoha? Naruto inquired. There has to be some kind of motive to move the Kazekage to betray Konoha. Hiruzen thought about the question, but he couldn't come up with a plausible explanation. Perhaps the Kazekage hopes the attack on Konoha will move the Wind Daimyo to re-establish Tsunagekyu's military force, Jiraiya figured. Hiruzen and Naruto turned and looked at Jiraiya with expressions of interest. What do you mean? Hiruzen asked. Is there something you're aware of concerning Suna's military force? While I haven't personally visited Suna for a couple of years, Jiraiya explained, my contacts there have kept me posted on what's been happening in Suna, though hearing about the invasion now from Naruto has caught me by surprise. So what can you tell us? Naruto inquired. From what my contact explained to me, for the past number of years, the Wind Daimyo has been commissioning our village with requests he should have been making to Suna. On top of that, the Daimyo made cutbacks on Tsunagekyu's military budget. The Kazekage was outraged and tried to devise other methods to strengthening Suna's military force. Their daimyo even started offering jobs to other hidden villages instead of his own. Suna is weakening and in desperate need of financial support. In other words, the Kazekage is hoping that a major attack on Konoha will leave us spending more time and resources on rebuilding our village and ninja force instead of doing missions, and that Suna would be taking jobs that Konoha would normally have been given by the Wind Daimyo. I speculate that this invasion was a last resort. Desperation for financial support does not excuse betrayal, Hiruzen stated. Neither does sentimentalism for Orochimaru, Jizan, Naruto thought as he recalled how Hiruzen spared Orochimaru instead of killing him when he had the chance to all those years ago. So now that we know of Suna's plot to attack us, what do you suggest we do, Jizan? For now, Hiruzen said, we'll continue to act as though we know nothing about their plot and put up a pretense that we're looking into the murder of Hate. And speaking of that man, Anokune and Karen are tending to his medical needs, Naruto assured. He'll live, but with the exception of us, the ANBU, and my Uzumaki cousins, to everyone else, Hate is dead, just like you said. We know now that Orochimaru is the leader of Otogekyou. However, I was unsuccessful in locating exactly where Otogekyou is, even through my spy network, Jiraiya confessed. It's been difficult keeping tabs on Orochimaru's activities. I'm certain that during the attack, Orochimaru will try to kill you, Sarutobi-sensei. And if he can, you too, Naruto. He sees you as a threat. It won't be the first time he tried to kill me, Naruto remarked, but I won't underestimate him or what he's capable of. He is a Sannin for a reason. Hiruzen and Jiraiya were happy that Naruto didn't allow the fact that he beat Orochimaru twice to go to his head while acknowledging how crafty and dangerous Orochimaru could be. Uzumaki Naruto, Hiruzen said, you played a key role in uncovering what you discovered, and both you and your cousins saved the life of fellow Konoha shinobi. You've done Konoha a great service and I promise that this will not go unrewarded. With that said, I do have one request, Naruto said. My cousins and I recently found the Uzumaki Mask Temple, which currently lies in ruins. As my reward, I'd like you to authorize both the reconstruction of that temple and the reconstruction of the cottage that once belonged to my Uzumaki ancestors who were the caretakers of that temple. I request that Tazuna of Nami no Kuni be employed as the architect in this reconstruction project, along with his workers. Hiruzen remained silent for a moment after hearing Naruto's request. Though he hid it, Hiruzen was shocked that Naruto found that temple after all this time. I'm very sure he learned about that temple from Anoka's picture album. Hiruzen figured. Naruto, that temple belongs to my clan, Naruto calmly reminded. And as the Uzumaki heir, that temple and cottage and everything inside of them are mine by birthright. You promised to reward my service in uncovering a dangerous plot against the village, and I'm holding you to that promise, Juzan. I understand, Hiruzen relented. But why don't you request workers and architects from our village for this reconstruction project? Because I personally know Tazuna and what his capabilities are, Naruto explained. While in Nami no Kuni, I worked alongside him and his workers in the construction of the Great Naruto Bridge that links Nami no Kuni with the mainland. The Great Naruto Bridge? Hiruzen repeated with a raised eyebrow. That's the bridge's actual name, Naruto stated. You're more than welcome to ask Tazuna and his people yourself if you don't believe me. I was informed by a few foreign genin a couple of days ago that the people of Nami no Kuni named that bridge after me in my honor, and for that reason, along with others, I seek to have Tazuna and his workers hired for this reconstruction job. Hiruzen thought about what Naruto said. At first, he expected Naruto's reasons for not using workers from Konoha to be out of spite and resentment. But after hearing the genin's words, he found no reasons to deny Naruto his request. And when Hiruzen considered how Naruto single-handedly wiped out Gato and his army, he could see why the people would name their new bridge after Naruto. Very well, Hiruzen granted. Your request is granted and reconstruction of the temple and cottage will begin as soon as possible. Thank you, Naruto said. Hiruzen closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair and took a breath to calm himself. It wasn't the thought of the Uzumaki mass temple that troubled him, but knowing that Suna and Orochimaru were secretly planning to attack Konoha. Jiraiya and Naruto looked at the man and waited for his next words. After what felt like an eternity, Hiruzen opened his eyes and said, We're going to have to be discreet in how we're going to deal with the Tsunoto invasion. But at the same time we can't leave our ninja forces and the shinobi council in the dark about what we now know, and this invasion will lead to many casualties if we don't do anything about it. This will have to be carefully planned. Both Naruto and Jiraiya nodded their heads in agreement. The following day at the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen held a meeting with the shinobi council. The civilian council were excluded from being part of the meeting, though they protested at first, at least until Hiruzen poured out a good amount of bloodlust that silenced the civilian council members and reminded them of their place. They quickly left without giving the Hokage any problems. Naruto and Jiraiya were also present along with the healed-up Hate and Anoka. Naruto wasn't promoted to Chunin yet, so he required Anoka's presence with him at the meeting. Hiruzen explained in detail everything he learned from Naruto about the upcoming joint Tsunoto invasion. Hate added his share of what he discovered before he was ambushed and nearly killed by Baki. After listening to everything, they started discussing their options. The suggestion of a full ninja military strike against Sunagakure before they could initiate the invasion was brought up, but that suggestion was dismissed. Hiruzen argued that such a course of action as that would only result in the needless deaths of innocent Suna civilians who had nothing to do with the invasion. He also pointed out that taking such an action would alert Orochimaru to the fact that his plot was compromised and that he would seek a more aggressive and deadlier method to attack Konoha. The Sandaime suggested that it would be best to deal with just the Oto and Suna ninja army and not to senselessly slaughter defenseless civilians who were innocent of the invasion. The Hokage and Shinobi Council discussed the civilian evacuation procedures they were going to plan with the Chunin and Jounin, and the counterattack against the Suna and Oto forces. Hate was told that he would have to stay out of sight until after the invasion so that the enemy wouldn't catch on. He brought up that he was presently working with another Jounin training a particular genin without mentioning names. Hiruzen made it clear that his training of the genin would unfortunately have to be put on hold temporarily until after the invasion was dealt with. Later that day at the Uchiha district, Sasuke was returning home after his day training with Kakashi. Though he learned much about lightning manipulation, he was far from happy to learn about the death of his Kenjutsu teacher Hate. That was a setback he really didn't want to have to put up with before the Chunin exam finals. The Uchiha was soon snapped out of his line of thought when a kunai was sent in his direction. He narrowly dodged the weapon before it could do any harm to him. Well played, numbnuts, Taiya greeted with a smirk on her face. I almost thought I had your ass penetrated with my kunai. Part of your idea of training, I assume, Sasuke cynically remarked. It's possible Naruto trained like that himself, Taiya replied, which to her surprise got the Uchiha thinking. Perhaps something like that could help strengthen my awareness skills, Sasuke thought seriously. You bring up a good point, as crazy as it sounds. Good, because I don't have time to listen to any possible bitching today, Taiya replied, plus I received word of what happened to Hate. Taiya started walking towards the dojo and gestured for Sasuke to follow her to the facility. Sasuke quietly did so while wondering what she wanted to show him. They both entered the dojo to find a masked Odo Jounin waiting inside. Sasuke turned to Taiyuya and asked, "Why is he here? You don't want to start lagging behind in your sword training, do you numbnuts?" Taiyuya answered, "This man is here to fill in for that carcass hate. He's one of Otogekyu's most skilled swordsmen, and he'll be your new kenjutsu teacher. But unlike me, he won't be living with you or anywhere in your clan's estate. Orochimaru-sama instructed me to allow you to use your Sharingan during the course of your training with me, though personally I'd rather you learn the art of the sword the same way I did," the masked Jounin commented. "Regardless, I won't be an easy teacher." "As if my time training under Taiyuya is easy," Sasuke remarked. "Quit your bitching numbnuts, and appreciate the extra mile I went for your ass so you don't fall behind," Taiyuya replied. Sasuke grunted, but he gave her no retort. He looked back at the Jounin swordsman and asked, "When do we start your style of training?" "Whenever you're ready," came the man's reply. "By the way, call me Kinjiro." Sasuke nodded before he went and retrieved one of the clan's katana that was kept in a case in the far northwest end of the dojo. He joined the man in the center of the dojo as Taiyuya went, and closed the door of the dojo. She turned and watched as Sasuke took a sword fighting stance Hade taught him. "Let me get a feel of what you were taught so far. That way I can see at which point to begin my type of training," Kinjiro instructed. Sasuke nodded and began his match with Kinjiro. Taiyuya watched quietly to observe Sasuke's moves carefully, and see how far he came since the start of his new training with her, Kakashi and Hade. After 20 minutes, Kinjiro won the match with a disarmed Sasuke standing in front of him. "Impressive, Sasuke," Kinjiro said. "You picked up a lot from your previous trainer in a short amount of time. You've shown resourcefulness and cunning by using your Sharingan to mirror and counter my movements. These are traits that will serve you well later. However, you also must be more flexible and less rigid, and be willing to adapt to a new situation. Always remaining open-minded is the key to being a master of the sword. You also must learn to be calmer and not let your emotions control you, otherwise you'll allow your opponent to control the battle." Sasuke quietly nodded as he took in everything he was being told. "Now," Kinjiro continued, "I was informed by Taiyuya that you also have an affinity for lightning and wish to combine that with your kenjutsu. Elemental kenjutsu is challenging, but it can be done. If Naruto can pull it off with wind manipulation," Sasuke replied, "then I'm certain I can do likewise with lightning." "In that case," Kinjiro suggested, "let's head outside and look for some boulders for you to start practicing lightning-style kenjutsu on." Sasuke and Taiyuya followed Kinjiro outside as they made their way to another sector of the Uchiha district. Hours later elsewhere, Kurenai was running through the forest covered in a mist that obscured her vision. She quick ducked down and barely dodged a shuriken that nearly embedded into the back of her skull. She reached for her kunai, but her attacker appeared faintly through the mist. "Shall we continue this game of cat and mouse, Kurenai-sensei?" A blurred vision of Hinata asked through the mist before a second figure appeared at Kurenai's left and attempted to deliver a deadly juken strike to her guts. Kurenai blocked the attack, and before she could counterattack, the figure disappeared back into the mist. Kurenai moved and ran through the shadier section of the forest with Hinata quickly following after her. Seeing that Hinata was catching up to her, Kurenai raced through a set of hand seals and vanished from sight. Hinata stopped after seeing that she lost sight of the genjutsu mistress, Byakugan. Hinata said as she activated her bloodline limit. She carefully scanned her surroundings to search for Kurenai. The older woman was hiding in one of the trees while preparing to ambush her student. The unsuspecting Jounin failed to notice the Kage-bunshin that was hiding in the mist and stealthily making her way up the tree she was on after catching sight of her. The clone snuck up on the unsuspecting genjutsu mistress and delivered a sharp kick to the side of her face, sending her flying from the tree branch and down to the ground. Kurenai landed backwards on her feet and rolled back, catching Hinata's attention, while the clone faded into the mist again. Kurenai picked herself up off the ground and shook off the dizziness she felt while rubbing the spot on her face she got kicked at. Knowing she couldn't take the chance of Hinata sneaking up on her again, Kurenai made her way out of the mist-covered forest and into the open grass. As soon as both Kurenai and Hinata were outside the forest, the two females stood facing each other. A moment later, Hinata's Kage-bunshin appeared next to her via smoke shunshin. "Let's stop right here, Hinata," Kurenai suggested. "I think you've shown me more than enough." Hinata nodded and dismissed her clone, absorbing all of the experience and knowledge the clone gathered for her. During the past couple of hours, Hinata was practicing Kirigakyu no Jutsu Hidden Mist technique and Kirigakyu no Shinkuru Mirage of the Hidden Mist with Kurenai. The genjutsu mistress was pleased with Hinata's progress, and she was rather surprised when she saw how fast Hinata learned the jutsu. Hinata had told her that she had affinity for water, but the older woman didn't expect such progress with the jutsu already. During their sparring sessions earlier, Hinata used water manipulation in her defense and attacks against Kurenai. However, she didn't demonstrate her water-type juken to Kurenai, as tempting as it was. So far, only Naruto was aware of her elemental juken. Hinata, Kurenai started off, you've shown impressive skill in a short amount of time. You have become more focused and precise in your ability to adapt to a situation, and you've shown yourself to be able to use your speed, agility, and flexibility to your advantage. Also, you used your clone to mind your surroundings, and through that, you kept yourself from being lured into an unfavorable situation. You truly learned to plan ahead more and not take too many risks, which would have led to your downfall. Also, your expertise in water manipulation was rather impressive, unlike anything I've ever seen from a genin. Hinata blushed and smiled from the praise and compliments. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata fell to her hands and knees before taking in deep breaths. Kurenai hurried over to her and checked up on her. I'm fine, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata assured. I'm just completely drained. I need some rest and food to replenish myself. The older woman was relieved that it was nothing serious. What Hinata didn't tell her was that the gravity and chakra restraint seals she was using took a toll on her body and chakra coils as a result of the strenuous training regimen she was putting herself through. Naruto still didn't give Hinata permission to fully drop her seals, and she was to increase it a little more in weeks' time. 2 weeks later, during the past 14 days, Anoka got her class started in educating the students at the Ninja Academy about the history of the Uzumaki clan and the huge role they played in Konoha's history. Many of the staff and faculty found it odd that Anoka would go around barefoot and refused to wear sandals. Some of her younger students did get out of line with her and didn't take her seriously since she was a foreigner. However, as she promised Hiruzen, Anoka made her point clear to those wayward students that her patience wasn't to be tested, and she emphasized that with her chains and a good measure of the infamous Uzumaki temper and bloodlust. But all in all, Anoka was a good and lively teacher who kept everyone awake. Also, Suna and his crew, which was a considerable size, came quickly to Konoha within days after receiving the request to be employed to reconstruct the Uzumaki mass temple and cottage. They brought with them the best quality lumber, steel, concrete, and marble for the job. From builders and carpenters to plumbers and electricians, they all came happily to work on the project in honor of their country's hero. Upon meeting the Hokage, Tazuna apologized for not explaining the whole truth behind the request for a ninja escort. Hiruzen assured him that his misjudgment was pardoned so long he and his crew carried out their roles as employed laborers in the reconstruction project. Without question, they all agreed. Thankfully, the construction site was far outside of Konoha's walls, therefore it didn't draw unwanted attention. Tazuna and his crew studied the foundations and structural integrity of the temple and cottage and found that they were still stable with no need of demolishing and rebuilding from scratch. After 3 days of assessing the buildings and laying out what they had to do, Tazuna and his crew got to work and started rebuilding the Uzumaki mass temple and cottage. But to play it safe, Naruto made and stationed over 50 disguised Kage Bunshin to stand guard to protect Tazuna and his men in the event of a sudden attack from either Suna or Oto ninja. All the while, Naruto himself spent much of his time multitasking through his clones, from training under Jiraiya, training both Hinata and Hanabi, and searching for his father's secret safe house far outside Konoha's walls. Naruto saw a vision of this safe house from a dream he had and spent several days looking for the house through his clones. He thought about asking Jiraiya and Hiruzen about it, but then decided against it, seeing as either of them ever brought it up. It wasn't until the end of the first week that one of Naruto's clones finally found it. After Naruto received the information from the clone, he decided to investigate the safe house personally. Arriving at the location, he stationed 20 clones to stand guard around the perimeter of the house. Going into the house, Naruto started to investigate. To his surprise, the place was completely intact. It was just dusty and in need of a good clean-up job. As Naruto looked around, he saw something hanging by a tied cord from the ceiling. It was one of Minato's tri-pronged kunai. Seeing that rare item, Naruto searched around to see if his father had a stash of those kunai sealed away somewhere. Opening one of the cabinets, he found a large rectangular wooden crate and opened it to find a box full of tri-pronged kunai. He estimated that the box had between 50 to 70 of those kunai. Closing the crate, Naruto searched the house for more valuables that his father left behind. He walked over to a drawer and opened it to find a journal of some sort. He picked it up and opened it before skimming through it to find that it was his father's private diary. He knew it was private, but he felt that reading it would give him a better understanding of who his father was. Naruto wanted to understand his father better. Although nothing beats the real thing, his father's private journal was the closest he could get. Naruto skimmed through all of the boring stuff, but remembering them at the same time. Finally, after going through many pages, he landed on a page with something that captured his attention. Naruto began reading. I finally did it. It took me a long time, but I finally made a breakthrough in honing Naidame-sama's Hiraishin jutsu and taking it to a whole new level. During the past 6 months of the ceasefire between Konoha and Kumo, I honed my skills and I finally mastered Hiraishin after a great amount of practice and training. I wish I could have brought Kushina-chan with me during my training. But then again, I would have hardly gotten any work or training done were I to have brought her with me. I tell you, I can't wait to get back home and show Kushina-chan what I've accomplished. I think I'll surprise her by secretly placing a jutsu formula on her and suddenly appearing behind her before I take and ravage her. Naruto threw the book down, unable to read further. Damn, Dad, I didn't need to know that. Naruto remarked, feeling an unwholesome feeling he never experienced in his life. I may be a pervert, but even I have my limits and boundaries. I can't believe he wrote that in his diary. But then again, it was his private journal and not something he made public. Naruto went and picked up the book and dusted it off. He placed it in his jacket to read later while making a mental note to skip over whatever parts concerned what his parents did together that he didn't want to know. He went back to the cabinet to see if there was a scroll of some kind that revealed the secret behind the use of those tri-pronged kunai. But there was no such scroll. He searched high and low but found nothing. Sighing in defeat, he left the safe house and instructed his clones to clean the house and seal it off so no one but him could have access to it. Naruto returned to the village and decided that he would search for the scroll possessing the secrets of his father's Hiraishin another time. The next day, Hinata and Naruto were eating together at Ichiraku, conversing with Im and Tuchi. They decided to take a day off from all of their training and spend the day together as a couple. During their lively conversation, a figure approached them and greeted, "Dobe." Everyone turned to see Sasuke smirking at them with Naruto snorting at him in return. "While you're much stronger than you like to reveal," Sasuke said, "I look forward to testing how far I've come since I've started training more. I'll use you to help gauge where I stand. I'm flattered that you're using me as the ideal criteria for what an elite genin is supposed to be," Naruto remarked, causing Sasuke's smirk to vanish and be replaced with a frown. He looked to Hinata and said, "It amazes me how this clown hasn't driven you crazy yet. Your patience with him is quite remarkable, Hinata." "Naruto-kun and I aren't without faults, Sasuke, and we've long since learned to forgive each other for our mistakes and make up," Hinata replied. "Well," Sasuke commented, "I have nothing more to say but this. Make sure he treats you right and doesn't take you for granted." Hinata and Naruto both blinked at what they heard come out of Sasuke's mouth. They expected a lot of arrogance, but not that. After a brief silence, Naruto formed a hand seal and yelled, "Kai." Nothing happened as he expected a genjutsu in the form of Sasuke to dispel. "Kai, damn it." Naruto shouted again after forming the hand seal in another attempt to dispel what he thought to be a genjutsu of Sasuke. "I'm not a genjutsu, you idiot," Sasuke stated. "I'm the real thing and I'm saying that you'd better treat Hinata right. But considering your pervy reputation, it'll probably be a long while before that happens. You got a lot of nerve presumptuously giving me advice about how I should treat Hinata-chan, considering how often you put your own desires above hers," Naruto retorted with a calm but firm tone. "Whatever, Dobe," Sasuke said, "just know that I don't want her anymore. I regrettably wasted far too much time trying to woo her when I should have focused more on becoming stronger and surpassing my limits. But those foolish days are over. I will prove my power as an uchiha and become the true elite I was always meant to be. But keep this in mind, Uzumaki Naruto, you're one of the people I want to challenge and beat." With that, Sasuke turned and left the ramen stand, leaving a dumbfounded Hinata and Naruto where they were. It took a brief moment for both genin to register what it was that Sasuke said just moments ago. And when it did Sasuke team just say that he has no interest in you anymore? Naruto asked, questioning if he heard right. "Unless I heard wrong too, that's exactly what Sasuke said," Hinata confirmed. "But I'm honestly relieved to hear that he'll no longer try to come between you and me. I guess that's his way of saying I'm sorry." "Though I believe his words much to my own surprise," Naruto remarked, "his pride won't allow him to say those two simple words, in spite of the fact that he meant what he said. So he resorted to using a lesser form of talk no jutsu." "Talk no jutsu?" Hinata asked while looking at Naruto quizzically. "It's a long-winded sentimental jutsu that requires no chakra but a lot of well-chosen words," Naruto explained as though it was an official jutsu. "When properly executed, the user will talk his opponent into either surrendering, changing sides, sparing him or her from their wrath, or even into performing an act of self-sacrifice. And depending on the persuasiveness of the user, it can be extremely effective against powerful adversaries." "You make it sound like you've used it before," Hinata giggled. "I have actually," Naruto confirmed, "on that hot crazy snake lady Anko. But that's a story for another time." "What am I going to do with you, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked. "I play ninja with Konohamaru and his friends," Naruto said, and then suggested, "but we can go to my place and play house. Come to think of it, I never showed you my new house yet, though Hanabi-chan has been there already." "You showed Hanabi your new place before me, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked incredulously. "It wasn't intentional, it just happened. I was honestly kinda startled when Hanabi pointed that out to me," Naruto explained, leaving out the part of Hanabi trying to flirt with him. "Okay, I'll forgive you so long you show me your new home," Hinata said. Naruto nodded before paying for the food he treated both himself and Hinata to. After saying their goodbyes to Tochi and Ayam, the two teen genin went about their way to Naruto's place. But the truth of the matter was that Hinata wanted to be alone with Naruto, and have him all to herself. "Naruto!" a female voice called out. Naruto and Hinata turned to see Tenten approaching him with a sword in hand. She raised and aimed her sword at Naruto and challenged, "Fight me." "Not now," Hinata mentally grieved. Naruto grinned and replied, "On any other day, I'd happily go at it with you, Tenten. But today, I'm taking a break from everything to spend time with Hinata." Tenten smirked and said, "That's disappointing. I set aside this day to come look for you and challenge you." Hinata sighed as she recalled weeks ago how Tenten said she hoped to face off against Naruto during the Chunin exams. The Hyuga heiress never anticipated that it would escalate to Tenten wanting to challenge Naruto with every opportunity she could get. "I'll let you off the hook this time, Naruto," Tenten said as she lowered her sword, "but I won't let you get away so easily next time. We're eternal rivals now, don't forget that." "I doubt forgetting that is even possible," Naruto remarked. "Until next time, Naruto." Tenten turned and went off to a different location, leaving Hinata and Naruto alone. "So, shall we continue back to my place to play house?" Naruto asked suggestively. "You're bad." Hinata giggled as she wrapped her left arm around him, followed by him wrapping his right arm around her as they continued on their way to his place to make out without being looked at. Another 2 weeks later, Konoha's ninja force of all ranks were aware of the plotted invasion and precautions were taken to ensure that their knowing of the invasion didn't leak out to either the public, the Suna ninja, or Orochimaru's followers. As a result, everyone in Konoha went about their lives without fear of a future attack. Over the past 4 weeks, Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke trained vigorously, and all three of them were showing signs of hard-earned progress. Naruto was able to use Sage Mode more efficiently and effectively than before, and his ability to utilize his lightning affinity and the Kiba blades was strengthened to a much higher degree. His other lightning-based attacks were also enhanced and refined with much diligent effort. It helped that he used Kage Bunshin to speed up the process. 9 days earlier, though, Naruto overexerted his body and chakra coils while practicing Sage Mode. The traumatic stress he endured as a result triggered the gift his ancestor Uzumaki Susanoo left behind for him. To say that Naruto was speechless by what he was given would have been an understatement. He was overjoyed, though he had trouble controlling his new ability at first. He spent 4 days practicing his new ability in secret until he was able to utilize his inheritance more effectively and safely. During the 2 weeks, Tenten challenged and fought Naruto in sword and weapons fights 3 times. She would go at it hard against him, much to his surprise, when all he expected from her were regular sparring sessions. But with each defeat, Tenten would become more determined to improve and find newer methods to challenge Naruto with. It youthfully moved both Guy and Lee to tears. Hinata came a long way in her training in with Kurenai. Her skill in Genjutsu was more effective than before, and though she still wasn't on par with Kurenai, it was close enough for her current level. Hinata, through Naruto's tutelage, heightened her prowess in blood manipulation and utilizing Ikaitaru Bunshin no Jutsu. The issue she had to deal with was getting around Gaara's sand defense and attacks, considering the fact that water was weak against earth-type attacks and defenses. But after some time spent contemplating how water was weak against earth, an idea formulated in her head. She thought about bringing the idea to Naruto's attention, but decided against it. She wanted to find a way to do this on her own without relying too much on Naruto. She knew that was risky since she was aware that Gaara is a Jinchuriki, and she realized that if she miscalculated, she was as good as dead. So for the last 7 days she secretly experimented with the idea and practiced it until she started seeing the desired results. By the end of the 7th day, she finally mastered the new technique and couldn't wait to show it off to Naruto in her match with Gaara during the Chunin exam finals. Sasuke's time training under Kakashi, Taiyaya, and Kinjiro improved his skills tremendously. He found that he was much faster and stronger than before. His prowess with Kenjutsu was better than before, and his skill in lightning manipulation was B rank. The strength of his Sharingan also improved, and now he had 2 Tomo in his eyes. His training with the Curse Seal added to his strength, speed, and agility, as both Taiyaya and Kinjiro worked him hard into the ground. Kakashi was no different, though he was surprised to see how fast Sasuke was improving and also pleased with how focused he became. The Jounin was even more pleased to learn that Sasuke gave up his pursuit in trying to win Hinata over from Naruto. When Kakashi asked Sasuke what finally got him to stop, Sasuke told him that he realized how incompatible he and Hinata were, and that she wouldn't be able to understand his life and experience. Kakashi sensed there was more to it than Sasuke was telling him, but he chose not to press Sasuke further on the topic. All mattered to Kakashi was that Sasuke finally relinquished his pursuit of Naruto's girlfriend, and would no longer create a wedge in the team's overall dynamics. When Sakura, Ino, and other girls of their age group learned that Sasuke had given up on pursuing Hinata, they became excitedly ecstatic and believed that they now had a better chance at winning Sasuke's heart. But Sasuke didn't make himself available for any of them, as he would retreat to his home where Tayuya would be waiting for him after his day out. During the passing days, the awkwardness Sasuke and Tayuya felt from living and eating together at the beginning died out. They were now accustomed to working and living together. In time, they started having longer conversations and less disputes as they got to know each other better. Whenever he believed she wouldn't notice, Sasuke would take glances at her body whenever she was wearing her house clothes. Tayuya of course was aware of that, but acted like she didn't notice, secretly liking the attention she was getting. Sasuke wanted to question Tayuya about Orochimaru's plan to invade Konoha, but decided against it since that would alert Orochimaru that his plans were discovered. Plus he recalled weeks earlier how Tayuya explained that Orochimaru removed and replaced her as one of his active ninjas so she could focus more on training him. Therefore she wouldn't have any valuable information concerning the invasion. Added to this, Tayuya had been holding true to her word, getting him to improve immensely. And speaking of Tayuya, she got used to cooking for the two of them, and secretly took feminine pride in the fact that Sasuke enjoyed her cooking. She even went as far as to start making bento for him before he'd go out to practice and train with Kakashi. Occasionally she would move around the village in civilian form whenever she needed to get out of the confines of the Uchiha district, and since no one knew she was a ninja, it made moving around through village easier. But she had to be discreet whenever she returned back to the Uchiha district in order to avoid detection and being followed. Shino trained with his clan in enhancing his abilities and working together with his bugs in combat, defense, and reconnaissance. Shikamaru, despite his lazy nature, trained as hard as he could, though he spent a measure of his time cloud-watching and playing shogi with Asuma and Shikaku. During the passing days, Naruto, through his clones, also spent time training Hanabi in Drunken Fist. It was rather difficult for her in the beginning with the strict training regimen Naruto put in place, but Hanabi's pride wouldn't allow her to complain despite the difficulty. She wanted to prove to both herself and Naruto that she was just as capable of learning and adapting to new ideas and methods like her older sister. The issue was that Juken was designed to be polished and coordinated in body movements, precise in timing and balanced in chakra use. Drunken Fist seemingly negated all that and looked contradictory to the rules of Juken, and that was what Naruto had to help Hanabi get over. It wasn't until the third week that Naruto started seeing some improvements in Hanabi's training in Drunken Fist, and by the end of the fourth week, her improvements gradually started increasing, and before the day was out, Naruto gave Hanabi a scroll that discussed earth manipulation. The young girl was ecstatic and promised to start studying it as soon as possible. Regardless of the difficulty of the fighting style, Hanabi, under Naruto's tutelage, was determined to become the first Hyuga of the main house of her clan to master Drunken Juken and earth manipulation, and combine the two to create an earth elemental Drunken Juken. And secretly, Hanabi wanted to impress Naruto and prove something to Hinata. By the end of the week, Tazuna and his crew were done reconstructing the Uzumaki mass temple and the cottage. When Naruto, Anoka and Karen saw the revived temple and cottage, they found that both buildings were just as beautiful as the original. Anoka was moved to tears when she and her brother Uzumaki saw that two of the legacies of their clan were completely restored to their former glory. The following night at the Uchiha district, Sasuke was coming out of the bathroom wearing only his gray boxers while drying his hair after took a well-needed hot shower. He closed the lights in the bathroom and stepped out from it as he made his way to the kitchen to get a drink of cold water before going to bed. Entering the kitchen, he found Tayuya in her house clothes eating some grapes from his refrigerator. She stopped and turned to see Sasuke entering the kitchen. "What do you want, numbnuts?" Tayuya asked. "Water," Sasuke answered plainly as he went about getting what he came for. Taking a tall glass cup from the cabinet, he went to the refrigerator to retrieve a jug of cold water and poured some of the water into the glass cup. After doing that, he placed the jug back inside the refrigerator and drank some of the water, which helped refresh him. When he stopped to catch his breath, Tayuya took the cup from his hand and drank the rest of it. She licked her lips and said, "Thanks for the drink, numbnuts." Again Tayuya's scent started coming off her, but this time, her scent was more potent than before. Tayuya walked past Sasuke with her hips swaying sideways. Despite the dimmed lights, it was enough for Sasuke to see. She made her way back towards her room, but before she could open her door, she felt something, a hand take hold of her left shoulder and turn her around. The next thing she felt was a pair of lips smashed into hers as Sasuke embraced her tightly into his arms while feeling her body pressing against his. At that moment, Sasuke didn't care if Tayuya got angry and retaliated by hitting him in one way or another, as his hormones completely took over his judgment. But something within Tayuya ruptured from being kissed by Sasuke as she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately in return. She felt heat building up within herself as her scent grew stronger, which started driving Sasuke's mind and senses wild as he began caressing her body from under her shirt before grabbing and caressing her twin cheeks. Several moans escaped her mouth and into Sasuke's while they were still kissing each other hungrily. Tayuya couldn't understand what was happening herself as her body went on autopilot and responded to Sasuke's touch and caress. She soon felt his hands grab her rear as he started pressing and grinding his arousal against her crotch, which drove her mind wild as a few more moans escaped her mouth between their kiss. Giving into their lust, Tayuya hurriedly opened the door and pulled him into her room with her before closing the door shut behind them. Meanwhile, at the borders of Hai no Kuni, a large army of Oto ninja were occupying the area with their tents and camping equipment set up. Meanwhile, in a much later tent, Orochimaru was having a private conversation with one of his most trusted spies and medics. All the while the Sound Four were standing around the four corners of Orochimaru's tent being on guard as security. Other Oto ninja were patrolling around and keep surveillance of any intruders and possible ambushes. "You sound so confident that Tayuya will succeed in her mission, Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto replied to his master. "I know Tayuya all too well. I'm aware that she's capable and strong for her age. But beyond being a well-trained ninja and genjutsu fighter, I don't see her as being one who can persuade anyone into doing anything." Orochimaru chuckled lightly at Kabuto's skepticism of Tayuya. "I carefully studied and planned things out from the beginning," Orochimaru smirked while sitting on his throne-like chair. "You see, I had my eye on Sasuke-kun for a while and kept tabs on him. I was also aware of Sasuke-kun's obsession and desires for that Hyuga girl, which was a problem I had to strategically deal with. Thus Tayuya, what makes that kunoichi so essential to your plan in getting the uchiha to eventually defect from Konoha to our side?" Kabuto inquired. "Kabuto," Orochimaru answered, "there's still so much you have yet to understand. You must never underestimate how humans always seek to meet and satisfy their basic needs, wants and desires, and instinctive characteristics are always present inside humans. Though we as humans are above animals and are superior to them, however, humans still give in to their basic needs. But unlike animals, humans seek companionship and understanding. Tayuya's past will help persuade Sasuke-kun into accepting that he isn't alone in the world and that there's someone else, a strong female ninja, that knows and understands his pain." Knowing her, she told him about her tragic past in order to gain some trust and establish mutual understanding. The fact that she got Sasuke-kun into accepting training from her and later getting Kinjiro into training Sasuke-nun is proof that I made the right choice in selecting Tayuya for this mission. Also, that vial I instructed you to inject into Tayuya before she left to live with Sasuke-kun will also help to ensure that things will go my way. I have been wondering what it was you had me administer into her, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto confessed as he hadn't seen the compound before, therefore it was one of Orochimaru's new experiments. Orochimaru chuckled and explained, "You see, people, like all animals, respond to certain stimuli. There are factors like the scent of pheromones that get registered by the brain which in effect triggers other factors to occur. The vial you injected into her is to help her increase her output of pheromones, making her more desirable and longed for." "So in other words," Kabuto remarked, knowing he was about to say something rather childish, "you created a love potion?" "Don't make such foolish jokes, Kabuto," Orochimaru replied with a tone that clearly expressed his annoyance. "I'm talking about medical science and psychology, not some ridiculous fairy tale. You see, Tayuya's pheromones will only open a one-way door. I instructed her to focus more on Sasuke-kun's training and development, and not worry about her role as one of my Sound 4 ninja as I temporarily replaced her with Kimimaro. I want her to get close Sasuke-kun and keep close to him. In the process, Tayuya will be slowly overloading his senses without realizing it as Sasuke-kun inhales more of her pheromones. This will drive both his mind and hormones to focus more on Tayuya while gradually forgetting about the Hyuga heiress until she's no longer of interest to him. In time, Sasuke-kun will eventually cave in and surrender to his primal urges and lust. But the best thing about that is he could actually form a strong attachment to the girl because of it. Manipulation and control are very important for a leader to have over those that follow him, and because that girl is loyal to me, this will give me some leverage over the boy. The second chemical solution that I carefully blended into that compound you injected into Tayuya will slowly increase her sexual desires and hormonal awareness. Again, an emotional attachment and bond could be formed between Sasuke-kun and Tayuya as a result, and through her loyalty, she will in time move Sasuke-kun into leaving Konoha for Otogekure. You cleverly play on people's desires and weaknesses, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto commented with a level of respect. You look to find a person's weakness and use that to your advantage with no morals or principles to get in your way. Crafty, sinister, and effective. Orochimaru chuckled darkly and replied, "It's what I do and live for, Kabuto. I'll burn Konoha to the ground and bring Sasuke-kun over to my side." 3 days later, it was the day of the Chunin exam finals and the stadium was completely filled with people of various sorts: Konoha civilians, ninja, clan members, tourists, daimyo from foreign lands, and many other people who came to watch the great fights that would occur later on. There was not a single empty seat in the stadium. Everyone wanted to watch the matches that would take place, but some of them only came to watch the fight between son of the late Yondaime and the last surviving Uchiha. After the announcement of Naruto's legacy both as the Uzumaki clan heir and son of the late Yondaime, word spread fast to the other elemental nations. Many were shocked to find that the Uzumaki clan wasn't entirely wiped out as they were once led to believe and that they were now dwelling in Konoha. Kumo and Iwa were especially shocked to learn that the Uzumaki clan still existed and that the late Yellow Flash had a son with an Uzumaki who was now Konoha's Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Many others also heard about the upcoming match between Gaara and the Hyuga heiress. 2 days ago, Kiba talked to her about it and asked if she was serious about facing Gaara, knowing he would try to kill her like he did with Lee. Hinata assured him that she was sure and that she wouldn't allow herself to become another casualty of Gaara's ruthless methods. Kiba could only hope that she held true to her words. Up in the Kage box, Hiruzen and the Kazakage were in their seats while waiting for the exam to commence. Next to the Kazakage were 2 of his guards. By the time nearly everyone was seated, nearly all of the competitors for the Chunin exam finals had arrived at the stadium, with the only exceptions being Naruto and Sasuke. Hinata, Temari, Shino, Shikamaru, Kankuro, and Gaara were all on the arena floor of the stadium waiting for their arrival. They were all dressed in their usual attire, with the exception of Hinata who, for this event, decided on a change of clothes. She was now wearing dark blue ninja pants and black sandals with bandages tied around her ankles. She was also wearing a custom-made orange mesh shirt that hugged her figure, which did well to show her B-cup and still developing bosom. On the back of the shirt was the official Uzumaki insignia with the Hyuga clan insignia in the middle of the Uzumaki symbol. Her forehead protector was also tied around her head with some strands of her hair draping around it. Currently, she was tossing a small rock in her right hand up and down. This was the complete opposite of the shy and timid Hyuga Hinata many were so used to. Up in the audience, Anoka and Karen were sitting together with Hiashi and Hanabi sitting a row above them. Konohamaru, Moegi, Udan and the rest of their class were also present alongside Irika. 4 weeks ago, Jiraiya spoke with Hiruzen about allowing Irika's class to attend the Chunin exam finals. Jiraiya explained that watching such an event would expose them to the real life and meaning behind being a ninja, and he added that it would be best if Konohamaru and his peers knew the truth about that kind of life early on before they ended up developing misguided ideas and fantasies of the ninja life which would lead them to an untimely demise. Surprisingly enough, Hiruzen granted the request, though Hiruzen later explained to the academy headmaster that he and his subordinate ninja at the academy were to be extra cautious in protecting the children when the counterattack against the invasion started. The proctor for this part of the exam was Shiranu Ginma, another special jounin who had volunteered in substituting for Hate. Jiraiya was making last-minute preparations with the ANBU and taking care of business with the other Konoha ninja. Kakashi wasn't present either, most likely making last-minute preparations with Sasuke. Ginma, with a saban needle sticking from his mouth, looked at Hiruzen for assistance as to what he should do. Hiruzen sighed, wondering what was keeping Naruto and Sasuke from arriving. Gaara was slightly irritated by Naruto's lateness, while Temari was wondering when Naruto was going to show up. Kankuro sighed while contemplating his plan to forfeit. Shino was as calm and motionless as ever. Shikamaru was lazily contemplating saving himself the trouble and forfeiting his match so he could later help out against the invasion. Many others though were wondering what could have happened to delay Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura and Ino were sitting together while Niji was sitting with his teammates and Sensei. Kurenai and Asuma were also sitting together with Chuji sitting 2 rows down from them. By this time, Niji was mostly healed up and able to walk again, though he still felt some sores here and there on occasions. He was still going through some therapy to help deal with the issue of those pains. Where are they? Genma asked himself a low tone. What's taking them so long? Moments later, Kakashi appeared with Sasuke with their backs facing each other. Sasuke was now dressed in black t-shirt and shorts with ankle bandages and black sandals. His black t-shirt had the Uchiha clan insignia on the back of it. What was also noticeable was that strapped around Sasuke's back diagonally was a black katana that once belonged to his father. Kakashi looked at Genma and asked with a nice smile, "Are we late?" Wanting to make a grand entrance, I see. Genma smirked. Sasuke-kun made it. Sakura cheered. Well, of course. Ino replied confidently. He wouldn't miss the chance to participate in this event for anything. But why isn't Naruto here yet? Sakura asked. He'll be disqualified if he doesn't show up. Meanwhile, where's Naruto-kun? Anoka asked. The event is about to start, and he still isn't here yet. I know, Karen agreed. As tardy as Kakashi is from what I heard from Naruto-kun, I'm surprised both Kakashi and Sasuke arrived here on time. back on the arena floor. Your other student has yet to arrive, Kakashi, Genma said, but I see you made sure to bring the uchiha here in style. Not that I'm not concerned for my other student, Kakashi said, but I don't know where he is. Hinata then tossed the small rock she was holding over to where Sasuke was standing. The rock landed 3 feet in front of him before it burst into smoke. When the smoke cleared, it revealed itself to be Naruto. Actually, Naruto said with a grin, I was here with Hinata-chan the entire time. Nice, Genma remarked. Naruto now was wearing black ninja pants and sandals with bandages tied around his ankles. He was also wearing a gray mesh shirt with an open orange GI vest over the shirt. The back of the GI vest had his clan's symbol on it, and strapped around his waist was his custom-made katana Hinata had given to him. It's good that everyone is now here and accounted for, Genma said. He then announced in a loud voice, the Chunin exam finals will now commence. All candidates are here and ready to fight. The first match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. Turning to the other genin, Genma said, will the rest of you 6 please proceed to head to the waiting balcony until your matches are announced. They quietly nodded and proceeded on their way to the designated waiting area. Sasuke and Naruto followed Genma to the middle of the arena floor while Kakashi went and sat with Guy and his team. Many in the audience had placed huge bets on the combatants. A number of them placed them on Sasuke while only a few placed them on Naruto. Regardless of the rumors they heard about Naruto, some still believed that Sasuke could beat the pants off of Naruto and win the match against the blonde genin. Anoka, through some convincing from Karen, was betting on Naruto winning the match. Though Anoka wasn't really a fan of gambling, Karen looked at it as a huge financial investment for both them and Naruto, with a large income awaiting them after the match. Hinata and the other genin were soon assembled on the balcony awaiting for the match to start. I always thought that it would be me out there facing off against one of the genin in the Chunin exam finals, Niji commented. I never once thought I'd be among the genin in the audience watching Hinata-sama compete instead. I'm sure this is youthfully humbling for you, Niji, Guy remarked. You should never presume a position that wasn't originally yours to have if it's not properly earned. I'll be sure to remember that, Niji replied. I'm surprised that Sasuke has a katana now, Tenen said. He didn't have one during the preliminaries. A lot can change in a month's time, Tenten, Lee commented. So let's see where Sasuke-san's burning youth stands now. Alright now, Genma said, the match will only end if one of you is knocked out, killed, forfeits, or I declare one or both of you unable to continue to fight. Give your all and don't disappoint. Now begin. Genma leaped out of the way from the 2 genin. For the first few moments, neither Naruto nor Sasuke made a move, as though they were waiting for the other to start the match. So team, how do you want to start this match? Naruto asked. You wish for me to decide how I'll engineer your defeat by my hands? Sasuke replied with a cold and cocky tone as he took hold of his katana and unsheathed it from its sheath. Kenjutsu, is it? Naruto asked. You'll find that a lot about me has changed in the past month, Naruto, Sasuke stated as he started gathering chakra into his eyes. Soon his eyes changed into the Sharingan and gradually grew 3 tomo in them. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he felt more chakra building up in Sasuke. He's definitely stronger than before, Naruto noted. I could have kept tabs on his training, but that would have taken the fun out of this match. I'll see what surprises he has in store for me, though it's clear that he hasn't found a way to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. Soon, Naruto and everyone else saw bolts of electricity forming around Sasuke until it grew larger in size and strength. Sasuke then focused his lightning around the blade of his katana, turning it into a lightning steel blade. He took one swipe across the floor with his katana as the lightning-charged blade tore clean through the gravel in front of him. Sasuke-kun learned lightning manipulation and combined it with kenjutsu? Ino inquired. Looks like Naruto isn't the only one who can do elemental kenjutsu anymore, Sakura remarked. But do you see his eyes? Ino pointed out. It's his Sharingan, Sakura stated, but it looks stronger than how I saw it last time. Many in the audience were whispering to each other about what they were seeing from Sasuke so far, while wondering what Naruto was going to do now. Look like Sasuke isn't taking chances with Naruto, Shino commented while standing next to Hinata, and already he's taking his teammate seriously. But after everything Sasuke has seen of Naruto, I can't honestly blame him. As troublesome as this match will probably turn out to be, Shikamaru remarked, I doubt Naruto isn't without a plan, and I know he'll give Sasuke anything but an easy time. I must admit that Naruto-kun has never been up against the Sharingan before, Hinata said. I can't say for sure what Naruto-kun will do to handle that. However, I'm confident that Naruto-kun will overcome this and win the match. In another part of the stands, that's quite an advanced display of chakra control and lightning manipulation, Kakashi, Guy complimented. You really put a great amount of rigorous training to push the limits of Sasuke's youth this far. He even has his awakened Sharingan upgraded to 3 tomo. I did help him develop his affinity in lightning manipulation, Kakashi said, but I wasn't aware he was able to take it to this level. He must have been doing some secret training of his own to truly hone his skills. I must say that I'm rather pleased with how far Sasuke was willing to push himself, and I'm anxious to see how his new skills compare to Naruto's. I think we all are Kakashi-sensei, Tenten said with a tone of excitement, while knowing firsthand what Naruto was capable of with the use of his katana. Among the large audience, Taiyuya, disguised in civilian clothes, was sitting among the spectators. She quietly watched and waited to see how far Sasuke came since his time with her and Kinjiro. Back on the arena floor. Impressive, Naruto commented before he pulled out his katana and held it upright in front of him. He then focused chakra into his katana to reveal seal writings around the chakra metal blade. In the center of the seals were the kanji for white tiger. Naruto then added his wind element into the katana, which was then absorbed into the chakra-infused blade. Moments later, the chakra metal blade started glowing until it turned completely white while taking on the form of a blade made from solid light. He then channeled a little of Kyuubi's chakra into his eyes until his eyes turned red with his pupils turning into slits. Naruto lowered his katana and steadily ran the top tip of the glowing blade across the floor in front of him, allowing Sasuke and everyone else to see the ground smoking with melted gravel taking on the form of a carved slit. That sword must be generating tremendous heat if it can melt the ground like that, Kakashi noted. This ought to be an interesting match. Naruto took out a kunai with a seal tag tied to it and threw it to the center of where both he and Sasuke were standing. Both boys then fell into their respective fighting stances with their elementally charged katana in hand. They looked at each other while waiting for the first move from the other. After what felt like an eternity, the kunai with the tag exploded in a large cloud of dust and flying debris. In the moment of the commotion, Sasuke vanished and suddenly reappeared behind Naruto before he attempted a vertical swipe to Naruto's head with his katana. Naruto, however, quickly turned and blocked the attack with his katana as both boys pushed against each other in a battle of wills. A moment later, they jumped away from each other and then rushed at each other, thus commencing their fierce sword battle. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.